Please welcome your MC. Welcome back from lunch.
GM Breakpoint Day 3. Let's go. Look at this crowd. Yes. Beautiful faces. How much fun are we having? Is this like filling our hearts with so much joy you can't even comprehend it? How many hugs have we gotten? I've gotten at least a bazillion hugs. It is my favorite time of year, and this is indescribable in every way. We've made it to day 3. We have a stacked lineup for you. I have the absolute honor of introducing one of my favorite people in the ecosystem. He is revolutionizing privacy and encryption. You might know him as Mr. CEO of privacy. Yannick, give the biggest round of applause, please.
Archium is the encrypted execution engine of the internet, and my vision for Archium is for it to become this vast, distributed, almost entirely invisible network that allows everything to be connected, allows information to travel and interact at the speed of light, all while remaining fully encrypted. And 1 year ago at Breakpoint 2024 in Singapore, I introduced and sort of unveiled Archium. And within the last 12 months, we've been busy building new cryptography, inventing new stuff, implementing all of those things, onboarding builders. And the past couple of months have really been humbling for me and inspiring to see the, almost exponential growth, explosive exponential growth of the number of teams building with Archium and working on encrypted applications on top of Solana. What has happened, for example, is that Umbra, one of the first teams that went full all in on Archium, their entire tech being powered by Archium, the encrypted supercomputer, raised the largest ICO in Solana history on MetaDAO. We've also had thousands of nodes be deployed within our testnet, hundreds of developers building applications for hackathons and deploying those applications. And so this idea of Archium being the encrypted execution engine of the internet holds entirely true for Solana. For Solana, we serve as the encrypted execution engine, where we are providing the big missing piece to Solana, which is privacy. But we're not just providing privacy to all of our developers and users, we're providing the final form of privacy and computing with encrypted execution. So developers are able to put encrypted data on-chain, but not just individual, isolated encrypted data, but what we call encrypted shared state, the unification of everyone's collective encrypted data, and then they're able to run encrypted computations over all of this data without ever anyone seeing the underlying data. And that's what developers love, and that's what we've seen with developers building on top of Archium, and all of the feedback and usage that we've gotten over the last year has tremendously helped us shape the technology that we are building. And really the symbiotic relationship basically between Solana and Archium becomes clear when you think about what Solana is. Solana is the internet's execution engine for public shared state. Solana is this ledger where everything happens on this one single shared state. And what attempts at privacy in the past have introduced is more of a Web 2 model of execution, which is running on isolated encrypted state, where secrets remain in the custody of different parties, have to remain there, cannot be shared, and there's no interaction taking place between those secrets. And that's why we're doing encrypted shared state with Archium, where we can encrypt all data and then run encrypted computations over all of that data without having to see that data. What we've also built, and what I'm most excited about for 2026, is CSPL, the confidential SPL token standard, which enables us to bring the final form of confidentiality to Solana, which means that for any existing token on Solana, we can encrypt the balances and encrypt the transfer amounts and hide all of that information from the public. And the reason why I'm so excited about CSPL is because in my mind, I might not be 100% objective in that regard, but in my mind, it's the most advanced token standard to ever be conceived on top of our public blockchain, simply because we're not just enabling you to take any existing token, make it confidential, have privacy, but for the first time ever, we have confidential smart token accounts, which means that for the first time ever, an on-chain program, a literal smart contract, can have confidential balances and perform confidential transfers. There's no private key associated. It's literally a smart contract on chain that can be used to manage tokens where there's not a single human being or a single computer in the world that knows how many tokens this account holds. And this smart contract can then perform confidential transfers. And this really opens up a new design space, especially considering that the interfaces that we've designed are as close as possible to the existing public token standard. So you're literally just switching the context between public and confidential and can build anything on top of that. And so we are going live with CSPL in Q1 of next year and will enable developers, applications, wallets, dApps, all to add confidentiality to their existing stack with no complexity at all. And the design space that we're opening up with this is what we call encrypted capital markets, which sort of is the logical culmination between internet capital markets, encrypted execution, and institutional finance, where we can have anything ranging from confidential transfers up to confidential lending, confidential markets. And then the huge unlock that we are bringing is that thanks to encrypted shared state, we have different confidential markets, but differently from what was previously possible within traditional finance, now with encrypted shared state, we can execute and settle across all of those venues within a single encrypted execution, because within this encrypted execution, all of those trading venues are literally lit venues. And that's a huge unlock that's only possible with Solana and Archium and will bring the entirety of institutional finance on-chain. Now, all of this is possible because within the last year, we've built the Cerberus protocol, which powers Archium at its core. That's our encrypted execution engine within the execution engine, I guess. And Cerberus is the first ever dishonest majority protocol out there. And what that means is that within our encrypted computations, we always only require one single honest participant within this distributed computation. And that's a huge game changer, considering that previously you always required an honest majority to participate. And we made that practical through some cryptographic breakthroughs. And under the hood, it's very mathematical, very complex. Me, myself, I don't understand everything. Luckily, I have some of the smartest cryptographers and PhDs in my team. But luckily, no one needs to understand how it works, because we've built abstractions on top of that. We've built Arcus, the first ever Rust compiler for encrypted computations. So as a developer, what you're doing is you utilize something like CSPL to simply call create account, transfer, and pass an encrypted value. That's it, and your signature, nothing more. And with Arcus, you write normal Rust code. It's encrypted. You don't have to worry about anything. Now, we're not just the most trustless and versatile encrypted computing protocol, but we've also built the most scalable encrypted computing protocol within the last year. We beat state-of-the-art solutions by orders of magnitude. What that means in practice is that instead of being able to perform maybe 20, 30 confidential transfers per second, we can perform, based on how you measure that, tens of thousands, if not millions of encrypted operations per second. And Archium itself also excels in regards to ciphertext size. So we've designed Archium in a way where it's as composable as possible, where you can store every single piece of encrypted confidential data directly on chain and have it interact with the public context, and you can switch between both, simply because our ciphertexts, our encrypted data are as small as possible. Everything can be stored directly on Solana. Everything can be within your on-chain program, and you can build those amazing new applications within this design space that we're opening up. That's everything I wanted to share with you today. Let's encrypt everything and compute anything. Thank you very much.
Up next, to teach you about geological sand formations. Oh, shoot. No, wait, wrong kind of dune. Sorry. Here to talk to you about on-chain data, we have Alessandro Losi.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today to give two important product announcement toward Dune vision to be the on-chain data platform. But first, Dune is a data and data infrastructure provider founded in 2018 with 60 and plus employees around the world now. What our analytics arm does, in a nutshell, is we ingest, index, and store blockchain data for more than 130 chains. We decode the data to make it actionable, and we create valuable data sets on top of it for insights to be just a few clicks away. Just to give a few examples, what does it mean using Solana as a test case? We have real-time data ingestion. We store 1+ petabyte of data, so you don't have to. We have the most extensive DEX trades coverage in the market. We have, of course, live program decoding. And any of you can submit program decoding to us. And this is something we are very proud of, because we don't gatekeep what we decode and what we put on our platform. But any team can submit their programs for decoding and use Dune as an analytics platform right away. And on top of that, we have also an extensive token prices coverage with more than 700 tokens. How you can access the data? We have three main ways. The Analytics Hub at Dune.com is what Dune is most famous for. But we also have API and connectors so that you can query very powerful data sets directly into your stack via API. We'll come back on this a bit later. And data share. So we can pull the data, push the data directly into your database. It can be Snowflake, Databricks, and Google BigQuery. So today, the first announcement that I want to make is that, of course, we've been working with Solana for a long time, as a long-time partners. But now we are opening, through our Catalyst program, SVM support for all chains that want to be on Dune. This means that we have a streamlined way to bring your data into Dune and have full capabilities like a raw data, decoded instruction and self-CPI logs, and curated data sets like DEX trades, token transfer. And I'm beyond excited to announce here today that our first partner in this initiative is the ultra-performant L1 SVM-compatible Fogo, whose data is going to be live on Dune in Q1 2026. So very happy to have Fogo partnering with us. The second update is how you interact with Dune data. So we launched recently our DBT connector, which is a game changer on how you can work with us. This image can very well explain how it works. So the orange part is what we do. So we ingest the data, we create data sets. But to be very flexible, we give you also opportunity to upload your own data, and now also to connect any DBT project to Dune warehouse. So what it means is that you connect any project, and Dune can be its execution environment. DBT has some obvious advantages, such as a very streamlined way to work with Git, You have incremental builds. And Dune can really become your on-chain data warehouse. So you can say goodbye to your very expensive materialized views and use this new feature that is now available to all our enterprise customers. This is everything I had for you today. And thank you, everyone, for attending. And just as a reminder, if it's on-chain, it's on Dune. Thank you, everyone.
You want more data and analytics? We got more data and analytics for you. Up next, from Nansen, one of the best on-chain analytics tools available on the market. Please give a warm round of applause to Charlie Kavanaugh.
GM, everyone. I'm Charlie from Nansen. Today, I will be introducing a new way to trade. Nansen's mission has always been to surface the signal and to create winners. What this means is that we help investors in crypto to grow their portfolios. We've been doing this for the last 6 years. And we've enabled more than 1 million users to win on-chain. We do this by labeling wallets. We have more than 450 million wallets labeled, including funds, entities, KOLs, angel investors, and more. We have lightning-fast analytics. We provide data in real time across every chain that matters, of course, including Solana. But the space is changing. Investing is changing. The way that you surface the signal is changing. And the way that you will trade is also changing. Now, this is a big question. What will trading actually look like in 2030? I am confident that dashboards are dead in 2030. Now, this is a big statement. Nansen is known for its dashboards. We provide dashboards to investors to help them win. But I am confident that instead, you will chat with data instead of having to navigate confusing dashboards, tables, and widgets to make actionable investment decisions. I believe this is what the future of trading will look like. On the go, 24/7, being able to interface with an agent that can execute for you. Meet Nansen AI. Nansen AI is an AI-powered mobile app that is available now on the iOS and Android stores, and it gives you hedge fund research team level insights on the go. You can interface with Nansen's data directly with natural language, rather than needing to surf through all these different dashboards yourself. You can ask questions like, why is Solana up today? What are smart money investors buying and selling in real time? And you can get access to these 450 million addresses directly from your pocket. Here's an example of what it looks like. Find top 5 tokens on Solana in the last 24 hours based on smart money activity. And these insights are delivered directly to you. You have alpha on a silver platter that you can take action on immediately. But there is one more thing. That helps you to surface the signal. But what about executing on that signal as well? Today, I'm excited to introduce a new way to trade. Nansen has now introduced embedded wallet functionality into our mobile app and also our web app, allowing you to be able to trade directly within Nansen. You can now surface the signal and execute on it all in the same place. It gives you the opportunity to discover opportunities in an agentic way and perform due diligence as well. We have the built-in wallet functionality and also execution all in the same wheelhouse, and it's entirely on-chain and non-custodial. What Cursor did for coding, Nansen will do for trading. This concept is called vibe trading, and Nansen is the pioneer. We plug into various DEX aggregators like Jupiter, OKX-DEX, Li-Fi, and our embedded wallet system is powered by Privy. This enables us to give the best price execution. It's on the go, 24/7, and again, entirely on-chain. Today, you can download Nansen AI entirely for free on the iOS store and the Android store as well. The only thing between you and $1 million is a great prompt. Thank you.
I was going to make a nuclear power joke for our next presenter, but it turns out they are actually modernizing uranium trading. Please give a warm round of applause. Let's start that again. Please give a warm round of applause to Alex Dulesky, the founder and CEO of Uranium Digital.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Alex Dulesky. What we do is create the spot market and, by extension, the data sets for uranium trading. So the only way to accomplish something like this in terms of integrating a currently full OTC bilateral trade ecosystem is getting buy-in from the storage settlement facilities. With uranium, it's obviously highly regulated. So we have our accounts with the only storage and enrichment facility in the continental US. That is for the actual execution of physical settlement of physical uranium. Furthermore, we're integrated with Chainlink on the proof of reserves front to open up margin markets for the first time for this commodity. And as well, regulated custody with Anchorage Digital and pieces of Cube's technologies trading stack to actually inform proper liquid order books. The problem with uranium is when you think about the evolution of most commodities. The first NYMEX contract for oil traded in 1983. Natural gas was only financialized in the mid-90s, and then coal only in the mid-2000s. The fact with uranium today is it's evolved sort of as the ugly duckling next to the overall commodities complex. What this means is that trade today is purely bilateral, phone calls, emails, physical settlement. What our platform enables is the existing institutional traders to execute physical settlement seamlessly in an automated process, as well as actually execute cash trading. So we work with both physical suppliers. 99% of our life is spent with the institutional commodities traders who can route trades from their existing order management systems directly to our market to cash settle, as well as the physical guys to actually take physical settlement of the underlying uranium. How it really works is that when you want to physically settle, our entire process is automated directly with the conversion facilities themselves. So if one wants to take delivery of the underlying commodity, they can, or if they want to issue digital assets against that. Why this is very important is that the integral part of every functioning commodity market is the ability to physically settle the underlying asset. Without this, the cash traders have no trust in the integrity of your market, and therefore, it doesn't quite work. So we've got a quick little demo of what this actually looks like. I think they might have to click it. Oh. Basically, this is just the home screen of the dashboard that the institutional physical guys use. What you see is the settlement account, which is what is connected to the actual conversion facilities. This is for the transfer, issuance, and settlement of the underlying uranium. The trading account is what is connected to the actual trading interface. This is structured as a hybrid exchange, such that we never custody client assets. Thanks to our partnership with Cube Exchange, we provide full lit order books. So for the first time, uranium traders in the existing market can actually see order book depth, how the actual flow process works, and be able to trade strategies as they know it from traditional markets. So by way of example, today if I wanted to trade uranium, instead of actually hitting a market like I would on the CME, the LME, things of this nature, I would actually make phone calls, send emails, and negotiate with brokers themselves. The time to actually execute a trade from first call to settlement is about 2-3 weeks, and a minimum round lot size is 100,000 pounds. That's $8 million notional at current spot prices. So here you see the actual redemption process. The institution simply selects which conversion facility they want to take delivery of the underlying to. Once the institution selects this, they elect how many pounds of uranium they want to receive, i.e. how many tokens. Uranium trades in pounds the same way gold trades in ounces. Always a one-to-one. And effectively, in the current process flow, what would happen is I would get physical sales purchase paperwork from the person I'm buying the physical uranium from. I would have my lawyer double check it. I would sign it, send that to the converter facility to then execute the actual transfer. This process actually automates the entire flow, whereby an institution clicks a few times, they're automatically requesting and executing a physical settlement to their conversion facility. The way this really works on-chain is that thanks to Chainlink and the Proof of Reserves Oracle, what happens here is that the tokens in the institution's account, when they request for a settlement, those are frozen. When we get the receipt back from the conversion facility, the trade is being settled, which means uranium has left our account, landed in theirs. Those tokens are now burned from the supply via Chainlink, via the network firm and our auditors. So effectively, for the first time, institutions can properly trade uranium, all settled on Solana. However, the entire experience of crypto is abstracted away for them. As you can imagine, uranium traders in the real world are not necessarily crypto-friendly. So that's what we've done. And if anybody wants an actual piece of uranium, you can scan that, and we'll send you an actual piece of uranium. Thank you very much.
Rockaway X helps founders build faster with capital, engineering, and liquidity. Please put your hands together and give an enormous round of applause to Adam Bilko.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adam, and I'm with Rockaway X. For those who are not... That's not my presentation. OK. Maybe next one? Yeah. Anyway, I guess starts anyway. For those of you who are not familiar with Rockaway X, we actually seeded Solana in 2018. And since then, we became huge fans. Our VC fund actually invested in more than 16 Solana-related projects. From the liquidity division, we provided more than $300 million to Solana applications in liquidity. We also run a bare metal validator with more than $1 billion on it. And we were an early contributor to 00. Yeah. So when we are thinking what's there next for Solana, what is the next big thing where we can support given our skill set, we believe that the next big thing for Solana and in general for crypto is risk curation business. If you look at the numbers, risk curation business grew 20x in TVL over the last 2 years. It peaked at $10 billion, and currently it is at around $6 billion. But Solana has only 12% market share in it. So this is something we would like to change. So we are launching 3 vaults on Solana. First of all, we will launch a risk-curated vault on Camino, focused on real-world assets. Why real-world assets? Simply because real-world assets offer sustainable yield, which is not correlated to crypto yields. And by crypto yield, I mean funding rates, for example. But at the same time, real-world asset offers drawdowns, which you kind of need to know how to work with it. For example, you can diversify, which is great because real-world assets offers large set of collateral. But for some user, because it's so large, it's very difficult to navigate. But I believe that if you do it right, if you diversify the portfolio correctly, if you set up the right LTVs, then it's pretty good risk-reward for the end user. But you don't only care about the legal risk, about the smart contract risk. You really need to review legal contracts. You need to make sure that you have legal recourse. So it's not that simple. So you need to kind of have even legal department actually to navigate right. We have seen lately that there is a capacity constraint for investment on chain at scale. And I think this is something real-world assets solve as well, especially if you have set up the right liquidations. So I believe that there is a space for professional curator on the market, and we are partnering just with the biggest and largest and most and the best actually rewards projects on Solana, like Figure, Henri, Huma, and Solstice. So why do we think that we are the right partner to set up a curator business? Simply because we have been investing and providing liquidity and debt to centralized and decentralized entities for over since 2022. And if you can recall, 2022 was a pretty difficult year for lenders. We had so many defaults, Celsius, BlockFi, Alameda, and we have avoided all of those. So we have track record which shows 0 defaults on our partners. We already rebuilt or helped to rebuild one private credit marketplace called Pareto.credit, which is currently more than $100 million in TVL. And last but not least, we can put our own balance sheet at work, so we can help with liquidations, which should give more comfort actually to LPs in our curated vault. But we are not stopping there. We are launching 2 more vaults, one with Exponent. So it will be Exponent dedicated vault, which will give user one-click exposure to optimized Exponent strategies. It will have clearly defined parameters to protect the end user, and we will also actively monitor the underlying assets. We are also bringing Midas to Solana. Midas will offer fund-like exposure to diversified portfolio of strategies to generate yield. It will offer daily liquidity, and we will also publish monthly reports. In general, we believe that the market has to change for curators. We see that curators right now mostly focus on low-frequency strategies like liquidity provisioning. The execution is still manual. The risk management is still not complete. It's still like semi-optimized, to be honest. We have seen it recently. And I think that the Curators 2.0 is more about algorithmic strategies, more about automated risk management, and also automated detection of investment opportunities. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Who was that? Hey, Brian Long, one of my favorite people. All right, friends, how are we doing? Are we good? What was that? Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, are we good? Yes! This is the last day of Breakpoint. This is the last time we get to scream at each other in this format. Okay, next up, we have some legends. They've flown very far to be here with us today. And bless him, Scott has just arrived. So we're going to give him an incredible warm welcome. This last year, as we know, has brought TradFi and DeFi together. The institutions have come. I don't know if you saw Solana on Wall Street, but it was mind-blowingly epic. So to continue this incredible relationship, partnership, collaboration, extravaganza, we have the one and only, one of my favorite people, Nick Dukoff, and JP Morgan's Scott Lucas. Huge round of applause, please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here on day 3, Saturday, Breakpoint. Hopefully, everybody has had an amazing time so far. I'm really, really grateful to be joined today by my friend Scott Lucas, who has traveled from New York, then London, arrived just this morning. So let's wake him up. Let's do another round of applause for Scott. So it was hard to miss, but in case you did, JP Morgan took part in a historic $50 million trade on the Solana public network, Galaxy was the issuer of a commercial paper, and Coinbase and Franklin Templeton took it down. I'm going to let Scott first start by talking a little bit about the mechanics of that. What was the trade?
Thanks, Nick, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's probably a bit surprising to have someone from JP Morgan on a staged, using a public blockchain network, but I think it's probably one of many times we'll do this as we go forward. And I certainly hope it is, because I think there's opportunity here for the broader market. And in this particular case, this is what we call commercial paper. Commercial paper is an instrument that companies use to manage their funding over time. And you kind of think about debt instruments. There's bonds, which are sort of longer dated. You've got medium-term notes in the sort of 2 to 3 to 4 year period, and then you've got commercial paper, which is typically inside a year. So if you've got things you need to fund inside a year, that's where we use this instrument. And they don't trade as much. They're easy to price, and they get syndicated out to the market. And we felt that was the right sort of instrument to start with when it comes to actually getting our toes in the water on public blockchain and finding the right issuers and investors. And so, yeah, it was finding an issuer, finding a buyer, or buyers in this case, which is great to have both your Coinbase and Franklin Templeton part of that. Great partnership across the group with Galaxy, Solana, and those all the teams. And it was really a question of like, how do we start to prove out that capital markets, internet capital markets on Solana is a thing that we think the market likes and they think the market can work to. So it was really a question for us as an arranger. We sit in the middle of these deals all the time. It's a big part of our business. We're a credit intermediary. In this case, we were an arranger. We created the token. We allocated that token into the Galaxy wallet, and then that was distributed from Galaxy to Coinbase and to Franklin on the Coinbase platform, and it was settled with USDC. So the whole mechanics of the actual instrument on-chain, which was a nice milestone to cross.
So just to reiterate that, amazing. So just to reiterate, JPM tokenized using the Token 22 token extensions program on Solana, DVP settlement on-chain for stablecoins. I mean, this is truly incredible. Would you say, Scott, if you could have pointed to this a year ago even, what would the probability have been in your mind to do something like this today?
A year ago from this time, I think it was a 0 probability outcome. I mean, there's a number of things that have changed in that year. Some of it has been around sort of the rule set. Some of it's been around just general market dynamics. Some of it's been around sort of risk appetite. But we were in a situation for a long time in the United States where there was the opportunity was pretty compressed, and now the opportunity is wider, and that's good because it allows us to understand what role this technology and more importantly, sort of a wider set of technologies can have on the economy and where we think capital markets will go in the future. And we couldn't even ask ourselves that question a little while ago, so it's actually good to be able to figure that out and really do some work to think about what role can blockchain, public blockchain, stable coins, other types of digital currencies play in the sort of global economy, because it's really about, and we were talking about this before, like this is about growth. This isn't about, oh, it's a cool technology. It's not about, hey, I want to do something different. This is about saying, if I can make some of these markets more efficient, I guess. What efficient means it's lower cost. Efficient means that I can extend the opportunity to a wider set of participants. Then what that really means is I can mobilize capital across the market in a way that I can't necessarily achieve with the current market structure. That's an economic growth story, because you get more companies with more access to capital being able to do more things. Like, that's the point of doing this stuff. It's not about the tech necessarily or the difference to the current market. It's about adding new things that have a great outcome, and we really think that's a good opportunity for the United States and other markets to explore. And that's the difference between a year ago and now, is we couldn't explore that.
So this was a fairly complicated deal in the sense that there were a lot of parties involved. You had on the infrastructure side, Solana, Circle, Coinbase. On the deal side, Galaxy, Franklin, Coinbase, and then of course internally at JPM, the world's largest bank. How do you get something like this done?
It's really hard, really hard. I think, but the good thing is, as a franchise, like if you can make, and I think most institutions be the same. If you want to do something new, make a sensible argument, highlight the value of that, bring people with you, demonstrate the sort of technical and sort of understanding of how you would execute, and then just work through the checklist to get things done. And in an institution that's like ours, which is heavily regulated and large, there's a lot of things on that checklist that we need to keep ourselves happy, we need to keep our regulators happy, we need to keep our clients happy. There's a lot of sort of components that are probably 2 or 3 degrees separated from what you might see as the original idea, maybe even more, that just take a lot of validation that it's, one, possible to be done, and 2, it's kind of inside the risk appetite of what we think the right sort of footprint is for us and our clients. So that takes time. The good news is sort of once you've crossed that initial threshold, you can build from there. And that's where we really see this being as a start point, not an end point. We've demonstrated this is possible. I think we sort of said during the week, we would expect to extend this opportunity further across a wider set of issuers, a wider set of investors, a wider set of products. That's certainly our aim, is to then continue to pressure test and extend the horizons of what we can do here and really figure out what role Solana, what role sort of the broader ecosystem can play in capital markets. And I think that's a really important question to go after.
So we were talking about it this morning. There has been other corporate debt issued on chain. We think this might be the first commercial paper that's been issued, certainly on a public blockchain, I think.
Public blockchain, yeah.
How did you pinpoint this as the product?
So we've done, where do you start with capital markets? It's a good question. There's so many different things you could do. And we've done a fair bit of research over the last few years, although we haven't been able to extend the horizons as much as we would have liked to until this year. We have been working on our own private chain. We looked at longer term, we looked at a bond, we looked at a medium term note, we looked at what, the demand side could do, what the rules were for them, where their risk appetite was. We looked at some of the secondary market considerations, and it really did narrow it into let's start at the short end of the curve. The risk profile is manageable for the issuer and the investor. If something changes, the duration risk of having that change is limited. They don't normally trade as much as, say, some of the longer dated instruments, or certainly there's not enough time to trade them. And so that really felt like it was the right place to start. And I wouldn't be surprised if over time, not just the product, but the duration of that curve starts to grow. And that's kind of how markets evolve anyway.
What's the reception been?
It's been really amazing. We've already had incoming from both sides of that equation, both investors and issuers, to learn more. There's been some expression of interest to do more. And that's been in probably 16 business hours. So, I think when you think about that as a start point, I expect we'll see more next week. And really that's the objective, is to say to the market, look, there are other ways to do this. We can add to the existing market infrastructure. We're not going to turn the whole thing on its head in a short period of time, and we shouldn't, because if you go too fast and you do too much and you break something, you lose the opportunity. So being thoughtful, steady, but actually taking real risk is the way that we see that we can make a difference to how some of these markets work and how we can bring value to our clients and hopefully to the broader market structure. And it's only the noise is only just starting to sort of build there, and I think we'll hear more and more over the coming days and weeks. And I think our plans will be able to be met because of that sort of priming the pump through this deal.
Just to get a sense of scale, how deep is the CP market? In the traditional side, how much of this do you do in a year?
I mean, the issuance is daily into the US market, and we did a deal on our private blockchain earlier this year, which is great. It's got some limitations around the extension, etc. But that one company, which they announced, they launched a $1 billion CP program. That's just for that tranche of that desk on this market on digital. So you think about that across the whole spectrum. You're a very, very deep triple-figure billions market that's turning over for high frequency. So there's a lot to be done.
So that's a great segue into why public blockchain and why Solana.
So the public blockchain thing, I think, is really important for us to understand. There are some really positive things about public blockchain that we would like to understand more. I think it's some distance before full-scale regulated financial markets can operate at scale on public blockchains. There's some questions to ask, to answer there, but we should absolutely be going that way. And there's a few reasons. One is, as we understand the sort of resilience components and sort of how these things get connected, there's an argument to be made about sort of more accessibility. So that's interesting. More accessibility brings with it more risk to answer those questions, and doing things helps you answer those properly. As a franchise, we have a very, very big technology budget. If at some point in the future we get comfortable with the risk and we can ask ourselves the question, do we want to use technology or run technology? Using it, if it's commoditized and cheap, might be a better option for us and our clients. So that again brings the sort of cost base down. And Solana was a pretty easy one to pick. I think we're very familiar with some of the other platforms out there. There's a real momentum behind the internet capital markets sort of story on Solana. And we felt that it was important for us to really understand how the technology works, how the platform works, how the ecosystem is growing, and what the opportunity looked forward. And I also think it's important for financial markets to have choice. And demonstrating that Solana's in the game, it has some capabilities on a range of different avenues, I think was an important statement to make as well.
So Scott, you very graciously joined us at Solana Accelerate in New York earlier this year. Mm-hmm. This is your first Breakpoint here in Abu Dhabi. Can you share your perception of Solana, not just the technology, but the broader ecosystem and community?
I think it's really exciting. Like each time I come to one of these events, there's a new avenue to explore. I was talking to a couple of people backstage around. I met two people, and both of them had some things I wanted to follow up on. So there's a lot of incredible innovation, I think, across this community. There's a lot of appetite for people to explore it. I think bring those two things together, and you start to that's where businesses come from, and I come back to the point around economic growth. That's part of that broader story. So I think Solana is playing a real role in that and bringing that sort of ingenuity and innovation to sort of what the opportunity looks like. Not all of it's going to be fine for regulated capital markets, and that's okay. There'll be some stuff that's retail focused and stuff that other markets focused. But there will be components that are really sort of important for us to understand and engage with and learn from. And even if some of the stuff is a little bit out there for us to ever operate in, having some of those ideas and dragging the conversation forward is really important, because that's how markets evolve. And if components of some of those more ingenious, sort of adventurous ideas that are being put forward on Solana actually get sort of distilled into things that make sense for regulated markets, that's a great outcome. That's where innovation comes from, that whole debate. So it's great to be immersed in that and really listen and hear what's happening, and we take some of those things away.
Will we be seeing JP Morgan do more on Solana?
I certainly hope so. We've got plans to. I think we've looked at the debt side of the equation. We have some plans to extend, again, issuers, investors, product. I mean, let's see what the market demand is off the back of kind of doing this sort of initial deal. And I think there is demand there, and we should really look to develop that further. I think it'd be great to explore what we can do on the equity side of the equation. There's a lot of activity around that in the United States, so there's work to do to think about where we could take that and how we would get there. But I think that'd be interesting to explore as well. And then once you've got the cash market moving, then you can start to explore derivatives in more meaningful ways. So there is a forward to explore, and we certainly, well, put it this way. Getting work done on one platform is really, really hard. Getting done on multiple platforms is super hard. I think for now we'll exploit what we've done with Solana and see where we go from there.
So last question. Given that you would have assigned a 0 probability of this happening a year ago, and we got it done.
Yep.
Unbelievable, we got it done.
Yep.
Thanks to your hard work and the many around you and the other organizations that participated. What are we going to see a year from now?
I think we'll start to see a little bit of depth and breadth across the debt side for sure. Whether we see longer duration or not, I'm not convinced we'll get there. I think we need to have a little bit more of a footprint in the market of tradable assets and appetite to trade. I think some of the infrastructure around the secondary market still needs to evolve. So I still think it'll be pretty much short end of the curve, OTC type stuff for a while. But when you think about, you've got some stuff happening in private blockchain, you've got the crypto end, you've got this space in the middle, which is like capital markets on public blockchain. They're both kind of leaking into the center. And so it's a bit hard to predict exactly what will happen. but I'm very convinced a lot will happen. And Solana is going to be a key component of that. So it'll be, it's good to have the partnership and good to be part of the ecosystem and learning and contributing.
Scott, enormous gratitude for what you and JP Morgan have done, and we look forward to doing much more together. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Applause for those legends. Are your minds expanded? Yes, they are. All right, so who here's on Twitter? Wow, crickets. Okay, guys, all right, fine. So you probably haven't seen any of the VBOO, XRP, nothing. Like, you guys know nothing, right? Okay, very good. Raposa has great coffee. You guys need some livening up. Can we at least make some noise? We have everybody's favorite mid-tier manager. We have the one and only Luke. He's on enemy turf. He's from XRP. But we are going to give these guys the biggest round of applause. They have 5 minutes to hash it out in person on this stage and resolve the Twitter. Is it beef? Is it drama? No, we're all friends. Please, where is the noise? Give it together for these guys.
You're here.
Hey everyone, good to see you. Glad to share the stage with the favorite mid-tier manager.
So I'm Vibhu. I'm the representative of the Riddler, alt of Bearable Guy 123 589. All the memes. Also work at the Solana Foundation, product marketing. Please introduce yourself.
Sure, yeah. So, hi everyone. I'm Luke Judges. I lead the partner success team for RippleX. RippleX is a specific business unit inside Ripple Labs, the wider organization, that's supportive of the XRP ledger, the open source public blockchain, and XRP, the native digital asset of that chain. So, pleasure to share the stage with you, man.
Yeah, man. It's really amazing to have you here. So, we honestly broke the internet in the last week. I think some of the announcements were #1 on all of Twitter, basically for engagement. What did we announce? Talk about it.
Sure, yeah. So, one, congratulations. That in terms of engagement is insane, and I think it's a testament to the XRP community, the Solana community, two major crypto ecosystems. I think today I want to clarify that Ripple Labs and RippleX isn't announcing anything ourselves, but we're here to support two prominent ecosystem members. So Hex Trust and Layer 0 have announced that they're issuing XRP and wrapped XRP onto the Solana blockchain. So I'm super excited about the opportunities that brings up, and yeah, pleasure to announce.
Yeah, I think we talked about this, but I think we have a lot more in common than most people think. I think we have really deep storylines and lore and history in different ways. And so the more I got to know about the XRP community and Ripple itself as well, the more excited I got about trying to figure out a way to bring the asset to Solana where it can be used in DeFi and lending markets and earn yield and all that kind of stuff. Can you talk about what was exciting about it from Ripple's perspective?
For sure. So I think there's three things that I think make the Solana ecosystem an exciting place to launch XRP. New users, new demand, and market depth. So in terms of users, I think you've got a number of tier-1 wallets, such as Phantom, that have, say, 20 million active wallets that can now access and use XRP. New demand, you've got a number of financial primitives and actually more bespoke applications, such as prediction markets, perps, dexes, that we can now get XRP deeply embedded in. And I think in terms of market depth, there's a number of Solana native tokens that we compare XRP with, which I think will be very complementary to XRP, the digital asset. The way I've been thinking about this is if you think of digital assets as a similar way to currencies, the US dollar would not be the global reserve currency if you could only buy it in America and the United States. And so I think it's very interesting if we distribute XRP into other blockchains and you think of them as other countries. I think that's a very interesting value proposition for us. And I think Solana is a perfect ecosystem to start.
Yeah. While we have you here, like, is there anything about Solana specifically? I know you have some history in the ecosystem, but is there a reason why maybe Solana was near the top of the list for working on this interoperability?
Yeah, I think it's those three things in terms of active wallet account. I think, look, there's millions of XRP holders across the globe. They are vocal, and I think that kind of demographic of people matched with the extreme number of Solana developers that are interested in building utility, I think that can be a pretty formidable force if both of those things are combined. So yeah, super excited to see what will come out. And actually, I really encourage the Solana developers here today to build utility for XRP on Solana. I think that's a pretty interesting dynamic, and it's something that traditional finance is not ever going to do, 100%. Right? Like that interoperability doesn't work.
So this isn't it for what you guys are doing here. Can you talk about what's coming?
Yeah, sure. So like, look, the XRP ledger as a technology stack has been an island for about a decade. We are now heavily leaning into interoperability. So I think there's like a number of different ways where XRP will move across a variety of crypto ecosystems via interoperability partners. You've seen probably publicly that we've partnered with Wormhole, Axelar, Layer 0, all kind of interoperating with the XRP ledger, or bringing XRP to other ecosystems. And I think that's only going to continue. We want to see XRP available everywhere to everyone.
Yeah, awesome.
And
okay, well, yeah.
Good to start with Solana as well, and our favorite mid-tier manager, for sure.
Thanks for coming, Luke. This is awesome to have you here.
Thanks, man. Thank you for having us as well. Appreciate it.
All right, friends. So I don't see that many shining bald heads out there. Sadly, this is my very first breakpoint with hair. I've actually been bald longer than Mert has. I think I went bald when he was 4 years. Thank you for laughing at that. That was my husband. He laughs at my jokes. I actually did go to the barber this morning to go like fresh bald for you guys, and I was rugged by the barber. He was not there. Oh. All right. Well, the stage is clear. We are ready for our next speaker. We all love Bitcoin. You know, it's the OG. Who can't love Bitcoin? So, to talk to you about Bitcoin and Solana and all the things, we have from the Zeus Network, the one and only Justin Wang. Round of applause, please.
All right. It's been one hell of remarkable journeys. It's actually my third breakpoint, actually. I mean, the first breakpoint I ever been to was in Lisbon. I was sitting, like you guys, watching the stage, be like, God damn it, I want to be like this in the next 2 or 3 years. And I made it, you know. Thanks to my team, my co-founder, Dean, and James. You know, without them, my teams, the smartest cryptographers I ever met in my life, and one of the best CTO I ever worked with, we wouldn't have Zeus and work till this point. So who here knows about ZBDC? Raise your hands. I guess a lot of you hold ZBDC in the first place. You know, we are the first ever protocol to enable SPV proof into Solana. Every Bitcoin transaction you see through ZBDC is actually validated by Solana as a blockchain itself. There is a lot of critical reasons why we are building this, and there is a billion reasons why you should listen to this carefully. So talk about history. We have done over $250 million transactions for the last 7 months ever since we got on mainnets. We have done over 40 plus protocol integration with the DeFi projects. More so, we have distributed over $60 million of revenue to ZBDC holders. And more importantly, all of these ZBDC holders has done their wrapping process in the permissions matters. So we're still the third largest BDC on Solana until this today. The first one, obviously, you guys know CBBDC and WBDC, but there is a big differentiation for ZBDC and then is that we are the only permissionless Bitcoin ever exists on Solana where you can wrap your native Bitcoin without KYC and KYB. There are a lot to announce, but one thing we want to put this straight where we have built more than 4 dApps on Solana, Bitcoin dApps on Solana, and then today we are combining all these dApps into one super app. It's called Zeus Super Apps, where you don't have to figure out how do you earn BDC, or how do you earn more BDC with your SOL, like through BDC SOL. How do you earn more yield with your BDC position through Apollo, which you can wrap BDC to ZBDC. We are going to put everything into one platform, making sure that you can earn your BDC effortlessly with a click with use. But there's more clash to that. There's a lot of bottlenecks that we face for the last 7 months, ever since we got on mainnet. I think, frankly speaking, we are probably the only protocol and team on Solana facing this issue. Is that we were on the frontier asking for liquidity to a lot of Bitcoin institutional miners and the hedge funds or family offices. But I think one of the bottlenecks that we have encountered is that there is only a handful of security modules that ensure their Bitcoin can come safely to Solana, such as Fireblocks, Coinbase, etc. But more so, a lot of institutions, it's not like they don't want to put a Bitcoin to Solana, it's that they don't trust the security module. Because I think due to several reasons that a lot of all these OG miners, they're not used to earning yield with their BDC positions. A lot of all these large holders, they don't want to take the risk of losing their BDC position on Solana as well. So what if we can change this notions, enhance the security, ensuring the next millions of Bitcoin EU holders in the next 3 to 5 years can come to Solana freely, permissionlessly, anytime, anywhere, no KYC, KYB. And today, the custody is blocking the adoption, especially with the UTXO asset and Bitcoin coming to Solana. Like I said, I think the current bottlenecks that we are facing right now is that a lot of all these MPC modules are very expensive, charging ranging from 10 to 30K a month. It's not suitable for retail or mid-sized holders, and more so, they are closed source. So a lot of Bitcoin that you deposit into all these centralized wrapper or bridges, they're just, a lot of the time, they're just one TSS no. Transacts all these transactions between native BDC to Solana, whereas Zeus, with 7 guardians, ensuring all these transactions are done in the fair manners and with the most secure modules. More so, none of these MPC that are on the market right now are catering to the existence of our Solana as execution layers. So what Zeus has done differently is that we enable Solana to execute, to validate all these Bitcoin transactions. We're not the company, the team to validate your Bitcoins. So like I said, BDC cannot scale until the custody involves. So today, we are presenting the Zeus MPC catering for Bitcoin and UTXO assets on Solana, where we see the future of Solana transacting all these UTXO assets in the permissionless manners. So imagine this. You hold 10,000 Zcash, 10,000 Litecoin, 10,000 Doge, sitting in your laptop doing nothing. But what if I'm telling you right now that in the next few months, years, that there will be a USB plug that you can run your own custodians, and then you can plug into Solana, and you can mint your own UTXO asset into any different forms you want, and then earn the yield on Solana DeFi with no KYC, KYB. There's a lot of reason why I'm saying this is important, is that due to a lot of demographic users in Asia, a lot of them cannot register the Coinbase accounts, private account, or institutional accounts. But what if we enable this Zeus MPC to enable more Bitcoin transactions and a UTXO asset coming to Solana with no KYC, KYB, but more importantly, you can run your own custodians without third party involved. And everything is validated and transacted by Solana, the blockchain itself, not by the third party team. What Zeus MPC is going to unlock is more than just liquidities. It's one of a kind where we enable the self-custodian minting process for your security modules, that where you can deposit your UTXO asset to Solana with no third party. And more so, you don't have to rely on centralized parties anymore. You can rely on us, our MPC modules, that you can plug in anytime, anywhere you want. Like I said, we are just getting started with this task and the missions. I think we have acquired our first customers users ever, and which we have announced a month, 2 months ago, is Jupiter. Jupiter will use UTXO MPC stacks to enable more native Bitcoin validations into their product forms. Imagine this. Once Zeus finished up this UTXO MPC modules, every Solana DeFi protocols, every Solana dApps can enable this and run their own custodians. So there will be the future where I envision there will be Radiant BTC, perhaps JuBTC, Camino BTC, Camino Zcash. Any kinds of forms of UTXO asset can be transformed into a self-custodian way through this module. I don't have to mention about the potential of UTXO assets. There's roughly about, besides BTC, there's roughly about $42 billion of assets sitting there. And there are less than 0.4% of the liquidities are actually being used on chains. So think about this. What if Zeus UTXO MPC can enable all these assets coming to Solana freely, no KYC, QIB. Now the Zcash well can run on this. Now the Litecoin Foundation can actually run their own custodian and come into Solana. There's a lot of cool things that you can do with all these MPC modules. Without further ado, I just want to mention again that what Zeus has done for the past and what we're going to do in the future is that we want to make sure that more UTXO assets are executed on Solana as a blockchains. More institutions will be onboarded through this Zeus UTXO MPC. And more yield and lending and liquidity growth will be happening on Solana, specifically coming from UTXO assets. And then without all these elements, I think what Zeus is trying to achieve is to ensure that we can cater all kinds of users, holders coming to Solana, not just for centralized custodians, providers. So last but not least, we have the Zeus super apps for the user layers. We have the Zeus UTXO MPC catering for institutions, or protocols to enable any forms of UTXO asset coming to Solana. And last but the most important, Solana would be the best execution layer for the crypto internet markets. So thank you, guys.
All know and love Meridian, the consumer investing app. For you today, he got dressed up. Benedict, put your hands together. Warm round of applause.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me here. My name is Benedict. I spent the past 5 years working in quantitative trading, and today I'm here to announce Meridian. I've spent the past week at this conference talking to the core devs, talking to everybody about how Solana is really bringing liquidity to markets in a much deeper way than we've seen before. So I think Solana is slowly becoming the home for $5 trillion of assets to be invested. Meridian, Meridian is a new type of investing interface for Solana that is much smarter than anything we've seen before. So we spent a lot of time reviewing all of the consumer interfaces in investing, and the thing that we've seen consistently is that interfaces for investing are extremely confusing. The first thing that we built with Meridian is the easiest possible onboarding experience. So we spend 30–40% of our time reviewing all sorts of onboarding experiences for wallets all over the ecosystem. And the thing that we found is traditional crypto investing platforms have really bad onboarding experiences. They will send you a wallet address. You have to transfer your USDC. This whole process is not very intuitive. The thing that real consumers need in this market is debit card on-ramp, credit card on-ramp, and ACH transfer for larger balances. The next piece that we found is natural language is really kind of sweeping the entire consumer interface landscape. So ChatGPT has kind of changed the entire paradigm for how people use investing products, or you use consumer products in general. You show up to the ChatGPT app, you type in what you want to see, and you get kind of a smart and intuitive answer. So we thought we can bring this idea to consumer finance products. The beginning of this is essentially just text to trade. So you can type in, buy $5 of Bitcoin, and the app will figure out how to do this and take these actions, use its tools, and execute for you. You can type in things as complicated as, I want to DCA into Bitcoin. The app will learn essentially how to build the parameters for this. It will go and execute this, and then it will ask you clarifying questions and complete a DCA for you. The agent is deeply DeFi native. So when you use ChatGPT, you have this question of like, hey, does this app really understand crypto? And the solution that we found to this problem is we run an agent 24/7 that is essentially scraping Twitter, scraping all the data on the blockchains, putting it in an organized format, building connectors into our interface. And this entire setup allows the agent to be substantially more DeFi native than it's ever been in the past. So you can ask it questions like, what's the deal with the Trump asset? What's the deal with the wet asset? All of these things will have consistent answers that are well-researched and understood just the way that you would understand them on Twitter. And then this is my favorite part of the product. We looked at how consumer apps deliver their kind of initial screens to you. So when you open up Phantom, or you open up Coinbase, or you open up Robinhood, what you see is you see a wallet page. The wallet page, it doesn't have much information for you about like what's happened since you're gone, how your portfolio is performing. It doesn't have much information about like what you really would care about. So what we did is we spent a lot of time building essentially an intelligent portfolio insight tool. So this tool, when you open up the app, it will grab all the information that is necessary, and it will deliver you kind of some personalized insight about what's been happening in the market since you were gone. Intelligent interfaces for all types of applications are inevitable. So we've seen Cursor take over coding. We've seen Open Evidence take over how people interact with doctors. We've seen ChatGPT take over how people interact with web search. And these types of interfaces are going to take over all sorts of consumer parts of our life. So Meridian is kind of the bet on how this will take over crypto. Yeah, I'm excited to announce that Meridian is now available in beta on the App Store. You can download it today. This is like a deeply different experience than anything you've ever tried before. So please give it a try. And yeah, we think this is kind of where all consumer interfaces are heading for finance. Thank you.
Okay, so as we know, Tolly has pivoted to be a phone salesman. Yes! How many of you have bought a Saga? Look at all those hands! How many of you have Seekers? Yes! Look at those hands! There was only 20,000 Sagas made. They all sold out. There has already been 150,000 Seekers that have been sought and bought. Is that not wild? Yes. And I just learned they've given away almost already 400 Seekers here. I don't know if you guys seen the line. It's crazy. All right, I'm just excited. I'm not supposed to take up time, but we have Emmett, who is the one and only general manager of Solana Mobile. He's going to tell you all the stuff. Round of applause, please.
Hey everyone, I'm Emmett, General Manager of Solana Mobile. And based on what I heard backstage, it sounds like most of you either already own a Seeker or at least know what Seeker is. But for those of you that don't, Seeker is our definitive Web3 mobile device. We set out to build something that, for people who really care about crypto but don't have access to the security that they need, or the usability that they need, or the access to apps that they need, we wanted to solve those problems for users. And so last time I was on stage, Seeker had been announced, but we hadn't yet started shipping. And so I think at that time, there were understandably some open questions from the community. Could we deliver on this idea of a super seamless UX? Could we build hardware that people actually liked, that wasn't just a novelty? And would developers show up? Would there be apps that people actually wanted to use? It was a leap of faith, and 150,000 of you took that leap with us. And the response has been incredible. People love their Seekers. They love the peace of mind of having their assets protected by Seed Vault. They love the seamless, kind of magical signing experience of Seed Vault Wallet. They love having access to all of the great apps on Solana, anywhere from the Solana dApp Store. And they love the hardware. They love having a device that's just a joy to hold and a joy to use. So 2025 really has been a breakthrough year for us. And that's in no small part due to the users and developers who are really making this ecosystem go. But as we look into 2026, we really want to keep that momentum going, and not just keep it going, but accelerate it. We want more users, we want more developers, and of course, we want more hardware partners. With Seeker season in full swing, we've seen over 225 dApps launch in the Solana dApp Store. And amongst them, we've seen more than 1.8 billion in transaction volume in just a few short months. So if you're an established Solana team who's just looking to scale your user base even further, or a team still in search of product market fit, or a brand new team shipping your first product, Seeker really is the most obvious launchpad in crypto to get off the ground. Moonwalk Fitness, for example, has seen over 27,000 downloads since launching on Seeker, and has hit all-time highs in daily active usage. Perenna has seen a third of its overall user base come from Seekers, and those users collectively hold over 13 million in assets on the protocol. And Crypto Fantasy League was a team that submitted to the first Solana Mobile Hackathon, and in a matter of weeks went from submission to top featured app in the dApp Store, and thousands of downloads. So clearly this flywheel, this idea of developers bringing on users, bringing on developers, is in full swing. But the next step for us is expanding to additional hardware. So we're excited to be working with our partner in FX Tech to bring the Solana mobile platform to more devices. Together, we're going to start with one of the most important problem spaces in tackling the hardware market, which is the chipset. So alongside FX Tech, we'll be working closely with MediaTek and its TEE partner Trustonic to package up the whole Solana mobile stack and make it available on additional Android devices. This is a pretty big deal. For those who maybe don't know as much about the Android market or the smartphone market, MediaTek controls or ships about 46 to 50% of all Android devices globally. So that's like 2 billion phones each year. And for us, getting the opportunity to bring the Solana mobile stack to MediaTek's hardware environment is a pretty clear signal to the industry that mobile and crypto are really ready to take that next step together. So we're excited to be working with those partners. We're in the process of building out these prototypes. And in parallel, we're having conversations and negotiations with some of the world's largest hardware manufacturers about bringing the power of Solana to their devices and their users around the world. This next phase is really how we go from a Solana-first kind of grassroots project to something much bigger, one that competes with the existing mobile giants kind of on their ground, but on crypto's terms. But as we scale, it's really important that Solana Mobile doesn't just kind of stay the central gatekeeper. If we just build the same thing, but it's a little crypto-friendly, it's just another walled garden. That simply doesn't work. So back at Accelerate, we announced what we call TPIN. To put it simply, TPIN is just a different network architecture that brings phones and users and hardware manufacturers all in one place. But rather than having one central authority guarantee trust and security and safety, we bring together new novel technology and a network of what we call guardians to ensure that trust and safety. The best way to think about guardians is kind of like validators on the Solana network. But instead of validating transactions, our guardians are responsible for ensuring that apps aren't malicious, that devices haven't been compromised, and that the overall mechanics and integrity of our ecosystem can continue. And I'm thrilled to announce that Helios, 00, Anza, Triton, and Jito have committed to launching as our first guardians in 2026. And not only that, we want to expand beyond this group. So if you're out in the audience or listening at home and are interested in helping us secure this growing ecosystem, please reach out to our team. We'd love to have you. So we've got an architecture coming together. Things are opening up. But we need a way to coordinate. An open platform really does need open incentives. If we think about one of the things that makes crypto great, it's the idea that you can both decentralize and align incentives across multiple parties who might have totally different motivations. And that's what we're building, right? Our ecosystem is made up of a bunch of independent parties, whether it's users who want access to the latest and greatest apps, or developers who want distribution and want the opportunity to monetize their product, or hardware manufacturers who just want to build and ship hardware, they want to differentiate, and they want to create network effects. We have to find a way to align the incentives of 3 totally independent groups of people who are all sort of participating in the same ecosystem. And the launch of SKR gives us that opportunity. So when SKR launches, it is that coordination mechanism. It's the way we keep all of these independent ecosystem participants on the same page. And not only that, but as this ecosystem continues to scale, SKR ensures that value flows back to the community. It really is the fuel that keeps that flywheel spinning. And we think our token distribution tells you everything you need to know kind of about how we're thinking about this. We've earmarked 30% for community airdrops, 10% has been reserved for future community treasury proposals, and 25% has been set aside for a growth and partnerships fund that will go directly into the hands of DApp and hardware builders who are going to help us scale. That builder community is super important to us. We wouldn't be here without them. We want to give them the support that they need, whether it's resources or tooling or access. And so we're expanding the Solana Mobile Builder Grants program. Whether you're building infrastructure or tooling, or you're building the next great consumer DApp, we want to help. We want to provide that funding. So please, head to solanamobile.com/grants and apply now. But beyond grants, we've also committed to hackathons. Last year we launched our first hackathon, and the results have been tremendous. We've seen tons of teams launch their first products, find adoption, and so we're excited to announce that we'll have our second hackathon in Q1 of 2026. And the hackathons, in addition to having prize winnings and having your name out on Twitter, there's a lot that comes with that. There's featured DApp store placement. There's all the co-marketing and mind share that we're able to help these teams secure. But there's also access to our team. We've got a team of experts, technical experts, marketing experts, operational experts, and we're excited to bring access to those resources and our top phone salesman, Anatoly Yakovenko, to hackathon winners. Phones are how people connect to the world, and crypto is increasingly becoming how value moves through it. Those two things, they belong together, not apart. And in 2025, we've taken a very critical step on that path. We've got 150,000 devices, we've got hundreds of dApps, and we've got billions in transaction volume. There's a very obvious road ahead for global scale. But that's been made real by everyone who's a part of the community. The users and developers, they've really made this possible. So a huge thank you to everybody who's been a part of us so far. If you're not one of those people, if you're somebody who bought a phone that we sent to and it's sitting in a drawer somewhere, I'm not exactly sure what you're waiting for, but please turn it on. I promise you're missing out. Activate your phone, claim your Genesis token. And if you're not one of those people, if you're still waiting, head to solanamobile.com. We would love to sell you a Seeker, or swing by our booth and try and win one. SKR is going to launch in January. Guardians will be coming online in 2026, and we'll have many new opportunities to scale through new hardware partners. So 2025 for us really has been a year where we prove that Web3 and mobile belong together. And 2026 is when Solana Mobile becomes something truly inevitable. Thank you.
All right, up next we have Tala. Apparently, they're doing unsecured lending solutions moving on chain. Here to tell you more is Nick. Give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very excited to be here and to tell you a bit more about the Tala story in the next 5 minutes and this exciting real-world use case that we're actually bringing on-chain as we speak this week. My name is Nicholas Cabrera. I'm the Chief Product Officer of this company called Tala. And I've been a builder, like many of us here in the space, either developing smart wallet solutions or money movement solutions, really trying to change and evolve the financial infrastructure. And all of those solutions are designed to help democratizing finance. Yeah? Many of us have been on this journey. All smart solutions, leveraging new technology, blockchain, stablecoins, AI. But often what's missing in this mission of democratizing finance is the true connections and the engagement with people that need it the most. Yeah? And that's where Tala comes in. Tala has been running for about 10 years now and really focusing on the global majority users, people living in emerging markets, Mexico and LATAM, countries in Africa, Southeast Asia, India, and people that have been overlooked and unbanked by the traditional financial systems. Yeah? Those users don't have a credit score, and that's what Tala has been doing and providing unsecured lending credit solutions to those people that they need the most. We do it in a very unique way. We developed a proprietary underwriting and decisioning solutions, collecting a ton of data from those users that don't have a more structured data set that sometimes we are used to in more kind of a Western world. And because of that, they don't have access that maybe some of us have here. And that's what Tala has been developing at scale. As you can see, we're operating in more than 6 markets now, LATAM, Africa, Southeast Asia, more markets coming up and live very soon. We've disbursed about $7 billion worth of unsecured loans. And why we've been able to do this, limiting the fraud and the risk, is because of our proprietary data underwriting and decisioning engine. We've done it in the off-chain world for some time, and now we're really excited to bring that on-chain for the efficiency that obviously tokenization and on-chain finance can bring. And combining our access, our engagement to those 13 million customers all around the world that need this access to on-chain finance and on-chain services, combined with the technology and that we can bring with Solana and some of our partners, we believe we're going to really make a big impact to our customers' life. Our platform that we've been developing for the last few years is really plug and play. So from raising capital in a more traditional way on capital markets to underwriting, data collection and underwriting for those customers, all the way to disbursement of those loans and the on-off rails from disbursing the loan. Our customers need that liquidity in their everyday life. So the off-ramping is very critical for our customers. This week, we're very excited to bring a lot of this data, 10 years of history of those customers. We estimate it's about 4 billion customers of the global majority, and bringing that on-chain with the partnership that we announced with Solana and Huma Finance. What does it look like? We're going to establish a $50 million global debt facility denominated in USDC. That's going to allow us to originate the loans on-chain. And the value of that, I don't need to tell all of you, is that we're going to be able to tokenize the loan, each loan or a pool of loans, and expose those loans to new traders, retail, institutional traders. And that's where we work with our partner, Huma Finance, to do so. That's going to generate new source and new pool of liquidity that our customers will benefit from. Yeah? We're going to disburse the loan in USDC, going forward maybe in local stablecoins as well. And we're going to be able to do that end-to-end on-chain lending solutions directly to our own customers or exposing that to some of our partners in the Solana ecosystem that wants to expose an unsecured loan on-chain to your customers. Very exciting. We know the benefit, that it's going to bring. We bring a ton of history and data, unique data set about those customers that most of us here try to connect and evolve their access. It's going to be bringing new, more efficient capital. And then longer term, more than just access to capital and everything that the on-chain finance journey will provide to our customers, it's also this concept of identity, that for the first time, we're going to create a unique identity on-chain to the global majority customers that will be able to carry that with them for the first time and then be served in new ways by Tala directly in some of the service that we're providing and the broader community as well. So more than just money movement, we're bringing identity and lending on-chain to all of our customers. Pretty exciting. If you want to connect with us, we'd love to partner. There are many ways we can partner, bringing some new form of liquidity, exposing your services to our 13 million customers. And please reach out. Thank you.
All right, friends. Up next, we have Splice, permissionless RWA protocol. And here to tell you all about it is the one and only Tyler. Give it up for Tyler.
Hey, how's everyone doing? I'm Tyler from Splice. Splice is a fully permissionless RWA protocol that essentially moves traditional finance yields on-chain. So big focus on private credit and other assets like that. So maybe I'll start at the beginning. The beginning for Splice was essentially our entire team working at, stage one of tokenization, let's say 5 to 7 years ago. We worked for one of the largest securities tokenization issuers, actually the one that got purchased by DTCC. But despite during that era, tokenizing with the best asset managers, tokenizing some of the best products, there still was not that flywheel moment that really kicked RWA off the way everyone thought it would have been, already at this stage now. So what we did at Splice was essentially sort of tear up that playbook. We started looking at what the key drivers were, what the issues were that led to that flywheel never sort of kicking off. What we came up with was basically twofold. A lack of distribution, which basically means there was no marketplaces to sell these assets, no marketplaces for people to trade these assets. Most of these things were trapped behind walled gardens. There was hefty KYC, and even if you passed that, there was minimum check sizes of 50 grand and higher, which rules out most people. This isn't a model that can displace traditional finance, so that had to change. We knew it. The other thing that had to change was essentially utility, meaning tokenized assets are actually much more expensive than, say, ETFs or mutual funds. That's not a competitive product unless the tokenized asset can be used by the holder to produce more returns and essentially get over that fee difference. And tokenization, even the most successful products, let's say today, they're still sort of in that lack of distribution category. I think some of the biggest ones only have somewhere between 50 and 100 holders, and again, not a model that's going to displace traditional finance. So we solved that at Splice, and we solved it in a very simple way. Essentially, every self-custody wallet holder can deposit stablecoins, they can deposit crypto assets as collateral. We then issue basically a loan note, fully DeFi-ready, DeFi composable token that represents a claim on principal and yield for whatever the underlying financial strategy is. At the same time as us doing that instant mint of the DeFi-ready token, we go buy the actual financial assets on the back end and back everything one-to-one. So it's fully reserved one-to-one at all times. And that DeFi-ready token and its legal structuring is essentially what solves the two big issues that have held tokenization back. The first one, distribution. The token's immediately available to go to DEXs and trade on DEXs. For the utility side, it's immediately able to go to third-party platforms on Solana and be used as collateral, whether that's perps, whether that is lending, whether that's looping. So let's talk a little bit about our first big strategic partner, which is Fulcrum Lending. This is a very tech-forward private credit shop out of New York with a focus on real estate credit. We'll be bringing a 10% yield product to market for them and going throughout next year, onboarding higher yielding assets as well. But because they're so tech-forward and they've sort of rethought the workflows that go on in private credit, we've actually been able to pair this asset much better for DeFi, meaning there's no lag time in terms of accruing yield, and we can do instant redemptions, which basically means we've solved the duration issue for private credit, and now it fits DeFi in a much, much better way. So really excited to have those guys on board. We're going to do a lot more with them in the coming years. So again, solving these issues, it's really just a factor of distribution plus utility, fully DeFi-ready tokens. Next year, we'll be going on to Alpha Ledger as well as Kin Capital, so you can envision them much the same way as we're operating Fulcrum right now. Basically assets that produce yield and could be used to produce further yield on third-party protocols. What we'll also be launching in 2026, which is actually very novel, I think, in the space, is an on-demand structured product tool. So this is essentially a way for, let's say, we have one asset manager called Sarsen Funds. They're actually taking their off-chain model portfolios. They're moving it completely on-chain using our infrastructure. And it basically lets, say, an ETF issuer do a same-day issuance of an ETF-style basket product, issue it directly into DeFi, or if it's a market maker, they can instantly issue a hedging instrument on demand, based on market conditions. So I think with that, I'll just queue up the QR code. That'll take you directly to Splice. We're actually going to start launching this stuff within the next few days. So scan the QR code, come see us at Splice. We'll bring high yield to you guys. And stay tuned for next year because we have even more assets in the 20% range. Even the Fulcrum asset, when you loop it, will be in the 30% range. So with that, I'll close. I think I'm a little bit over time. So thank you, guys. Much appreciated.
This is the moment you have been waiting for. Oh my God, give some noise. The hackathons have been going on, and Solana has the largest crypto hackathons in the world. We have the most amazing devs, the most amazing products, and we get to hear the winners right now. I am amped. You guys, we have the one and only Maddie, Clay, and Nate. All three co-founders of Coliseum are here right now. Are you ready? Get it!
Hey everyone, I'm Clay, and alongside Maddie and Nate, we have the awesome privilege of introducing you to your new favorite products and protocols coming out of Solana's startup arena, which we like to call the Coliseum. And that arena has gotten massive. Since starting Coliseum, we've had the daunting task of evaluating thousands and thousands of projects alongside our judging panel from all corners of the world. And the thing that sits with us is truly how creative, innovative, and practical the products and protocols that you guys are bringing on-chain. And so, to get to the winners, we'll get into that in just a second. But before we do, I wanted to just say this is an important and exciting moment for many of those who are sitting in the audience and watching on the live stream, but also inevitably a disappointing moment for many of you as well too. But it's just a point in time. Along the milestone or along the long journey of building a product that is truly going to make a dent in the world. So excited to get into the winners now. So starting with the DeFi track. In fifth place, we have Hoba. In fourth place, Archer. In third place, Rect. In second place, Cormos. And the winner of the DeFi track in first place is Yumi Finance. Moving on to the stablecoin track. In fifth place, we have Spend. In fourth place, Mercantile. In third place, Cloak. There we go. And in second place is Credible. And then winning the stablecoin track, MC Pay. Congrats.
All right, moving on next to the infra track. In fifth place, we have Hyperstack. In fourth place, we have Pine Analytics. In third place, Ionic. In second place, Corbits. And last but not least, your winner of the infra track is Seer. Up next is the consumer track. In fifth place, we have Nomu. In fourth place, Toaster.trade. In third place, Fora. In second place, Superfan. And the winner of the consumer track is Capitola. All right, next up is the RWA track. In fifth place, we have Watchtower. In fourth place, we have Pencil Finance. In third place, we have Legacy. In second place, Borify. And your winner of the RWA track is Autonom. Last but not least, we have the undefined track. In fifth place, we have Humanship ID. In fourth place, Solana ATM. In third place, Playpin. In second place, Echo. And your winner of the undefined track is Attention Markets.
All right, so we have a few individual prizes. So the first one is the University Award for the best student-led team. That goes to Pythia. For the best open source submission that benefits the entire Solana ecosystem, we have Samui Wallet. And then the grand champion, maybe we can get a clap going here. Just across. All right, the grand champion is four-time participant in our hackathons, Unruggable. Unruggable is a brand new Solana native hardware wallet and companion app. Excited about that coming out soon. Just some last few things here. We have a winners and honorable mentions blog post that's going to be released right as soon as we get off stage. Of the winners, we're going to choose the top 10 to actually invest in through our venture fund and run through our next accelerator cohort. And then upcoming next will be the hackathon dates for 2026. So if you lost or want to come back, there'll be more opportunities to do so next year, along with our Eternal program, which runs basically throughout the year when we're not running our hackathons. Thanks so much. Congrats to the winners. And yeah, see you guys next year.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right, for every single person that has submitted to the Coliseum Hackathon and all the winners, can we get another round of applause, please? The legends. Yes, they have been crushing it. All right, all right, all right. Not only have we seen hackathon submissions throughout the world, we have a special guest here to tell you about developing Solana activations around the globe. One of my absolute favorite people running Forma and doing incredible work. Give it up for Farhaj!
How's it going, everybody? They say that every great country is built on the back of its businesses. And so we should be really proud of the work that the founders in our ecosystem have done. So let's give another big round of applause to the winners, the competitors, to every single participant in Coliseum. Awesome, thank you so much. My name is Farhaj. I'm the co-founder of Forma, and we develop Solana economic zones in frontier markets by partnering with governments. So a lot of people have the same question. What is a Solana economic zone? And our definition of that is they're physical hubs that drive economic activity between cloud, Solana, and land, nation states. Over the last 2 years, we've done 4 pop-up villages around the world, hosted it in 3 continents, and had over 1,000 members join our network state. Thank you, thank you. Again, one more round of applause, get it hyped up. It's the last day in Abu Dhabi. You know, ground-changing technology being built here. But cool, I'm gonna dive into the impact real quick. So yeah, over this period of time, we've had 3 long-term Solana hubs we established. We've generated over $10 million in foreign direct investment for these countries that we worked with. And we've also generated over 10 million impressions on X for the countries that we work with, promoting their stories and highlighting their economy. And today I wanna dive into one special example, which is Kazakhstan, that I'm sure a handful of you saw on the internet. This was a first of its kind partnership between a nation state and the Solana network state. We hosted a 1-day summit and a 1-week trade mission where we had over 150,000 people tune in to watch it live. We hosted over 250 government officials and regulators and signed 4 landmark MOUs. And for 1 second, if I could just get everyone's attention, I want you to look at what's on the screen. And we actually had Kazakhstan recognize the region's first ever Solana economic zone and sign an MOU with the Solana Foundation. That was really, really cool, right? And let me tell you what, we're just getting started. Solana is not just about paper MOUs, we're about products launching. And after signing that MOU, we had the central bank work with an ecosystem company to launch the national currency Tenge as a stablecoin on Solana. We also signed a landmark MOU with AIX, a NASDAQ-powered stock exchange, to dual list public companies on Solana. And Super Team Kazakhstan hosted a national hackathon that trained over 1,000 developers with the Ministry of AI. That's really cool. That's not all. The president, after the time we spent there and our conversations with a lot of people in government, also launched the National Crypto Reserve and announced Crypto City, an entire city that's going to be a testing ground for frontier technologies, especially blockchain. So a lot of people might be asking, we spent the last 2 years hosting these pop-up villages, working with government, so what's next for Forma? And I really want to quickly reference this amazing article that Balaji wrote, talking about how pop-ups are the new startups, where how these cloud communities could band together and start to establish really amazing places in the real world. And I really want to emphasize on the next stage of evolution for these pop-ups, because we've been hosting it for the last 2 years. And my intuition is that pop-ups could actually evolve into something that looks like a network city, where a community works directly with the government and turns a physical city within that country into the world's most competitive jurisdiction for internet talent, for internet capital, and establishing a new kind of economic engine that can actually drive economic growth. So, fun fact, Forma is going to make a very big leap and go from pop-up to permanent after doing pop-ups in Argentina, Sri Lanka, Kazakhstan, Georgia, working directly with these countries and meeting with over 40 different countries. We found one place to go all in on. And I'm really excited to announce it's going to be the Isle of Man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A lot of you might not know about this amazing place, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. It's a self-governing crown dependency, an island that's about the size of Singapore, right in between Ireland and the UK. It's a whitelisted financial hub that has 0% corporate tax, 0% capital gains tax, is one of the top 5 safest countries in the world, and just a 1-hour flight away from London and Dublin, and a 20-minute flight to Liverpool. This place is absolutely stunning with breathtaking nature and people that make you feel just at home. So we're really, really excited to go permanent, and we and our team are going to move there to turn this into the best city in the world for people from the Solana network. Thank you so much. If this crazy idea is interesting to you, highly recommend signing up on the wait list, and we'd love to host you there next year. But again, I'm really blessed that Breakpoint has come to my home country, the UAE, and hosted such an amazing conference here, bringing all people from over 105 countries together. So another big thank you to everyone who's come here, and I'll see you around. Ciao.
All right, up next, you know and love Huma Finance, the first PayFi network accelerating global payments. We have the one and only Herbal. Round of applause.
Good afternoon, Breakpoint. I'm Erbil Karaman, co-founder of Huma Finance, the first PayFi network. PayFi connects real-world payments with stablecoin liquidity to accelerate global money movement. The use cases are very obvious. Credit cards. We have been one of the early backers of some of the most successful stablecoin cards that has been growing, taking over the world. Cross-border pre-funding, remittances, we dominate this industry. We replace correspondent banking and overdraft facilities. Merchant settlements, we announced a solution for Amazon's payout partners in Asia, where most of the buyers in Amazon are in the US, but most of the sellers are in Asia. It used to take forever to get the payments to merchants. Now with our solutions, they can get paid in the same day. And trade finance, which we are launching into very soon. All of this together give us an opportunity of a $30 trillion market to go and dominate. And even though we kicked off the PayFi initiative literally about a year ago with Solana Foundation, today, all major payment companies are embracing PayFi solutions one way or another. But we don't want to stop there. For us, it's not enough just to build on-chain financial solutions. We need to integrate into the daily flows of existing payment networks and existing businesses. Fintechs took over the world through embedded finance. We believe we're going to take over the world through embedded on-chain finance. Another example of this is that you have seen Tala embedded into the fintechs of the world. We can onboard tens of millions of users at a time by utilizing our solutions inside a simple app that people can understand and use. We also announced a strategic partnership with Obligate and TradeFlow, providing stablecoin liquidity to commodity flows while generating predictable, uncorrelated institutional yield. This is the first time there is a fully digitized end-to-end solution with real-time monitoring all the way built into the containers carrying rare earth minerals. Commodity trade is about 25% of world's GDP. All of that to say, we're just getting started. We have done about $8.5 billion in transactions, growing at about $1 billion a month, $0 in credit defaults to date. The protocol also grew in terms of one of the top yield sources on Solana and across the DeFi ecosystems, with more than 100,000 depositors into our liquidity pools. Today, you're going to find our yield-bearing LP token PSD constantly returning a yield that hasn't been seen in the industry before. That makes us one of the top USDC yield opportunities on Binance Wallet. PSD is also a collateral asset on some of the largest DeFi lending platforms on Solana, Camino, and Jupiter Lend. This gives an opportunity called looping. I love looping. On the right, you're going to see my personal portfolio, not financial advice. I'm generating about 37%. I can't recommend this to our institutional partners. They are usually wary of the liquidation risk that exists in these looping vaults. And to address that, we are building a solution called defensive looping, addressing and isolating every single major risk. We see a massive opportunity to onboard institutions to actually utilize looping without being subject to simple liquidation risk that exists today. One of those is underlying assets risk. What happens if there's an impairment to the underlying asset? We're building a reserve that's going to utilize idle, stake, native tokens to protect against this impairment risk. The vaults are going to subscribe into the reserve, giving some of their yield back to the stakers, and the stakers will provide deterministic protection for certain amounts of liquidations. The second one is PSD peg. So we have seen with Ethena that even USDE, being billions of dollars in scale, can have secondary markets depack with their primary market valuation. So we're building an arbitrage bot to make sure the secondary markets and primary markets are always in sync. The last one is the borrowing cost and native yield mismatch. Because borrowing costs in DeFi markets can change literally every single minute. This means that you can wake up one morning and you can see most of your P&L has gone to negative. This is called negative carry risk. And we're building what we call the Vault Watchdog. So it's going to monitor your portfolio. It's going to monitor the DeFi borrowing rate and adjust your lever. It's going to lever up or lever down depending on this a spread between the DeFi borrowing rate and the original yield of the underlying assets. We called this Project Flywheel a few months ago. We started working hard on it. And now, Human Multiply, the first pilot, is launching December 29. We are still onboarding launch partners for our public launch coming in Q1. Come talk to us, to Huma team, myself and my team around here. Let's fucking go. Thank you.
All right, friends. Slowly but surely, we are making it happen. Day 3. Where's our energy? Oh, we can do better than that. This is Solana! Come on, 1, 2, 3, Solana! Yes! Oh, are you guys enjoying these formats? It's like back to back to back. We got Coliseum winners. We have, well, I don't know, this is like a speed fireside. So these incredible, lovely ladies are going to do 5 minutes. They're just going to get deep into it. The future of tokenized funds. Do you know how institutional asset managers scale on chain? I don't, but Meredith and Shuki are going to tell us. Round of applause, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Shuki Ma. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Plume, and today I'm with Meredith.
And hi everyone, I'm Meredith Hannon. I lead business development for the digital assets business at WisdomTree. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, today we're here to announce a very exciting news for Plume, Solana, and WisdomTree together. Plume is bringing 5 institutional-grade vaults to Solana, including WisdomTree's tokenized treasury and credit strategies on Solana and Plume. So today we are here to talk about our next step and the roadmap and something about the assets and the vaults here. Meredith, do you want to introduce a little bit about WisdomTree and the assets here?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So WisdomTree, for a little context, is an $140 billion global asset manager. And today we have 15 tokenized real-world asset funds that are available to both global institutional investors as well as U.S. Retail investors with very low minimums starting at $1. So the products span U.S. treasuries, like Shuki mentioned, equities, meaning stocks, as well as high-yielding products like our private credit fund. So we're absolutely thrilled to be here with Solana and with Plume. And really the focus of these products is to tokenize real-world assets and bring them on chain, but not just issue these funds, but also really have utility, which is what these vaults provide. So this new utility of these funds is really powerful, and this is a great example of what tokenization can bring and do compared to the traditional markets of in these new asset classes and these new products. So we'd love to learn more about the vault.
Yeah, of course. Solana has community liquidity and, of course, the 24/7 trading DeFi ecosystem. That's why we're so excited to bring the vaults together on Solana. With the vaults, actually, the Solana users can access to 24/7 real-time redemption and trading, and we allows it to have the lending DeFi ecosystem composability on Solana. And most important thing, we have the verifiable real cash flowing assets on Solana. And for every users, the user experience is going to be very simple. You deposit the stable coins that you select into the vaults, and in return, you're getting the yield occurring token. By holding that token, you can get the yields from Wisdom Tree. So in general, this is the partnership in 3 ways, and we are the distribution layer for the large asset issuers. And Wisdom Tree is the yield generation layer who brings the assets and the yields from off-chain to on-chain. And Solana is the execution layer with all the liquidity service. So we're very, very excited to talk about this. And we actually want to know what we can do next for Wisdom Tree and Solana together.
And I think what's really powerful about this as well is Wisdom Tree, we have a multi-chain strategy. So this is a great example of that multi-chain strategy. And why we have that is really for investors and for the Solana ecosystem to really meet our investors where they are. And that's really what's crucial about this, is that in the traditional markets, you need a brokerage account, you need a specific application, there's different jurisdictional considerations, while with the on-chain community, we're really able to meet investors where they are, which is on-chain, in their own wallets, using our wallets, or through our platforms, or through partner platforms. And we think that's really, really powerful, and really is changing the paradigm of what traditional access to markets could look like, and what financial services will look like on-chain going forward. And so being here at Solana's Breakpoint has been so incredibly energizing. The community is incredible. It's dynamic, it's fast-growing, and we're looking forward to doing more with the Solana ecosystem in 2026, and this is a really great start.
Yeah, and together we're bringing real-world asset on-chain with Solana, Wisdom Tree, and Plume. Thank you for listening.
Good job.
All right. Oh my goodness, my friends. It is so hard to imagine that today is the last day of Breakpoint. Thank goodness we got 3 days, because honestly, if yesterday was the last day, I would be too sad. Has everybody seen all of this venue? It is mind-bending. The events team has turned it out. There's flower stands and the little iceberg pengu igloos and the Solana spaces. Can we get a huge round of applause for this insane events team, please? Ellie, I don't know where you are, but I love you. Okay. This is the vibe that we need. Electric Capital has been doing incredible work, doing all this amazing developer statistics. We know all the good things about all the Solana developers coming. I don't know, honestly, what Ren is going to talk about, but he's fabulous. So give Ren the most amazing round of applause, please.
Cool. Thank you all for coming out. Last day of Breakpoint. It's been an honor to have the chance to speak here today. Today I'll be talking about something that we spent a lot of time thinking about, which is how do we get to the first $1 trillion dApp and billions of users on-chain? One of the patterns that we see in technology is that when unit costs decrease and capabilities increase, entirely new applications become possible. This pattern is most apparent with the internet, with costs coming down 99.9% and usage increasing 7,000x since the 1990s. This phenomenon is commonly referred to as Jevons paradox. Jevons paradox occurs when efficiency improvements lower the cost of a resource, product, or good, which can increase the overall demand of that resource or product such that the total consumption actually rises rather than falling. But a few conditions have to be true in order for this to occur. First, there's a technological change that increases the efficiency or productivity, which translates into lower prices for consumers and businesses, and that reduced price drastically increases the quantity demanded for that good or service. It normally increases drastically because these lower costs unlock new use cases that were literally impossible on the previous technology stack. This is also true for crypto. New on-chain applications emerge when costs decrease and capabilities increase. And as we look at the application landscape today, it's remarkable because the highest revenue on-chain apps today were made possible by L1s like Solana that have decreased costs and increased capabilities. Tether and Circle still lead the pack, but it's remarkable to see that so many of the top revenue-generating on-chain apps today are uniquely enabled by L1s like Solana that allow developers to create application experiences that fulfill user needs that were previously too challenging or too costly to create. And to put it into context, Solana does more transactions at a lower cost than all other major chains put together. But one of the things that's very dangerous with Jevons paradox is we do have to answer the question of, is this a race to the bottom? Is it actually value destruction? When we look at the long-term trend of network fees, we actually think that the pie is growing. Networks like Solana provide users with applications that were previously not possible. And we're also seeing this on the on-chain application revenue side. With on-chain application revenue up 4x since 2021. So what does this mean going forward? One, we believe there is tremendous opportunity to onboard more users on-chain. There are 300 million centralized exchange users who already hold crypto, doing at least one transaction a month, and we believe they're the easiest user base to convert. But one of the key questions is, can on-chain applications actually offer a competitive product? Most users today, when they onboard into crypto, they onboard onto a centralized exchange, but actually very few of them actually make it on-chain. To try and answer this question, we can take a look at spot trading. Every single week, hundreds of thousands of new tokens are launched on Solana. Centralized exchanges historically have had a very lengthy listing process that makes it really hard for them to integrate these long-tail assets in a timely fashion. This is where the opportunity for the on-chain apps are. On-chain DEXs have captured 33% of centralized exchange spot trading volume, which is a 5x growth in 5 years, driven by this long-tail market. And initially, it might seem that hundreds of thousands of these long-tail tokens being launched each week wouldn't really add up to much. But if you think about it, there are billions of content posted on social networks every single day, and the monetizable value of each individual piece of content is quite low. But when you add it all together, you can get a tremendous aggregate amount of fees and revenue. So what do we think about the future use cases? We actually think that the use cases that will emerge on-chain will be doing what off-chain rails cannot. And as we look forward, we see a lot of potential tailwinds that will support this. Competition between stablecoin rails create alternative onboarding paths on-chain that historically was gated by centralized exchanges. Second, OAuth and email-embedded wallets make one-click onboarding possible. And third, the draft market structure legislation creates the necessary carve-outs and clarity for application developers to really commit to building in crypto. Thank you for your time.
All right, up next we have everybody's favorite bearded pudgy, the one, the only, Mike Dudas!
Hello, hello. Such a polite group. Nice clapping. All right, so I have been tasked with giving a product keynote. I'm a venture capitalist. My product, it's giving people money. Once they have the money, helping them, raising some more money to give people more money. So the product is going to be a little different than some of the keynotes that you've heard here over the past couple of days. I run 6-man ventures. We're an early-stage crypto VC firm. It means many things to many different people. To us, it means we invest typically pre-launch, so at the pre-seed stage. At the seed stage, a product that, hey, maybe has just been launched, it's on testnet, or Series A, so something that's been launched, it's on mainnet, and it's starting to grow. And we invest at the crypto application layer. So Solana is a natural home to us. It's the place where the highest concentration of revenue-producing apps, of users, of fees, you name it. So we spend approximately 50% of our time investing in Solana. We are ourselves a group of founders and builders. And I think over the next couple years, you're going to see that become really important as we move from sort of the protocol layer up to the application layer, where the people who are building need experienced partners next to them who have built businesses themselves. So I've built businesses. I've also helped launch things like Bonk. Crypto builders are unique. We're different. We're kind of quirky. Linksdow. And I've built traditional businesses in Web 2, as is our team. Our goal and what we measure ourselves on is how many folks are we helping to introduce to crypto. So the companies that we back have introduced and served tens of millions of users in the aggregate and have created billions in enterprise value. A lot of that, by the way, flowing from real fee generation, not from sort of inflated exchange trading metrics and things like that. We're partners to founders. So VC, it's critical not to be like that traditional suited guy on Sand Hill Road. It's sort of the guy wearing I'm kind of a boomer, but I like to get in the trenches with the folks that we work with, and we do. We became VCs, we became investors because we'd been builders, and we wanted to work with more people building, and we were using so many different things, from all the things that haven't worked to things that did work, and we just love doing things on chain. Last thing, we've seen a trend of people over-raising, so raising tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. There's an abundance of capital in crypto. You've seen it in the public markets with so many billions going to DATs. We try to be very, very bespoke, very focused, do something like one deal per month. We like to lead or co-lead rounds, meaning we can get in there with the folks that we're backing, many of them in this room and many of them on Solana. So these are some of the companies and some of the themes that we invest in. The reason I show you this is not to pitch our thesis. The gentleman before me, that was brilliant. I'm not quite that smart. We are sort of thematically driven, so we have broad areas that we like to invest in, and then we opportunistically look for the best, the finest teams building those spaces. These are some of the ones that we've worked with in the past. This is an old slide. It's about a year old, but it's relevant. Why do we invest so heavily in Solana? Solana's rate of growth, and this is still the case, but it was wildly the case in 2023 and 2024, as an ecosystem, as a group of users. You can see it here with how many people have been attending over the past 3 days. It's just growing faster than any other crypto ecosystem, and so it just makes sense to focus our time there. We'll invest in the Hyperliquid ecosystem, we'll invest in the base ecosystem, but frankly, you want to be where the users, where the developers, where the technologists are, and now increasingly where the institutions are. And I've mentioned a few times value accrual. I've stolen all the other VCs in the space's slides here and data from DeFi Llama. But what's so exciting is those orange ones are actually crypto companies. Crypto companies and protocols and projects are growing faster to revenue, to 100 million in revenue, than traditional startups these days. So all those orange ones. And most of these, or many of them, are on Solana. Pump, Jupiter, Axiom are all Solana focused. So it's just a really exciting time to be investing, to have our product, to be able to give people money, to be able to help give them advice and help them grow. The last thing I'd like to show you, and I'm putting this slide up there so it gets on the recording and we can look at it later. But basically, for the last 4 years, we've hit on most of the major trends in a pretty big way as a firm, and we think those trends will continue. The app layer is where we believe the majority of crypto value will accrue over the coming years. So for the next 3 years, we plan to do the same thing we've been doing for the past 5 years, and we're thrilled. If you're building apps in the Solana ecosystem, if you're building apps in other ecosystems, please come talk to me. Thank you.
The Solana Labs Incubator Program is building the next blue chip companies on Solana. For you today, we have the one, the only, the most incredible, one of my favorite people. Give it up for Iman!
Thank you very much, Tebeka, for that great introduction. Hello, Breakpoint. Good afternoon. I am Iman Motamedi. I'm the head of the Solana Incubator within Solana Labs. You might be wondering, what is the Solana Incubator? What is Solana Labs potentially? As many of you know, Solana Labs built a lot of the early products and protocols of the Solana network, the original validator client. But as the network has grown, as all of you amazing developers have come into the ecosystem, we asked ourselves, how can we scale the knowledge, the expertise, the resources we've built up to really help build the next blue chip companies on Solana? And the way that we decided to do that is through the Solana Incubator, where we work very closely with 4 to 6 teams max to actually build alongside them to have this goal of really propelling them forward and being the next great company in the ecosystem. We bring them to New York City for 3 months and have them work hands-on with our team there. A lot of our alumni you're probably familiar with. You know, we were lucky enough to have cohort 1, we had Sanctum, Espresso Cash, Shaga. Cohort 2, we had teams like Marinade, Chakra, Alpha Ledger, Easy Labs. Cohort 3, we've had Pi, we've had Zinta, Genpulse. A lot of the teams you've probably seen walking around here. They have booths, they've done talks. And we actually just did the math a few days ago. 7 of our teams, of the 18 teams that have gone through the program, have raised $5 million or more in funding so far, which is great. This also isn't including the teams that have been fully bootstraps, you know, the Marinades of the world, the Flash Trades of the world. And so we're really happy to see that. And so you might be sitting here wondering, hey, how can I have my company's name on that slide come next Breakpoint? Well, we opened up applications for cohort 4 of the incubator program. They close a week from yesterday. And so if you're interested in coming and joining the Solana Labs team in New York starting in March 2026 to May 2026, definitely go ahead and submit an application. We also offer a relocation stipend to get folks to New York and be a part of it. But let's dive into what the incubator experience actually is. The way that I think about it is it's 3 major components. The first component is the actual build alongside Solana Labs experience, where you have access to the full breadth of resources, the bench of personnel on the Solana Labs side, and I'll get into that in a second. The second is all of the traditional YC elements. So, you know, we have 90+ events between office hours, between workshops, between speakers coming in. And so that's a core and integral part of each and every week there. And then the final part, and the part that maybe was most surprising to us, is the camaraderie with the cohort itself, where at the end of every cohort, we hear from the teams that it really feels like a family being a part of this and being able to work alongside these amazing founders. So we'll talk about that a little bit too. So this build alongside Solana Labs piece, what does that actually mean? The first is this hands-on development piece. So we sit down with every team on Monday morning for our weekly business review session to understand what are the major challenges facing the team in that week. So one week the team might say, we're looking to do our user experience design. And we'll have our head of design jump into their Figma, leave feedback, iterate on what that design could look like. Another week might be, hey, we're putting together our marketing strategy. We'll have head of marketing sit down with them on Monday. Maybe we'll jump into a Google Doc, leave comments on Tuesday. Hopefully by Wednesday, actually be working toward executing that strategy and getting it out into the world. Fundraising support. So whether it's actually raising VC funding and us getting in front of Solana Ventures or some of the other amazing VCs we have in the ecosystem, whether it's something around Solana Foundation grants program, whether it's liquidity pools, market makers, et cetera, we try to get you in front of the right funding sources to make sure you're able to have the capital you need to help your business succeed. This is a major one, strategic collaboration. So what we do at the start of every cohort is we ask each team, hey, if you could have a dream list of all of the people you could meet with during the course of this program, who would be on that list? And we actually go and we try to bring in 90+% of the people you list out. Cohort 2, we had one team list Nikita Beer as someone they really wanted to chat with, and we were actually able to get Nikita into the room. And then aligning product market fit. I think it's so often in Web3, so easy for us in Web3 to have our builder hat on all the time. But what does it actually mean to have the distribution hat, to think through what are the right channels to get your product in? How can we use the Solana properties to help boost your brand, your offering, and get you in front of the right customers? I know I mentioned all of the events and office hours we have. We've had the founders of Venmo, the founders of FanDuel, Raj and Toli, all these amazing people come in to chat with the cohort where you can actually build relationships, collaborate with those folks. Here's just a laundry list of some of the folks we've had, but like I said, we've done 90 plus of these per each of the cohort. We're also lucky to have some of the best founders in the Solana ecosystem mentoring each of our teams. So the Jito, Drifts of the world, et cetera. And then the cohort collaboration. So we've seen teams partner with one another. We've seen founders join other founders in their cohort. So to have Solana Labs on the foundation, the floor above you, to have the ecosystem teams, the floor below you, to be able to work back to back with some of the most amazing founders in the ecosystem is really unparalleled. And so with that, a call for Solana's most promising teams. We're stage agnostic, we're vertical agnostic. We've helped early stage teams like a Sanctum before they became the big thing they are today. And we've helped established teams like a Marinade who's looking to push things to the next stage. And so if you're hungry, would really encourage you to apply. Our application deadline, once again, is December 19th. You can follow along at Incubator, at Iman Motamedi. You can shoot us an email there. QR code leads to our website as well. And then to conclude, if you're the type of team who's sitting here thinking, hey, I really want to build the next big thing for the network, if you're a team who's thinking, I want to build a sustainable business, a brand that lasts the test of time, if you want to have the most impactful 3 months of your company's existence, we would love to work with you to build the future of Web3 on Solana. Thank you very much.
I can confirm the Solana Labs Incubator is absolutely fabulous. I had the pleasure of working with them in New York this past cohort. For anybody that does not know me, I am Becca. It has been an absolute honor to be your MC all heckin' morning. It's been amazing, and I do run everything in Solana, New York, so you have a personal invitation to come to Skyline, Solana HQ. We have a co-working floor, we have an event floor, we have a community floor. It's amazing, and I would love to see your faces. You are now released for some of the best crypto conference, non-conference food that is available. Please enjoy, nourish yourselves, and programming begins at 2 p.m. Round of applause for yourselves.
Your MC.
Hi, everybody. How was break? Good? Get some coffee? Are you awake? My name's Kaylin. This is my 4th Breakpoint. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you, sharing space, talking about community today. I am really fired up for this next conversation. Debate. It's going to get great. I can't wait. We've got 4 legends coming onto the stage right here. We've got 2 teams in front of us. There's I don't know, you see some podiums behind me. They also have like buzzers on those podiums. It's going to get spicy. We have got a purple team and a green team, and they will be arguing about the culture and the future of the culture here on Solana. This house believes that Solana culture is cooked. We've got the 4s, we've got the not so 4s. What does that mean? I don't know. We have 4 incredible people today. We've got Brian Smith and Ramzi Ali. We've got Jito Foundation, Solana Foundation. They are the cooked believers. And then we've got 2 of my favorite people in the whole world, Eden Vanderzee and Pedro Miranda from 00 and Solana Foundation, and they're going to be out here saying the culture is alive and well. And if you've been here for the last 3 days, I think you know it's the people, it's the performance, it's the product. The culture is alive and well. All right, welcome to the stage, these 4 legends. Let's go. Oh, before I go, there's a QR code up here. We're doing live voting. Whip your phones out, scan the QR code, and when it comes that you're like, that's it, that's the point, QR. Make the vote. Purple team, green team. Let's go.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us after lunch, and appreciate you taking the time to learn why Solana culture is firmly cooked. So I've been in Solana since early 2021, full-time for over 4 years now, and I've seen the culture dynamics a lot over that time period, and it's pretty clear things are in a different place today. And so early days, 2021, Solana was nothing. It was just a dream, right? It was like, is there any chance that we can possibly overcome Ethereum? Ethereum was everything in crypto smart contract world then. This was firmly the era of chewing glass. Tools on Solana sucked. Chain was breaking all the time. Open source project came around called Anchor. All the devs in the community pushing to that, try and create tooling to like get some product out the door. And so there was the world, the Ethereum community just against Solana, and we were trying to survive and make a name for ourselves and prove that there's actually a possible vision here. And any product that came out was just celebrated by everyone because we needed some real products on Solana mainnet that were halfway decent. Whether it was Phantom, which revolutionized crypto, whether it was Mango, which had the ICO, had the first real decentralized perpetual DEX. Like all of these products, everyone just rejoiced and took part in. And this actually really continued through the 2022 period. Solana price went up, went down, new people entered the ecosystem, but it was still just chewing glass, working through all the issues, getting stuff out the door. Then at the end of 2022, we had FTX collapse. And this just reinforced the pure monoculture of Solana trying to survive, get shit done, and make a name for the community.
How did the FTX collapse reinforce a monoculture on Solana?
Because it was, we need to ship or die, pretty much. Like, we are going to collapse. We were the, sorry, how long do I respond to these?
Sorry?
Do I keep talking to your question, or do I go?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, anyways, so, like, it's us against the world was the time then, and it's not the time at all now. Or is it Solana against the world? No, Solana is doing quite well. So anyways, back to it, FTX reinforced all of that. And it was 75 devs, the famous meme. The monoculture was just, we need to get out there, we need to find users. Bonk was like the personification of this at the time, actually. You just sign up for a Discord, and you get tens of thousands of dollars. Everyone in Solana was just cheerleading Bonk for a year because it was re-injecting capital and users into the ecosystem. And it worked. And now Solana is nowhere close to a monoculture. It is hundreds, thousands of subcultures that have very little overlap besides just the basics of existing in a human society. And so think about it when we see it today. It's like, I'm part of the Jito community. It is a great community with different cultural values. Compare that to the Jupiter community, also a great community, but they are extremely different. It is hard to say that there's like shared culture between those two.
Are you saying that Jito community, Jupiter community, any of these communities on Solana, are you saying that they don't collaborate with each other? Or are you just saying that it's a lack of similar interests?
There's like technical collaboration, but I don't think there is significant cultural overlap between like Capstone Bowl and what we do at Jito meetups. And so like you can see this on Breakpoint. Like you have people here in suits talking about institutional stuff and all of that, and yet you have the huge bonk dog outside and the meme coin chillers and the streamers and all of that. And like, there is no overlap. They're not talking in the halls. These are completely separate cultures trying to do completely separate things with their products. And so it's across the board. The Solana Chinese community has very, very little in common with like the New York builder scene. It is just people accomplishing their own goals. They all have their own values, and that's healthy as the ecosystem evolves. There was an early internet culture that was around kind of posting and all of this stuff. There's like no internet culture today. It's all defined by like individual sub-projects. And I think it's also even more true when you contrast it with other crypto networks. Bitcoin has a monolithic culture. It is 21 million digital gold, ossification of the protocol. Ethereum has this core decentralization ethos that defines their culture. Avalanche, Hyperliquid, Base. All of those, you can clearly define what actually is included in that culture, and none of this applies to Solana because we've been so successful and just fragmented across everything, and any of the original unifying cultures are gone now. And so that is why the house firmly believes Solana culture is cooked.
Let's get a round of applause for that.
Good stuff.
Good job.
Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Pedro Miranda. I formerly run the consumer team at the Solana Foundation, or as Ramsey likes to say, I run all things fun at the Solana Foundation, and he does all things boring. And that is also indicative of a really vibrant culture that we actually have here at the Solana Foundation. First, thank you to all the close to 7,000 attendees of Breakpoint across a diversity of audiences, as Brian mentioned, who are here to celebrate Solana ecosystem culture and learn about the different activations here today, and to all the new folks here. This is actually my 5th Breakpoint and my 3rd as a Solana Foundation member. I actually had the privilege of joining the Solana Foundation actually a week after FTX collapsed. And it was the decision that so many Solana builders made to double down on the chain. So many smart people from Tensor, from Helios, Magic Eden, et cetera, to double down on a chain that seemingly had nothing, but had everything pertaining to its technological and cultural future. And that made me want to take a bet on this community, despite the shortcomings that it was coming to. So we were asked to evaluate the following proposition of Solana culture being cooked. In other words, Brian and Ramsey think that these ideas and customs and social behaviors of the Solana community have degraded to a point where it can't sustain innovation or vibrant participation. And we think this claim is categorically false. I've had 3 examples of this on the tech side, on the tech and product side. First being that competition and cooperation is the
Objection. Did we claim that subcultures are orthogonal to growth and innovation?
You were claiming that subculture, this is actually my question to Brian that I actually was hinting at, as the fact that they have subcultures with different interests does not mean that you cannot cooperate with one another. Actually, Ramsey's the best example of this in terms of being able to hit different ends of the spectrum. Ramsey is an amazing resident degen, we call him at the Solana Foundation. He's actually a great user of all the top DeFi protocols on Solana, as well as consumer apps. But you should also see him suit up and go and pitch an institution on why to build on Solana. And that's actually the foundation of how these different interests actually converge on one single global network. Ramsey's a power user of all these applications that have generated close to $1.5 billion in revenue themselves this past year to date. And he's able to take those numbers and go onto these institutions to actually convince why Solana is the best place to build their financial products. And that's also led to the JP Morgans of the world, Western Union, to actually choose Solana as the home for natively for many of their products. And it's all the foundation of fun, right? For example, one of the examples that I wanted to mention is that this competition and cooperation is the basis for a lot of the network today. For example, in September 2021, Brian, you were mentioning the early days. I previously was an NFT protocol called Metaplex, and the NFT mints were consistently taking the network down. They were battle testing, they were hemorrhaging the network. And a lot of non-NFT apps or DeFi protocols were saying, hey, can't we just blocklist the Metaplex smart contracts? Can't we just not allow this NFT minting contract to consistently take down the network? And Solana and the validator community actually said, no, we're actually going to come to a conclusion. We're actually going to stress test the network and find a solution for all this net new activity, and in some cases spam, that is occurring as a result of all these NFT mints during Solana Summer in 2021. So that is an example of the different interests that might not seem aligned actually come to a net positive conclusion for the Solana network. And ultimately, I think that's indicative of how Solana culture has not only been battle tested, but it's indicative of how Solana is, you have strong opinions that are loosely held, and anyone can go on crypto Twitter and have access to totally any of the top protocol engineers to make a pitch and make a change. And that's why I think Solana is for everyone. So I appreciate the time, guys.
OK. Compliments aside, and thank you, Pedro, I do appreciate them. I want to start off by saying that this is indeed my first breakpoint at the Solana Foundation. In terms of seniority on the stage here of time in and on Solana, I am by far the most junior. And so I think I am uniquely positioned to speak to Solana's culture today. I would argue that fundamentally, Solana's culture, and when you think about culture as a broader concept, you have to break down what that means, right? And so I think that Solana culture is fundamentally representative of many subcultures, and Brian has indicated this in his speech. But what I want to talk about today is how some of these subcultures have resulted in infighting and potentially some not so great outcomes on the timeline, as well as to the overall growth of the ecosystem. Subcultures are inherently competitive. One team
is trying to compete for liquidity or mindshare with the other. We saw this with Jito and Harmonic recently, not to put you on the spot, Brian. We saw this with Jupiter and Titan and DFlow. We even saw this, Eden, with you and getting into some Twitter beef on your end. And I think that fundamentally, when we think about onboarding the net new user, they become somewhat confused when they look on Twitter and they see all of us fighting each other for small wins in market share, as opposed to working collectively like we did in 2021 to grow the network out of stagnation and actually innovate. This notion needs to be revived. Brian and I both believe that subcultures can work together. But the house today is here to argue to you that Solana culture is cooked in its current form. That's not to say that we can't improve it. Subcultures are really important because they allow each of our fantastic app developers, our founders, our communities to establish their own language, to establish their own shared beliefs, their shared identities, and to move forward and grow their own ecosystems. This is really important as we expand the number of use cases on Solana. Solana is not just made for one use case. It's a fantastic trading chain. It's also great for community stuff and all of the consumer content that Pedro focuses on, like meme coins, NFTs, as well as DeepIn, AI. All of these products require a very clear culture. If we were to look at Web 2, and I don't want to do this too often at Breakpoint, but if we look at our Web 2 counterpart, all of the applications don't share a unified culture because they're on the internet. They have their own cultures. Apple has a culture, Instagram has a culture, Meta, whatever you want to call it. All of these products, all of these teams have a unique identity. And this is required if we want to grow past just an experimental chain. Solana is doing incredible stuff. We're hitting record after record. I spoke about this a couple days ago. There's immense activity, and you can feel the potential energy of Solana in real time. But in order for us to move forward and to have collective growth as an ecosystem, these subcultures need to understand that PvP on the timeline does not look good and represents quite poorly on the aggregate. Institutions have come to me many times, and as Pedro mentioned, I like to spend my time in between both camps. Institutions have come to me many times and asked, why are both of the router, or all three of the routers on your chain arguing with each other on Twitter? I think that's a pretty poor representation of what Solana could be. And so I think, in summary, in order for us to grow, we have to understand that these applications, these communities, these teams are going to need their own subcultures. And therefore, Solana as a collective culture should not really exist. It should be a fabric, a rich tapestry of many different subcultures. In addition, when these cultures evolve, there's growing pains. And there's going to be PvP. But that's OK. And we need to address it and move forward and grow collectively, as we did back in 2020, 2022, and yeah, I think this is all I have today. Thank you.
Ramsey, would you like to join this side of the stage? Because I think you're on our side based off your discussion, but appreciate that. To the members of the Solana community here and online, I stand here today representing you. I'm on my politician arc today too, so here we go. We are against the motion that culture is cooked on Solana for a few different very specific reasons. I've been in the Solana community long enough to remember when it was literally 75 devs in a hacker house and about 8 women collectively across the community. And maybe a few Discord channels too. The vibes were friendly and welcoming and warm, which honestly drew me to the ecosystem initially. That feeling, I believe, is still here, and we've been growing up along the way. So now we kind of have institutional eyes here. We've built incredible products, and there's more users entering the ecosystem every day. So when I hear Solana culture is cooked, I can't help but look around at 7,000 people that have traveled around the world from 120 countries to celebrate the incredible products that are being built on Solana and represent a strong community and culture that exists here today. Despite whatever happens on crypto Twitter, which I agree, we could do much better in the toxicity levels that exist there. But you look at the volume of community members that actually show up to support Solana and represent everything we're building here. We believe that Solana's culture has played a critical role in the momentum of this ecosystem, which inherently proves its undeniable and fruitful existence.
Do you think the monopolistic tendencies of some of the teams on Solana contribute to a positive culture?
Absolutely not. I would think anyone that wants to build a monopoly could understand why that would be problematic for a diverse ecosystem. People care deeply. It's why we're having this debate right now. As you can see, this is pretty much proof of culture right here. If no one cared about culture, we wouldn't be having a debate on if it's cooked or not. This is a clear indication that there is culture. So when I hear the words again, like Solana culture is cooked, I hear frustration with change, right? Because we have changed a lot from, degen, NFT mints, and like early vibes to a little bit more serious. We're growing up as a community, which is good. We have institutional eyes on us, and that comes with a little bit of uncomfort, but it's not evidence of a cultural collapse. So what's happening here is not cultural death. I think it's a bit dramatic, even as a woman. I think it's kind of funny to say that it's cooked completely. We're just growing up. We're starting to feel it. So yeah, it's very clear that we've graduated past NFT mints, meme coins, and real products are kind of surfacing as a result of that. The opposition is going to try to argue that growth does not represent culture, but I would say that it is an indicator of culture. Because without a strong community, no protocol, blockchain, business, or application can truly stand the test of time. I think if you look at blockchains and compare them one-to-one, Solana has withstood a lot. Just think back to the opening video that was played at the start of this conference. We saw this entire ecosystem fall, right? Very, very, very low. We were in tough times, but this community has prevailed and come out on the other side. So that to me is the biggest indicator of a strong culture and community that has withstood those tests. The opposition also spoke to competition, right? Solana's maturing.
Just to go back a little bit, do you believe or do you not believe that cultures can die and then become reborn?
I don't think that the Solana culture has died at any point. But to answer your question personally, yes, I believe that a culture could die and then be reborn. But I don't think that's what's happened here. I think it's changed. And we have matured, and we're entering a new era of Solana where people are taking us very seriously. And so that comes, again, just with a little bit of uncomfort. Industries don't scale when everyone agrees. They scale when we agree on how to disagree. So yeah, thank you both, Ramsey and Brian, for participating here. Finally, I'll say that, I'm over time.
Nah, just finish up.
It's okay. I will step aside. Thank you.
Okay. I'll end mine early so you can finish your previous thought. But I guess in summary, Brian and I's argument is that cultures can very much die and then become reborn. Much like one of the applications here today and who made an announcement on this very stage, personified by their logo of the phoenix. From the ashes, a phoenix can rise again. And I think it's fairly clear that the original kind of chewing glass monoculture of Solana, quite similar to that of our competitors, where the culture is viewed as one cohesive thing, as just one tangible entity. That's gone. That's no longer the case on Solana. Solana, when people think about it, and it's incredibly unique, and I think this is why we're so successful. When people think about Solana, everyone has a different answer. Like, what is Solana to you? If I ask each of you in the audience, what is Solana, you're going to give me a million different answers. And that's indicative of a very different culture than we had all the way back in Lisbon when we initially had these conferences with 1/10 of the people that are here today. So I think the argument is not that Solana culture is cooked forever. That's not what's said on the screen here. It's that Solana culture is cooked and it will continue to revive itself. Much like the phoenix, it will rise from the ashes. Thank you.
Agree with you, everything you said. Yeah, you're exactly right. I think we're, at the end of the day, all on the same page here, that the culture has changed. There's been some difficulties along the way, but we can create the strongest community here, kind of proven out with the 7,000 attendees that are in this room right now, and 25,000 more online. We'll begin with 2 coffees and a beer, turned into hacker houses and into years of glass chewing and problem solving, has now become a thriving community of relentless builders and newly welcomed institutions and dedicated founders bringing new ideas. I wanted to refrain from personal comments because I don't think it is productive, but it's important to call out that there is a level of toxicity that does exist in this culture, and it's namely on Twitter. I don't think it is useful to spend our time kind of proliferating toxic comments against each other. It ultimately does not help this community grow. So. Yeah, to the builders, founders, creators, and everyone in between, it's really up to us holding the keys of what this community will become. So let's stop getting distracted with comments on X and crypto Twitter and build the NASDAQ on-chain.
Amen.
Are you not entertained? Oh my God. This was incredible, you guys. Thank you all so much for being here. The votes are finishing up right now. Make sure you scan that Slido QR code and lock your votes in right now. Literally moments to go.
Just a reminder, we are on the side that we believe Solana culture is not cooked. So I know the prompt's a little confusing, but
Eden, I believe the debate is over. Oh. No longer can your points be made. While I do respect her opinion because I'm on that team. Okay. All right, great. It's over. It's done. We're locked in. We're locked in. Is it okay? This is going to tabulate for 1 second. It's my first time. I've never done this before. I'm new to Slido, but I'm not new to Solana. And this will tell me it's an active poll. Are we done? What's happening? Whatever. Do you guys have fun out there? Woo! Let's do some physical polling. Who thinks we're cooked? You think we're cooked? Who thinks we're alive and well? Why is that not reflected up there? Let's go, all right?
I think the Slido might be broken.
The Slido might be broken, y'all. I mean, it sounds like we're not cooked. Or maybe that's just the more vocal contingent. Maybe that's what we're just seeing on X these days, that's the ones who think we're not cooked are the ones who are yapping. All right, guys, we are nearly there. Any thoughts, comments, concerns from you guys while we're up here? I know we have our final rebuttals, but try those buzzers one more time. Those were loud. Do they still go? Oh, it's over.
It's over.
Were you guys scared when the buzzers went off?
It's over. Oh.
I literally.
Oh. I didn't know it did that.
I did not think that's what the buzzer did. Oh. You know what?
Play the video.
Are we getting some absolute cinema right now?
Play the video.
Play the video. No, for real. Play the video. Because I don't know about you guys, but a tear came to my eye that first day here at Breakpoint when we watched that video about where we were 5 years ago when we were in the sweaty hacker house with 80 people at the Pashana Palace. And then we're to who we are today, all the work that Ellie has done to put this Coliseum together, this space. One more time for the events team. I know we've done it a million times over the last 3 days, but we cannot thank them enough for all the work that they put into making this so special every year. Do we have a tabulation yet, my friends? I guess I'm vamping. This was not what I thought I was gonna do, but now we're here.
What a time to be alive. What a time to be on Solana, am I right? What a time to be in Abu Dhabi. See, where's everybody from? How you guys doing out there? How's any big plans tonight? No? Yacht parties? What's happening, Emil? One. I need an earpiece. It said they were still tabulating. It says it's an active poll, so what do I know? I was vamping for my own health. Purple team.
And the PvP, right?
Congratulations. Truly beautiful work. We're going to take a minute, reset the stage, go grab a coffee, but make it fast because we have an incredible afternoon of product keynotes from some of the biggest names on Solana. All right? See y'all so soon. back now. I want everyone to just make sure they're hydrated, focused, in their lane, present for the incredible afternoon of lightning fast product keynotes we're going to get from some of the biggest names in Solana. Coming up to the stage first, a product keynote from Helium from Abhay Kumar. Let's give it up for the head of protocol at Helium.
How are y'all doing? Caffeinated? All right. This will be explained. Really love the opportunity to talk to all of you a little bit about what we've been working on at Helium this year and things that you should be seeing over the coming months. Just for the folks in the room who don't know what Helium is, we are a network that allows you to deploy coverage and provide connectivity to devices and to people. We really are here because we believe that we can all revolutionize the way we all connect. We started the network back in 2019 as an IoT network. We have since expanded to a mobile network, and our goals and the things that I'll talk about mostly here is how we can connect everyone. So there are a couple of things that we worked on this year that I think are worth talking about. I think the biggest thing that we've done is really allow anyone to be able to deploy coverage without having to install net new hardware. So a venue like this arena right here already has Wi-Fi deployed, already has radios around. These should be very easily added to the Helium network, and we are seeing this already in the United States, where you can bring your own hotspot. That's what we call our devices. And it's a small software change, 15 minutes, add a network controller, and you can enable instant coverage for anyone that walks in the door. And we fundamentally believe that when you sort of walk around the world, you shouldn't have to ask for the Wi-Fi password. You should just be able to connect, and you have everything you need in your pocket already. You have a SIM. That SIM is your identity. That identity should be enough to connect anywhere you go. And we're already seeing a lot of really great coverage being deployed. These are some of the biggest hotspot deployments that we've had. And that first one, the Fit Khaki Parrot, is actually an airport. It's Baltimore Airport in the United States, and every single passenger, when they land or when they arrive at the airport, if you're an AT&T subscriber or a Helium Mobile subscriber or some of the other carriers that we work with, you automatically connect. You don't have to go through a captive portal, and it just works for your cell phone coverage. The second one here is a casino in Las Vegas. It's the Fontainebleau. The third one's a mall in Florida, and these are the kinds of things that we're seeing is really sort of expanding the network. And what's really allowing us to do is connecting 2.1 million phones every single day. And these are subscribers of not just Helium Mobile, our native carrier, but folks like AT&T. And these folks have no idea that this is enabled by a crypto network. What's incredible about this is it's just providing them great connectivity. They don't need to think about this. And we're seeing terabytes of data transferred every day. And this is just on a network of 120,000 hotspots. And remember, a hotspot could be an entire arena. The things that we're doing now to try to enable this to expand and grow even faster is really allowing every single one of these hotspots to immediately serve data on these carriers as soon as they're onboarded. And what this allows us to do, it allows carriers to be able to understand the quality of service anytime you deploy new hardware. And really, if you're a deployer, what you care about is the second thing. It means that you get rewarded faster. Every time data gets transferred on the Helium network, you are paid. And every time someone's transferring data on your network, you are paid. And this is really what we want to see. We want to see more deployments, not just in the United States, and we'll talk a little bit about where we're going next, but we want to see more and more deployments serving more and more customers. And so I'll take a quick pause on the network side and talk about what we've done on the carrier side. We launched our own native carrier, Helium Mobile, and it's the first carrier that offers you a free phone plan that rewards you. One of the things that we did this year is we removed the crypto from the product, from the front end of the product. For the average consumer, they are signing up, they're getting a free phone plan, a $15 a month phone plan, or a $30 a month phone plan, depending on the features that they're interested in. And if they're paying, they're just paying in fiat. And this has really been incredible for us this year. We have over 500,000 signups
Just in the last year, we started in the tens of thousands at the start of the year. And this is not just enabling the sort of individual user, but it's also enabling families, groups, neighbors, cousins, whoever. And all of this is really allowing us to continue to grow. And this is one of the things that I've been telling a lot of founders is, how do you be more of a crypto-enabled product and less of just a crypto product? Because this is how you get to scale. And we think we're just getting started here. And all of this is powered by HNT. And HNT, we think, is a currency of connectivity. HNT is what deployers get paid when they provide useful coverage. And one of the other things that's happened this year in the last 3 months is that HNT has become net deflationary. That means that there's more HNT being burned every single day than being emitted. These dashboards are from our friends at Blockworks. Blockworks launched a really, really great set of dashboards that really dives into every single bit of data that you could have on the Helium network. And we're really excited to see that too. Quickly, let me talk about what's coming soon. We're launching in Mexico. We're in the final technical integration stages here, and we should be seeing this hopefully in the next few weeks to month. And the reason I'm wearing this is not because of the World Cup next year, but we announced this week that we are bringing Helium to Brazil. There's already 40,000 hotspots deployed that can be enabled for Helium coverage, and we're really excited to work with the partner, Mambo, there over the next few months. If you'd like Helium to come to your country, that's what you do right now. Helium.com/waitlist. Tell us about where you'd like to see us go, and we'll work on that next. Thank you all.
Thank you, Abe. Welcome, the other Helium, a co-founder with a full head of hair for a product keynote from Helios, Nick Penny.
Hi, everyone. My name's Nick. I'm one of the co-founders at Helios. And today I'm going to be talking about get transactions for address. This is a new RPC for historical queries. So first, I'll talk a little bit about Helios. We are the API for internet capital markets. What that means is we provide RPCs, low latency data streams, and transaction landing services. Now, if we talk about history and historical queries on Solana, there's 3 main methods that exist today. There's get block, get transaction, and get signatures for address. The problem is quite hard to deal with history on Solana, and the reason is because of the numbers. Solana has over 384 million blocks, 469 billion transactions, and is producing over 3,000 TPS, and that number's just going to go up. If we look at how historical queries work on Solana, what happens is you make an RPC call to Agave, which holds about 4 days worth of data. If your data is outside of that range, it goes to Google Bigtable, traditionally. The problem, though, is that Bigtable is really expensive. And also, under load, you can have hot partitions, which causes performance degradations. Essentially, it catches on fire. Now, if this happens, you're now paying a lot of money for poor performance, and you're going to be quickly out of a job. So let's talk about the UX problems now. With get signatures for address, you're going to make a query on a specific address, and you get back a bunch of signatures. If you want the actual data, you need to now call get transaction for every single one of those signatures. That means you might be making thousands and thousands of RPC calls. This is slow and expensive. Now let's go even further. You can quickly see how you end up chewing a lot of glass. Let's say we want to look at the transactions for January 2024 for a particular user. You're going to call get signatures for address all the way until you reach January. You're going to ignore those signatures. Now you're going to call again, going all the way down until you finish the month of January. And you're going to call get transaction for every signature. Now, if I've lost you and this is confusing, good. That's the point. It is confusing. That's why we built get transactions for address. This provides flexible sorting. It means you can go forwards in time or backwards in time. I should add, another problem with get signatures for address is you can only query backwards in time. We also provide advanced filtering. So if you want to filter down for a specific time range, say like a month, you can do that. You can also get all the transaction data in one response. This makes things a whole lot easier. Let me show you. So if you look here, we're actually looking at one user's history, that wallet, and we're saying, get me all the transactions, like actual transaction details. And I want to look for the data for the month of January 2024 by providing this block time filter. Also, I'm going to say, get me only the transactions that succeeded. I don't care about the failures. Now, in the response, you get the actual data back, as well as a pagination token. So there's more data in the response that couldn't be included. You can keep crawling and get more. It makes it all quite easy. Now, let's talk about how it works. How we built this is we got rid of Bigtable. We got rid of Agave. And we built the entire thing from the ground up. Loosely speaking, the way it works is as a storage router. And what we do is when you query for data, it basically pulls it from different indices, a custom memory cache, Postgres, and ClickHouse. The result here is that the whole thing is a lot more efficient. It means that you get to save money by making less RPC calls, and it's a whole lot faster, meaning your app's going to be faster for your customers. Now, for any of the technical people here, I'll talk a little bit about how it works really quickly. It's powered by an inverted index. What that means is that for every transaction, there's an addresses vector, and that thing is flattened. It means you get an address signature pair. And those pairs for every single permutation for the history of Solana produces an index of over 2.3 trillion rows. We've optimized this down so that your range queries on that data, no matter which point in time, is happening in under 50 milliseconds. This whole system also powers get block and get transaction. Transactions consume about 1 petabyte of storage. We've compressed that down to 288 terabytes. We've optimized it down from code to networking, such that get block can happen at under 70 milliseconds. Now, if I've lost you again, here's a UI visual of our new Explorer. If you look at Toli's wallet, this system is actually powered by our new get transactions for address. And you can see we can skip right to the oldest transaction. We can also go and look at his history, and we can say, OK, give me exactly the data for the 27th of November. And we can also now filter by success, so we only see the transactions that succeeded. This gives you a kind of visual example of how all of this is built behind the scenes and powered by the same method I talked about, get transactions for address. And that's all for today. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, check out our blog or reach out to me.
Incredible stuff, Nick. Welcoming to the stage now here at the networking conference to talk about networks. Sunny Osan, grants lead, Render Network Foundation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sunny, and I'm really excited to be here to share our Render Network updates with you all. 7 years ago, we set out to prove that consumer-grade GPUs could power cinematic-grade creativity at scale. Today, the Render Network is one of the most successful decentralized infrastructure networks in the world. We power so many groundbreaking works. Here's an example of some of this year's creations. A huge thank you to all the artists that have used the Render Network this year, and artist Brilly, who made this year's Breakpoint visuals on the Render Network. Since Breakpoint last year, we have 63 million cumulative frames rendered to date, with over a third of those in 2025. We've onboarded 40% more rendering compute power, launched a separate dedicated compute subnet, funded a record 276 artist grants, and passed 4 community proposals, and over 1 million cumulative render has now been burnt. We've built and managed a thriving two-sided GPU marketplace with 87% growth versus last year, and remain the largest deep-in on Solana. Scan the QR code, by the way, guys. We launched and hosted RenderCon, our first in-person conference, with year 2 scheduled for April 16, 2026, in Hollywood, of course. More details in the QR. We see immersive experiences as the area where the network has the strongest product market fit. in which the value proposition for affordable, on-demand, at-scale rendering is the strongest. It's one of the fastest growing sectors. We launched the largest digital art exhibition rendered on a decentralized network at Artec House in New York, an immersive gallery. 16 world-class artists rendered 12 pieces in 18K resolution at a fraction of the cost of traditional render farms. Some were rendered in a week, but would have taken over 2 years on a high-end desktop. Together with grant recipient Lebrov Productions, we have developed a VFX assembly pipeline which rivals traditional Hollywood workflows. Also, Otoy, the long-standing render network ecosystem partner, just released Otoy Studio, the first user of the compute subnet, offering over 600 curated artist AI models as a first step towards merging traditional AI and 3D workflows. Otoy intends to run as many open-weight models as possible on the render network. Otoy Studio also includes Canvas, a node-based creation workspace. I've used this. It is immense. And finally, Otoy Studio includes Timeline, a new video editor for composing images, videos, and Gaussian splats. In 2026, we expect to see the lines between traditional 3D and AI creation blur, with more control and consistency unlocked through AI 3D interoperability. We also believe that the key to this are world models, models that learn how the world works, predict what comes next, and can plan accordingly. This shift will enable advanced robotics, hyper-real video generation, and autonomous agents that can act and reason with purpose. There is a real opportunity to power much of this on the render network. And one last thing, rendering was just the beginning. It is my pleasure to introduce you all to Dispersed, our customer-facing brand for the compute subnet. It's live right now at dispersed.com. And here it is, processing generative AI models on decentralized GPUs. This is kind of a big deal. Rendering was just the beginning. We are extremely excited by how AI will accelerate and enhance how GPU compute is used to power cinematic-grade creativity and the future of what we know is possible. So we invite you all to join us as we build the decentralized compute layer for creative AI 3D. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sunny. Coming up next, this man swears the company name has nothing to do with his last name. However, welcome Robin Wingard, the co-founder and CEO of Wingbits, the first flight tracking network on Solana.
Hey, everybody. Is this thing working perfect? Super happy to be here. I have to say, after building now on Solana for about a couple of years, Solana doesn't just offer great tech. Hands down, they put down the best events in the space. This event has been amazing, and I'm so happy to be here. But I digress. So my name is Robin, CEO, co-founder of Wingbits. And Wingbits is the first and largest flight tracking network in the world that is utilizing the blockchain. We started Wingbits because we realized that aviation, but the flight tracking aspect of aviation specifically, was in dire need of a better model, which is why we adopted the deepened model. If you look at the legacy players in aviation, like Flight Radar, FlightAware, all the data you see on those applications are actually already it's actually being collected in a decentralized manner because it's all volunteers, all enthusiasts putting these antennas up on the roofs and balconies, collecting these airplane signals. They monetize this data at a really high level, generating hundreds of millions of dollars a year, but none of that value actually makes its way back to the community. And also because there's not an incentive portion of the model, they cannot afford to focus on the infrastructure, leaving them with pretty unsecure and poor infrastructure. And we wanted to change that. At Wingbits, we're combining a performance-based incentive model. The more data you track, the better you are, the more you earn, with state-of-the-art, purpose-built hardware. And we're scaling this 6 times faster than the competition. We added the first paying customer just 6 months after inception, and now we work with multiple enterprise customers using our data like Korean Airlines, Spire Global, Droneport, and so on. Our hardware is also modular, meaning we can spot upgrade each single device based on customer demand. And this enables us to do what we call customer-funded expansion. For example, our network now globally ingests flight tracking data. We also have remote ID in all the devices, allowing us to track drones for the US market. But there's a lot of markets where regulation is lagging behind or hasn't been done yet. For example, UK just regulated 978 megahertz for drones. With this model, we can actually, together with the customers for UK, roll out the network to their specifications. They pay us to roll out this network. They commit to buy the data after. And after the network is built, we can continue selling the data to anyone else. All the community members will receive free upgrade kits for these devices, allowing them to earn more because they track more data. And this generates a lot of value that we can feed back into the community overall. And this is only possible thanks to this crypto model. But we have all this data globally, we sell it, we need to do other things with it. I think we can all agree that the future of everything is AI. So what we've done now is we've built an intelligence layer on top of the data, allowing anyone to query the data with natural language. We essentially abstract away all the complexities that comes with what you normally need to do to just get to the insights. No more need for data pipelines, no storage, no data processing teams, no engineering teams. You can get to market, and you get to the insights faster, cheaper, and much easier than you've ever been able to before. We also allow the customers to build custom AI agents on top of the data, no coding required, no integration, and we can even integrate third-party data streams to further enrich the insights that they can get out of this data. This will serve to democratize the insights in aviation to the entire segment. There's so many customers today, smaller, medium-sized customers. They cannot afford to do it. They have to rely on third parties, large companies, to essentially provide these insights slowly, but very expensively. Now it's open for all. We can also allow all the aviation enthusiasts that want to get these insights to play directly with the chat module straight on our platform. And this is something that has not seen before, simply because aviation is lagging. We're the first ones out with this. We're focusing super heavily on the MENA region, Southeast Asia as well, but we strongly believe this region will not just be the future of aviation innovation, but also for blockchain innovation as a whole. As part of this, we're now giving out free devices in many parts of MENA region and Southeast Asia. If you guys are interested in participating and building this with us, go to wingbits.com, check out if you're in a qualified region. You can get your free hardware, start tracking planes. And if you want to catch up later, dive deeper, catch me after the stage, or come visit us at our new office at Hub 71 here in Abu Dhabi. We're permanently located here. I've relocated here, and I couldn't be more excited to be here at Solana Breakpoint. Thanks so much for listening. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Robin. We are really flying now. Please welcome to the stage for our next product keynote, Yash Agarwal, co-founder of Send AI, the composable tooling layer for AI agents.
Hi everyone, I'm Yash from Send AI, and today I'll be talking about generative financial instruments and how and why you can generate financial instruments on the fly using AI on Solana. Last year in December, we built the Solana Agent Kit. Our main thesis was how can we take all existing Solana protocols and make it a few lines of codes for AI agents to transact on Solana. We became the #1 toolkit not just in Solana, but in all of crypto by numbers. And it gave us a unique insight on how the culmination of crypto and AI can lead us to generate a new category on its own. Now, taking a step back, if we look at investment banking, one of the oldest sectors of TradFi, here a client would come up and say, I want to benefit from the price action of Tesla, but I want to cap my losses. A team of equity research and investment bankers would first then go and create a financial instrument where they will put 80% into zero coupon bond to protect the principal and 20% into Tesla call options to gain all the upsides. And they will convert this into a structured product. Now, taking a more crypto-native examples, let's say you have Sol binary options, which has recently been very popular, where you have to predict whether the price of Sol will go up or down in the next 1 hour. An obvious instinct would be, why can't I hedge this against sole perps? So I asked Claude to generate a financial instrument for me where it created a hedge strategy and structured a payoff based on the sole binary options and sole perps, just like an investment banker would do. The timing of our generative financial instruments is perfect due to two major tailwinds. LLMs enable hyper-personalization, just like ChatGPT, where anyone can AI enables you to help understand and structure payoffs. And then it's executed on the internet capital markets, where all the programs are open and permissionless in nature. Here, what happens is LLMs first writes codes for the sequence of transactions to be executed on all the existing battle-tested smart contracts and protocols which we all have been using, and executes a transaction on your own wallet with sufficient guardrails. We believe with the great wealth transfer happening, the return of active and personalized investing, this will be even more relevant. And meme coins were just a glimpse of that. Now, let's take a real-life example where you want to get exposure to the volume of the top 5 trending meme coins on Solana. An obvious strategy here would be to scan for the top 5 trending meme coins every 6 hours and put it in a LP, in a DEX, where you keep gaining all the fees from the trading. And here, once you show this intent, the agent will create your financial instrument on the fly, which you can verify and deploy in just one click. And not just that, let's say if you have created a financial instrument and you want to share it with others, you can just simply share a link with others, and anyone can just clone this strategy with one click. So here, taking another example of prediction markets, a strategy which is followed by a lot of people in prediction market is to ape on all the high confidence market, which is between 82% to 92% odds. So I just created this strategy where it fetches all these markets and ape into that using just one click. And you can verify all the steps of the agent. And yes, you can verify and monitor controls of the steps of the agent. And it provides you just like a omnipresent experience like Uber, where you are in complete control, and you can see what agent is doing when and where. With all this, we are building Suzy, and we'll be launching in Q1 of next year, both on web as well as mobile, to help you generate financial instrument on the fly on Solana using AI. So yeah, thanks everyone, and yeah, see you all around.
Thank you, Yash. Now welcome to the stage, product keynote, Grid Smart Transactions, finance that runs itself, from Carlos Noriega, Grid Lead at Grid, built by squads.
Hi, my name is Carlos Noriega. I lead the Grid team at Squads. And today I'm really excited to talk about the next evolution in on-chain finance, finance that runs itself. At Squads, we built the Smart Account Standard of Solana, which today is used by over 450 teams to secure over $15 billion in assets. And this is across all of our products. Squads Multisig, which is a platform for treasury and protocol management. Altitude, which is our business finance platform for financial services on stablecoin rails. And Fuse, of course, which is our personal finance app. All three products are leveraging our own infrastructure that earlier this year we made available to other developers to build stablecoin products that we call Grid. The evolution of on-chain finance really started when there was the advent of blockchain, of course. But that brought forth the ability to send and receive money in a self-custodial way. Eventually, sending and receiving money is not enough. If we actually aim to compete with the traditional finance world, we need to make that capital productive. And so DeFi really brought forth the ability to, for the user to opt into specific predefined behavior within a smart contract. That effectively extended the definition of self-custody to also include smart contracts, right? Because if it wasn't self-custodial, DeFi wouldn't have been able to develop quite as fast. And now there's a fierce battle for making capital more efficient. And so we see that a lot with RWAs, other types of sort of tokenized strategies and vaults. And yet, when we talk about making money efficient, a word that comes up very often is agentic finance or automated finance. And yet, the chain actually has very specific properties that could enable this, but it has a certain few problems. The cost of innovation traditionally to develop a new type of product on chain ultimately revolves around writing custom smart contracts, going ahead and auditing it, hopefully a couple of times. And so this creates a high cost and a slow iteration that every time you want to create a brand new strategy, you have more code, more surface area, and ultimately more risk. And so over the last few months, we saw the need to, we spent the last 4 years ultimately building the harness for interacting with the chain in a very safe and self-custodial way. So we saw the need to bring forth a new type of primitive in order to usher in the new age of efficiency. We call it smart transactions. It's a new primitive for autonomous finance on Solana. Programs or smart contracts ultimately put logic on chain, but they're slow to develop. Smart accounts made that ownership ultimately programmable. But smart transactions make behavior programmable within a smart account. Smart transactions ultimately shift the decision-making process of releasing a product on chain from building a protocol to declaring a rule set. They effectively turn smart accounts into a programmable container for rules, price checks, signer permissions, allow lists for programs and instructions, or data conditions through checks on instruction data or data within the accounts provided in a transaction. All of these are evaluated and checked entirely on chain, atomically on every transaction execution. So now that we have a new harness for ultimately ushering in agentic finance, we can redefine self-custody in the age of efficiency as regardless of when, who, or what triggers an action on your account, it should only ever be possible to be done within you or your user's original intent. Today, we have a select group of teams building the future of autonomous finance on top of smart transactions, with use cases like trading and execution strategies that don't require a separate program to escrow, treasury and liquidity management, FX and rebalancing, and even intelligent systems that react to market conditions and can actually execute things on your user's behalf, not only suggest them. And of course, within squads, we're working really hard on pushing the boundaries from a product standpoint on what can be done with autonomous finance, with features that you'll start seeing very soon, like bill pay that checks and executes itself, a treasury that allocates automatically, and these intelligent actions that anticipate user needs. All of this is powered by Grid, our set of APIs that are built for building financial products on stablecoin rails, and now also the future of autonomous finance on Solana. You can find out more about Grid and all of our products at our booth on the second floor. Have a great Breakpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Please welcome to the stage now the founder of Blueshift, industry-leading developer training from Solana's core contributors, Dean Little, the founder.
Hi, Breakpoint. I'm Dean from Blueshift. Quick show of hands. Anyone here ever heard of us before? Whoa, wow, that's like almost everyone. That's crazy. For anyone who's not familiar with what we do here at Blueshift, we are a mission-driven community of Solana core developers, strengthening Solana through open source development, tooling, and free world-class education. We've been building in the Solana ecosystem since 2022. And in January of this year, we decided to found this company with 5 key pillars in mind by which we could strengthen Solana. The first pillar is education. We noticed with Solana's meteoric rise that it's been harder than ever to source quality developers. And with the existing developer resources outdated or hard to find, we decided to do something about it. That's why at Accelerate New York, we released V1 of the Blueshift Learn platform. And since then, we've actually grown to over 50K monthly active users with over 250 unique graduates minting 250 NFT on-chain verified credentials in our over 30 courses and challenges. And today, we're going to take this to the next level with Blueshift Learn V3. We have 3 new killer features to make your learning experience even better: paths, points, and perks. Paths. We noticed that while everyone loves our content and so many people have found it to be the go-to place to learn Anchor, Pinocchio, or even assembly if you want to go really deep, we realized the need to create a more curated experience. So today at learn.blueshift.gg, we're releasing V3, which contains paths, giving you a curated journey from A to B, so you can decide whether you want to, if you want to be an Anchor master, if you want to be an assembly ninja. We have a curated learning progression for you to make it easier for you to get to where you want to go and achieve your goals. Secondly, points. Not everybody wants to record their achievements on-chain. So we wanted to lower the barrier to entry by having an easy way for people to track their progress off-chain whilst making it feel like a rewarding and gamified experience. And finally, perks. We want Solana developers to feel like learning to build on Solana is a fun, rewarding, and lucrative experience. And so that's why we're finding ways and partners who we can partner with to give back to developers. And if you go there today, you actually have exclusive access to the Blueshift, DevNet, and TestNet faucets. And stay tuned, because we're going to find new and exciting ways to reward developers. The second thing we do is open source. If you've actually ever used anything in Solana since 2022, you may have been using our software. We are contributors to Pinocchio, Agave, Solana SDK, Mollusk, Anchor, and most recently, even the LLVM compiler project. We also do tooling, and this year we dropped 3 killer pieces of tech, including Winter Wallet, solving for the quantum zero-day threat on Solana with a quantum secure vault. Doppler, the fastest Oracle update in the ecosystem, just 20 CUs for an update. That's over 50% faster than the next best competitor. And this is currently being used live in production in multiple high-performance DeFi applications, including prop AMMs. And finally, SBPF and SBPF Linker, making Solana BPF assembly a first-class citizen amongst all other programming languages and enabling you to build Solana programs with off-the-shelf Rust. No more having your admin disable your security settings at the HFT firm to download this bash script of 2 gigabytes of a forked toolchain. We can do it today with off-the-shelf Rust, as it should be. We also run a validator. If you have Solana to stake and are looking for someone to support, we would love to have you at stake.blueshift.gg to continue to support free open source education and resources. And finally, our dev shop. We've been building in Solana since 2022, and in that time, we've worked with and for some of the best names in the industry, and we would love for you to be one of them. That's why Virtuals, one of the largest apps on Base, chose Blueshift as their dev shop of choice for their SVM expansion. If you are a Web 2 or Web 3 enterprise looking to make the shift and build on Solana, contact us today at blueshift.gg/labs. We'd love to help you. I've been Dean. That's all the time I have. Make the shift, build on Solana.
Thank you so much. Next up, we will hear from Travis Good, the founder of Ambient, a high-scale verified machine intelligence presenting private verifiable AI in an age of confusion.
Hello, Breakpoint Abu Dhabi. Great to see everyone here. I hope you're doing well. Some really great presentations, some hard to follow up. I wanted to ask all of you a simple question, which is, can you trust your AI infrastructure? We're entering an agentic economy where agents are going to be in the middle of every transaction. And the thing powering those agents is, of course, a model. But I want to ask you, do you know that that model is running correctly? Do you know that it's hitting the benchmarks of intelligence that you would expect? Can you guarantee that every word of text or every pixel in an image that model is producing is being rendered correctly? I would say those questions are of critical importance, because if AI agents are our interface to the world, if they're our interface to wallets, to software, to economic opportunities, then having a suddenly stupid AI agent or an AI agent that is turned against its creators is a huge issue. In crypto, we care about crypto economic security. We audit smart contracts 10 times. But in AI, I see a lot of people using Anthropic. Anthropic is a great company, but they also released Claude code, which was compromised in terms of its coding ability for over a month due to a problem in its inference engine. That impacted the usability of that product for everyone who used it for a long time. It had a huge economic consequence for them. So I would say that verifiability around AI is very important, but it's not been provided traditionally. And the reason is that it's very difficult to do. Traditionally, it's been extremely expensive. Might cost you 10 to 1,000 times more than unverified inference. Or you make compromises. Like you take an optimistic approach where you just sort of assume that everything is working, and then at some point you check and you penalize people if they've made a mistake. That works really well until you have an asymmetric risk situation where someone could earn $10 million by rugging your agent and could only be slashed $10,000. So there's a big security compromise there. Also, people have tried TEEs. The problem we have in crypto is you can't base crypto economic security on TEEs because they themselves are repeatedly compromised. So you can't make AI security based on TEEs either. It's good for privacy as a mitigation, but not for security. The other thing is that in crypto, we don't have high-scale providers. It's really hard to put volume through the pipes because people have been focused on delivering a bazaar of models, a lot of different models that meet long-tail use cases. And there's really been no focus on delivering one high-intelligence model at the kind of scale that would be useful to apps that, for example, suddenly get popular. So that's what Ambient is. We would like to be your high-scale provider of verified machine intelligence, and we want to provide you that service for exactly the same price as unverified inference. We want to give you privacy options, ranging from anonymity to full end-to-end encryption within a TEEs, without compromising the security of the verified inference, which again is providing you a guarantee that a model was run correctly. It produced every single word of a text according to a particular prompt at a particular time. What that enables is provably fair economic games, which is, of course, what we'd like to play on Solana. We also offer some integrated capabilities that you find in like the OpenAIs of the world, like search and deep research. And again, we focus on high-scale delivery. So we have the capacity to serve your popular app. I'm going to just try a little demo here. Hopefully it plays. Yeah. To show you that we're not compromising on the speed or anything for verified inference. This is our chat client. This is available today. We're asking it about the speed of Solana. It did all of the blockchain things in the background. It already verified all of this text, proving that this text was rendered by a 16-bit quantization of GLM 4.6. Every word of that text was rendered correctly by that model with a particular configuration of the LLM. So you don't have to worry about whether your infrastructure provider is giving you incorrect results or results that aren't matching the published benchmarks. This is guaranteed to be good. Another demo I can run in the background briefly, it's kind of like watching paint dry, unfortunately, is research. So we have some additional capabilities. All of these capabilities are powered by the same verified intelligence engine. So the idea is simply that you have that guaranteed level of intelligence and quality as the research process is going on. All of these links are being evaluated by that model. So very briefly, we've got a Solana quick start on docs.ambient.xyz. It's available right now widely. Please check us out. We are ambient.xyz on the web. I am Iridium Eagle on X. You can check out our app.ambient.xyz. Please feel free to get in touch to get some free inference. We'd love to support your applications on Solana and the future of agentic commerce as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Travis. Please now welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Pearl, bringing wisdom to data, Ahmed Rashad, with Pearl Labs creator, the front line of human-led AI.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ahmed Rashad, the founder of Pearl AI and Pearl Labs, and we build data sets and we curate them and we label them from frontier labs for startups all over the world in the US and Europe and in the Middle East. And today, we are doing a release of a new product that I wanted to share with you, which is Pearl Labs Creator. So let's see. Yeah, so it's Pearl Labs Creator, and I've actually had a very untraditional approach to tech and how I started. I started in tech about a little over 2 decades ago. I actually was an offshore oil driller, taught myself how to code, built a product, and sold it, and became a tech guy 20 years ago. And since then, I've done a whole bunch of things, went to MIT, McKinsey, Amazon, and later, I was building all the data operations at Scale AI. And from there, across all of these, it was always the same problem. The models keep getting better, but the data was still the bottleneck. And that's why we built Pearl. So at Pearl, we believe that humans, not black box pipelines, should guide the creation of AI. And to do that, we need a unified platform that brings creators, contributors, and data integrity into one seamless platform. And this is exactly what you're seeing in front of you right now. This is a very simplified data pipeline setup that literally takes minutes instead of weeks and days and sometimes months to set up the data pipeline and get your data flowing. And you can set up payment, everything is AI assisted, so actually we have pre-built workflows that help you figure out what the pipeline should be. You could pay immediately with credit card or with your Solana wallet. And the teams now can launch the projects within seconds with very, very low overhead. This is a process that used to take days, weeks, and months. And on top of it, every template reflects Pearl's quality baseline so that teams have proven structure. So Creator gives teams complete control over the version tracking, over instructions, schemas, rubrics, and all the things that you need to know to be able to have a proper AI data pipeline. And all of this is logged, even the edits, and nothing gets lost. So once your task is ready, it's literally routed through our smart router to verified contributors, not anonymous crowd labor. Everyone working on it has known expertise, performance history, and domain scores. We know exactly how well every person is going to do in that specific task. And the structure is what makes this a real marketplace, not just gig work. So here the transparency becomes power, because you get live accuracy signals, which is nothing that the industry has seen before. Reviewer agreements, task latency, anomaly flags. You get to see all of this, full provenance, so you always know how, when your data was produced, and by whom. You get to have a say in how your data pipelines are managed. You get to choose who gets to work on your data, and you get to see the history of it. And all of that without having to set up a team of hundreds of people to manage your data pipelines and do all this work. All of this is built into the product itself. Now, this is for the first time, and I can't emphasize this enough, teams have full visibility into who touches everything. And the only way we are able to do this is because we've built everything from scratch. We've seen these problems over and over again. I've literally set up thousands of data pipelines since my time at Amazon and then building operations at scale. And this is always the main problem. And what we do today is we are using the Solana high throughput infrastructure, which lets us handle millions of verifiable micro events with low latency updates, and clean cryptographic audit trails. It streamlines the whole operation. It significantly reduces cost. It helps create the transparency that customers are craving. And the proof is in the pudding. We are already working with most of the major frontier labs that you can think of because they see this as the future. Now the teams are, to wrap it up, that's what unlocks the real impact. The teams are moving significantly faster. They can iterate a lot faster, and being able to iterate faster means they're faster to market, which is what everyone's trying to do. So setup time drops by 95 to 98%, reviews are tighter, the entire process is transparent, there are no black boxes, and that's the human-led AI at scale, and today you get a first look of it, and we're launching this immediately. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ahmed. Please now welcome to the stage a true Solana OG. She has brains, she has beauty. Raise a glass to Carrie Keller, the co-founder and CTO of Baxis, presenting Baxis 2.0, real-world applications, not just real-world assets.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Kaylin. It is so great to be back at Breakpoint. I remember the last time that we were here, we actually went to Breakpoint #1, and we had no marketplace, we had no vault, we had an idea. And I had actually just forked the Metaplex repo to get a subsidized dev ticket, and my co-founder, Svi, forged a COVID vaccine card to use his friend's pass. So we've come a long way, and I'm really happy to share with you all of the amazing progress we've made over the years. And the idea has stayed the, honestly, exact same since the beginning. The wine and spirits market is broken, Solana is the rails, and Baxis is the solution. At that point in time, there was no term for what we know today as real-world assets. Instead, what we were looking to do was just provide real value to our users. And we were trying to build a platform to solve these issues. And we knew that if real-world assets were ever going to exist on-chain, we had to build the infrastructure off-chain. And that isn't just software, that also means vaulting infrastructure, logistics, authentication processes, all these things that you have to do to deal with real assets. So over the years, we have done a couple fun things. We've let you buy whiskey with your meme coins with crypto. We've let you buy Lehman bottles via Blinks. And we've let you buy Drink Token. But please know that this is not financial advice, nor is the Drink Token the official token of Baxis, nor is this any indication that we will ever launch an official token for Baxis. But that's just to the side. But today, I'm really, really proud to announce and present the next phase in what we're ushering in. So Baxis as a company, you can think of us in 3 specific parts. We have our vault, we have Athena, which is our IoT DePIN layer, and then finally today, I'm going to be talking about our user layer and how we're bringing all of this together to unlock more consumer experiences and applications. So to start off with our vault, we have 2 gray nondescript buildings in random places in New Jersey, and these are our physical custody and authentication facilities. Here we manage thousands of bottles, And we have verified logistics and storage processes. And we've been able to actually sell this as a service to other companies across the ecosystem. Like, for example, if you were in the vending machine craze and you know about Emporium cards, we did all the vaulting for that company. And so now Athena. So I actually, when I was still in college, presented in Breakpoint in 2022 about an idea for a trustless vaulted infrastructure, which just meant that we would take IoT devices, connect them to the herein network, and then be able to connect that information about the location of the asset, how it's verified and authentic, and any environment variables to the actual on-chain representation. So as the end user, you are aware of everything that's going on affecting the real asset underneath. And today I'm really, really proud to announce that we have actually closed major partnerships across Kentucky, and we have been able to unlock the barrel market using this technology. So we are now working with Diageo, which is a massive wine and spirits conglomerate, the Cutter Group in Kentucky, which is one of the largest rickhouse builders, and Bardstown Bourbon Company, which is one of the fastest growing distilleries in the world. And together, they actually have more than $10 billion in barrel assets that we're going to be able to tokenize through this IoT hardware technology. And then finally, we are moving from a marketplace into the exchange. And this is where all of our physical assets become programmable. So we're talking lending. We're talking an entirely new mobile experience that blends everything together. We're talking vending machines, and everything is going to be able to be used by your grandmother. It's going to be very easy to access, easy to understand, and if you don't know about blockchain, you're still going to be able to buy whiskey, but if you are a crypto degen and you love these things, then you'll be able to have those experiences too. And today, I'm very excited to announce that we are launching the first decentralized pricing for real-world assets only to the Seeker phone. So this now connects every single layer across the application with mobile, IoT hardware, blockchain rails, and decentralized pricing, logistics. There's a lot of buzzwords here, but we're taking all this information and we're turning this into an actual consumer project. And so this is the way that we're able to take just the real-world asset of whiskey and turn it into a real-world application. Thank you so much. I'm really excited that you are all going to be able to do so much more than just buy whiskey.
Thank you, Carrie. Now, I predict this last product keynote in this session is going to be an incredible presentation. Coming from Kalshi, we have John Wang, the head of crypto.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. I'm the head of crypto at Kalshi, and here to present on the next chapter from app to platform. So Kalshi already has a differentiated product. You know, we have the deepest liquidity on the platform. We've had several industry firsts with regulating prediction markets, parlays, broker infrastructure. But I'm here to talk about what's coming next. Since I joined Kalshi just a few months ago, we've increased our volume by 8-fold, now around $6 billion a month. Open interest has been growing largely, and politics is now the largest in terms of open interest out of all our categories. And we hit the #1 place in the App Store almost every week. So most people think of Kalshi as a US-only off-chain app. But I think the future of us is to become a global on-chain and off-chain platform. We've seen this platform play in crypto many times, and it drives a wide range of distribution. Hyperliquid and Pump Fund are primary examples. And now we have tokenization available for Kalshi markets on Solana via Jupiter and DFlow. The primary edge that any exchange has is moat, is liquidity as the primary moat. And Kalshi is the only prediction market in the world that has on-chain, off-chain, US and international, all feeding into one big global liquidity pool. If we look at where the landscape is heading for prediction markets, it's clearly heading towards regulated exchanges as the primary model. No one is building offshore crypto prediction markets anymore. And the reason for that is you can only get these massive broker integrations with people such as Robinhood or PricePicks through compliant exchanges. And so this is the liquidity mode, and this is the model that we'll see going forward, taking prediction markets into the real mainstream. Jupiter was the first to launch tokenized predictions powered by Kalshi, and it's available on their website today. Here's a slide you can see of being able to trade in a very crypto-native, seamless manner, self-custodially out of your wallet. And yesterday, we're very proud to announce our partnership with Phantom, which is one of the largest crypto wallets in the world. We're right in their homepage as a native integration. You get your favorite markets, ranging from crypto to sports to politics and even culture markets, such as the Times Person of the Year. They've also innovated on live chat. So now you can chat with your friends while trading prediction markets. We're really excited about tokenization, not just to unlock these big partners like Phantom, but also to create a new thriving ecosystem of startups building on top of Kalshi. And we have $2 million in grants available. I'm most excited about these verticalized front ends that target specific niche markets on Kalshi. For example, weather markets. We have some weather experts and meteorology experts building weather trading terminals for Kalshi's weather markets. And they go really deep into having the lowest latency, highest fidelity data streams, localized data feeds, and all you need to trade weather with the most edge possible. We have esports front ends like this one here. We have X-like overlays as well with Twitter bots and Chrome extensions. And we've seen people start building Telegram bots on top of Kalshi to get Kalshi in prediction markets in every surface area possible. Political markets are also quite interesting in like a map-based format. And we've seen like people who have big distribution channels also targeting their own audience and building their own verticalized front ends. And so tokenized trading is kind of just the start for Kalshi on-chain. We have this huge liquidity layer and data pieces that are they're able to be used freely by builders to build new on-chain primitives, ranging from vaults to perps on prediction markets, which give you leverage and use the oracle prices, to permissionless markets, lending, collateralization of long-dated prediction market positions that allow you to unlock idle capital, and even AI agents, which make trading predictions much more accessible for the rest of the world. And so I think ultimately prediction markets, they have two pieces of core value propositions. One is the trading aspect, where everyone is an expert on something, and prediction markets allow you to trade on the knowledge that you know the best. And that makes it a lot more accessible to people. And then secondly, I think for the 90% of people who interact with prediction markets, they do so in a read-only manner. And we're excited to see prediction markets and Kalshi getting more and more embedded into the daily lives of people, recently announcing an exclusive partnership with CNN and CNBC. So we're very excited to see this becoming integrated into our daily news cycles. Thank you very much.
All right. It was an incredible afternoon of product keynotes. We are going to take a very brief break because somebody took too long earlier. And we'll come back for an afternoon of firesides and more product keynotes. Enjoy the last session here at Breakpoint 2025.
Abu Dhabi. So they saved the best for last for MC, also for speakers, not just about me. My name is Kiko. I'm the co-founder of Chomp, and I will be taking you through the end of today's conference. Get excited, there's some amazing speakers. So first up, we have Prasanna from Anchorage Digital, and he's going to tell you about how Anchorage is bringing institutional level security to everyday users and builders. So welcome, Prasanna.
Thank you, Casey, for the introduction. I'm Prasanna. I lead protocols research at Anchorage. And today I'm going to be talking about Visual Sign. It's a framework we wrote internally at Anchorage a couple of years back to be able to support our business, our clients who are institutions holding some of the largest asset holders in the world. And we open sourced it so that we can provide tooling for the broader crypto ecosystem, including, of course, Solana. And we want to provide the best tooling, meet where the developers and the ecosystem is for everyone. So let me talk a little bit about who Anchorage is. We're an industry-leading security infrastructure. What that means is that we have built our whole infrastructure to ensure that users always know what they're signing. Because we're working with large banks, large asset holders, foundations, and with large sums of money, there's a huge risk for every transaction. Over time, we built support for custody. That's where we started out from, and we've increased our offering, trading, governance, settlement, and we also operate the only federally chartered crypto bank in the US, as well as other jurisdictions, and we have a self-custodial wallet called Porto. As we started to integrate DeFi into our application, and we started getting a lot of demand from institutions who are interested in using DeFi. They're hearing about all the liquidity, all the opportunities you have. What we started realizing is that DeFi has a visualization problem. What we have been doing is that as users, most of experience is looking at these raw bytes or base64, whatever the encoding might be. Just quick raise your hands who has signed a transaction with a wallet without looking at what exactly, without understanding what those bytes, raw bytes are. Yeah, I see a couple of hands. Either everybody else hasn't used DeFi, which I would highly recommend you play around with some DeFi, or you haven't encountered these issues, or you're very, very diligent about understanding what those strings mean. But jokes aside, the main problem is we are actually training users to sign things they don't understand. It's fundamentally a problem. And this is not very evenly distributed. We have solved this to some extent after the transaction has already been mined. You can go into an Explorer, you can track on Explorer, or you can go to various data providers, large databases that can actually show this data, which means the data is there. In some cases, it may not be available to you at the time of signing. It can be inferred, simulated, but but we are not really evenly doing this. And this is a problem with institutions. Institutions don't blind sign. If you have ever interacted with a company that has a legal document, how many lawyers have to go through a review process for moving any funds? In many cases, they may not be able to blind sign, right? And we are acutely aware of these problems. And even outside of compliance, security-wise, if you get this wrong, it may be already too late. Being able to read that on-chain on an explorer of all the money you lost for your clients is devastating, and that could be a risk to the whole ecosystem. We are aware of other attempts that have been done. We are engaging with Solana's ClearSign attempts, which I believe is very much aligned with what we are building. We are also aware of wallets also building native DeFi applications, interactions, including ours. I'll show in a little bit. But one of the other things that has been notable as I've started talking about visual sign to other industry peers is usually it starts with disbelief that why doesn't this already exist? It seems like such an obvious problem. Like you take some data, you have some bytes, you decode those bytes. And after that, once I showed some tooling, you actually hear, oh, something like that already exists, which means we as an industry are also duplicating a lot of effort. And so that's why we built Visual Sign the way we built it. It's open source, it's reproducible, it operates inside a trusted execution environment so that you can actually run locally. You can build it locally, you can run it, you don't have to use our infrastructure, and you can actually contribute back. We want to build a tool that everyone can use, every wallet can actually integrate with. And why are we building? I'm at a Solana conference. A couple of weeks back, I was at the Ethereum conference. Why are we building this for multi-chain? I know Ilya is following after me for near and multi-chain. We believe that common standards that every chain, every builder that wants to build a new kind of chain can target will help us get to better design and better security outcomes. We don't know where this will lead on cross-chain security and future, but we believe this could be a big pillar for anything you want to do on cross-chain. Just like wallet standard, Solana supported wallet standard, we believe visualization could also be a operable standard. So how did we do this? As I mentioned earlier, it runs in a trusted execution environment. We partnered with Turnkey that operates this in a secure enclave in AWS Nitro's enclaves. We also open sourced how you can integrate this. If you're interested to integrate into your wallet or your workflow, we're happy to talk. The attestation gets verified by the signer, just the same way our institutional infrastructure does. You can do that for your wallet too. How do we do this? Of course, it's built on Rust. There's a bunch of stuff. The summary is that there's a lot of glass chewing still left. We are building this in a transparent, verifiable engineering practices. We want to build this in the open with dApp developers, with your feedback. And we have built, for Solana, we built isolated programming interfaces, as well as we have a couple of plans for building feedback loops so that we can actually get data from explorers and data providers to improve the visualization pre-signing. We're at the starting point right now. This doesn't cover everything. We would love to have simulations. We would love to have other pieces of data to keep improving the system. Anyone who has built a secure system knows once you solve one problem, the adversaries evolve, and things just keep getting interesting. So we would love to, if you're working on operating a TEE, RPC node on a TEE, we'd love to talk to you. And this is what it looks like on our system. We are starting with something high fidelity as much as possible because we may not know a priori. I guess the video won't play. I'll just, yeah. And This is what it looks like on our app. You can see this is the Jupyter swap. You can actually decode as high resolution as possible. But since we are building this for net new applications, we want to start from a high fidelity deterministic way to decode these applications. And we can always make it much, much more user-friendly and simpler for your wallets. One of the projects I wanted to highlight is Anagram. They have contributed a decoder for their Swig smart accounts. And I wanted to connect to the theme of the conference, revenue and returns. And what this allows us to do is you can create a smart wallet with the safety of custody and the speed of internet capital markets. And if you're building some interesting applications that you want institutions to use or you want to work with us on wallet integrations, we'd love to talk to you. A couple of QR codes for documentation and code, and also we have a Telegram channel for interfacing with us, and some social media links. And thank you. Looking forward to making transactions visible and transparent.
Thank you, Prasanna. So there are two really important things about taking crypto to mainstream and to more users. One is better security, and the other one is less friction. So I'm super excited to introduce Ilya, the co-founder of Near Protocol, to talk about how we're enabling a multi-chain world with Solana and Near working together. Ilya.
Okay, well, thanks everyone who made it to the almost end of the day. Really excited to be here. For those who are not familiar with me, I actually, before jumping into blockchain rabbit hole, was AI researcher. I work at Google Research on effectively deep learning, machine understanding. And I'm one of the co-authors of Attention's All You Need, which is a paper that introduced transformers, T, and GPT. Now, in 2017, I left Google to start an AI company. And we quickly realized that we actually need a blockchain so that we can coordinate and pay people around the world. Now, that's how we got to Near Protocol in 2018. We actually were neighbors with Solana in San Francisco when we were starting. And today I want to talk about kind of cross-chain and what we've been building on this side and how we've been working with Solana. So cross-chain has been extremely painful. And if we look out, the reality is most of users have been sitting on centralized exchanges kind of historically for all of the time that blockchain existed. It's been too hard to use, if I have some Bitcoin and I want some Solana, if I have some XRP and I want some Near, there's gas costs, you need to figure out how to which wallet to use, etc. There's a lot of risks that involve with this, bridges constantly fail. It's a lot of fragmentation that you never know. Is this bridge actually works with this chain? Do I need another bridge to kind of go somewhere, etc.? And then at the end, if you think of Web3 wallets, right, the wallets that we actually use, for them it's really complicated to support all of these routes, all of these different bridges. It kind of adds a lot of complexity on their side. And so that's kind of been the general feel of kind of multi-chain ecosystem, where every blockchain and ecosystem became an island. They've been existing on their own, and this really limited what we can do, right? And again, most users ended up just sitting on centralized exchanges and not benefiting from accessing DeFi. Now, what we brought in with Near Intents is effectively redefining how this experience works. We really introduced a new type of transaction. We call it intent, where you can actually express the outcome you want without needing to figure out how exact the execution is going to work, right? What you can do, you can say, hey, I have some, for example, Solana. I want to buy some Zcash. I have some Bitcoin. I want USDT. And you effectively get matched with we call them solvers, effectively a market maker or an AI agent that is willing to take the other part, that is willing to provide this. Now, it's extremely important. This actually ends up very cheap because you can actually source liquidity from all of the sources, right? There's can be market makers that are contra trading on Binance. There can be some prop trading firms that are taking a position, the reverse position. There's no MEV because this contract between you and the counterparty is done off-chain. And so now, how do you actually ensure that the security of this is done, right? And this is what kind of the infrastructure that we've been building for the past few years comes in place, where we have thresholds multi-party computation. This enables to actually custody assets across different chains. We have trusted execution environments for verifiable and confidential computing. We use it for kind of running services as well as AI, and kind of an economic incentive to deploy this. So there's a very simple API to really enable this for any wallet or an application. And we're already working with a number of chains as well as a number of wallets and distribution channels, right? I think we have 28 chains now. We have more coming. All the major ones already integrated, as well as Trust, Ledger, Infinex, Kyber, etc. are being using near intents to really access all of this liquidity and all of those different assets, as effectively providing a centralized exchange experience to decentralized user, kind of self-custodial users. So really exciting. It's been growing extremely. It's been doubling every month since we launched it end of last year. We just I think crossed 3.6 billion in the last 30 days, as well as a number of transactions and actions and intents with processing. Super quickly, for those who are technical and want to understand how exactly it works, you kind of request what outcome you want, and you're effectively getting matched. Like, it gets distributed to market makers and solvers. They then respond that they're willing to take that trade. You're effectively making a contract with them. So that is happening off-chain. So this can happen within 100 to 100 milliseconds. You can really quickly get to this agreement. And then you effectively settle on-chain, for example, from Solana, send the assets to the address that's controlled by multi-party computation, that gets recorded on near. The trade gets executed and settled, and then the asset gets distributed back on, for example, Zcash to your shielded wallet into directly your private vault. Right, so this kind of experience, really smooth, kind of from a developer perspective, really easy API, and from a user perspective, a trader perspective, probably the fastest way to trade across chains directly into their self-custodial wallets. Now, intents are not just for trading, right? The trading is definitely the first use case where this is the most painful experience. But we actually this week launched here with local Abu Dhabi blockchain ADI, the travel intent-driven commerce, where you can actually specify natural language intent, where I want to fly from Abu Dhabi to London, and I'm going to spend like 3 days there, and I want to visit some museums. And you have now solvers, AI agents coming in and proposing you the itinerary, and then also executing the actual booking and doing all the actions on the back. This also then gets extended to e-commerce, to actual contractual service work, right? So really intense is kind of this new paradigm to find the counterparty and get agreement with them and really settle it and execute it across different spaces. Now, I'm really excited. We're already working with a number of Solana projects. So EncryptTrade actually announced it today here on stage that they're using near intents to really bring privacy to other assets. And they've been using it for Zcash already on Solana. We've been working with Radium as well, where Zcash been brought to Solana and traded on Radium, and kind of all the arbitrage and coming back to Zcash is done through near intents. And the same with Orca, been really powering this. So all in all, what we're trying to build is really this unified liquidity layer where you can actually plug into any chain on any kind of asset beyond blockchains into Web2, and then really introduce this to all of the user interfaces, wallets, applications. And kind of the way we expect this going to continue evolving is that I'm, as a user, will be able to come in with any wallet, right? Be your Solana wallet, or Near wallet, Bitcoin wallet, and use any application, right? And all of the kind of execution machinery that's going to happen, going to be abstracted out and happen. Also, the one I forgot is SolSwap, which is also a Solana-specific near-intense interface. You can connect with your Solana wallets and trade all of these assets in one place. So check it out. If you're a developer, this is extremely powerful infrastructure for you to use. And if you're a user trader, this gives you access to all of the assets across the whole market. Thank you.
Thank you, Elia. So there was a recent development in the industry that marks a defining milestone for the growth of crypto industry at large. And if you haven't heard about it, you will now. So allow me to welcome Marco Santori and Victor Fischer here, engaging in a conversation and telling you what this merger will mean to how institutions will participate in crypto in the future. Welcome.
All right. Last day, huh? So, we were just talking with Marco backstage. It's our sixth day of conference because it was Abu Dhabi Finance Week and we were shilling Solana to TradFi investors from Monday until Thursday. So we thought it would be good that we would explain you what we are actually working on. And so, I founded RoccoAX in 2018, and then in September, Soulmate was a Solana DAT being put together. They were raising $300 million, and from RoccoAX we invested $50 million, so we're anchor investor of the DAT, and that's how our joint work started. Now, this was just the beginning, because then we started to discuss and talk, and we actually realized it's much better that we shift the DAT business into a revenue and an earnings business. And so we decided to combine the two entities. We announced the combination last Thursday. We'll take, a couple of 30 to 60 days to close it, but here we are already working together. So let me give you a brief overview of what actually is RoccoAX and what actually will be there for Soulmate. So number one, we have infrastructure business. We were running the first testnet validator of Solana. Just manually we bought hardware in Prague and put it together on a desk, and then we were chatting with Tolly and Dan and the team how it was actually performing. Now it grew up to, we have roughly $1 billion of assets under stake. We have roughly 50 blockchains that we are running, but most importantly Solana. We are also 00 contributor, and out of Europe we are running London, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, Prague, and Oslo connections, and we are just about to connect also the UAE. So we are becoming, as Marco will explain, we are helping UAE to become the center of digital finance. Now, yesterday we announced a new product, which is an RPC, but we call it RPE, so remote procedure execution, where it's called Zila, Z-E-L-A, like zero latency.io. It's basically for developers, and RPC, which is located very close to the node, so close to the leader. We are following the leaders globally, and you send a program transaction. That transaction executes right next to the leader, wherever the next leader is, and as a result, you have super fast responses. The second, our big division is liquidity, and we are mostly known for a DeFi fund. We run a market-neutral private credit fund which lends to DeFi protocols, and we did 19% net per annum last year. This year we are on track to do 15% net, and we are lending to protocols like Huma, Camino, Onri, Solstice, also of course on EVM chains like Morpho. We had 0 defaults since 2022, including during, for example, FTX crash. For our investors, this fund is $150 million in size. It invests roughly into 40 protocols currently. And for our investors, this means monthly liquidity, 8x Sharpe ratio. But this fund was USD in, USD out. So it's only dollar in, dollar out for investors, but not stable coins. Now we wanted to also leverage DeFi more and help crypto natives to generate yield. And in EVM chains, who knows what is vault curation on, for example, Morpho V2? Yeah, so right now in DeFi, you can be, MEV Capital is doing that, Edge Capital, Stakehouse, and so you can go on DeFi protocols and be a curator of a vault. There is roughly, how much? $8 billion of TVL in these vaults. Only 12% is in Solana. And we want to increase that Solana market share much more. And so we just announced today, my colleague Adam announced, that we are launching vault curation on Solana with Camino, Exponent, and Midas. This will be launched in January. So more yield coming to Solana, more TVL growth as well. And our third division has always been asset management. So this is basically investing. We are right now venture capital investors. So we led the seed round of Solana. We also invested into 00, Camino, Squads, Onri, Exponent. Our latest investment we'll just announce very soon is co-leading around in Bedhawk. So that's it for Rockaway X, infrastructure, liquidity, asset management. All of these three activities are now part of Soulmate, and will help Soulmate to grow UAE as a strategic location. We also have opened Solana City in Dubai. If you are in Dubai, Q East by Alpha Beta in Al Quoz. Join us. This is how it looks like. It's beautiful. It's a co-working space. Marco?
So we talked about what Rockaway X has built. And you might also know a little bit about what Soulmate's done over the last few months. We raised a $300 million PIPE. We are a NASDAQ-traded company under the ticker SLMT. And we have a treasury. It's big, and it's growing. It's a Sol treasury specifically. That's what we're laser focused on, and that's what we're going to be laser focused on after the merger as well. But what happens when you put that together with Rockaway X, with what Victor just explained earlier today? Well, the UAE is a big part of it. Right now, you've got almost 30% of stake up in Frankfurt. You've got matching engines in Tokyo, and you've got nothing in between. Well, actually, until just a few weeks ago, you had nothing in between. The UAE is what brought us here, right? It's what brought us all here together. It brought us here because of clear regulation, crypto adoption. It already has the talent. We believe we have an aligned government here. We think a geographic location is primed. And there's also plenty of infrastructure here. We have the fiber optics that we need. We have the data centers that we need. As of, just last month, we started validating transactions here in the UAE. We actually validated what we think is the first block here in the UAE. But right now, we're only validating about one block every 4 minutes. That's not enough. I want to get to a place where we are validating blocks much more often than that, to a place where we can actually sell comprehensive transaction landing services to the market more broadly and grow as the ecosystem grows. But it's going to be a 3-step process. Step 1, we're already doing. We're already here. Step 1 in any proof-of-stake network is to get stake. We have our treasury for that. We want to grow it. We want to start growing third-party stake as well. With enough stake, we can attract other participants and create a center for trading right here in the UAE. We can bring traders, hedge funds, market makers, exchanges here, right here, in between what you saw on the map, in between Frankfurt, Northern Europe, the East Coast of the United States, and Asia. And then when you zoom out, once you've brought all that here, well, you've got a full-blown center for tokenization. And that's a trend that's growing daily, right? We have the chairman of the SEC saying it's going to happen within the next 2 years, that all financial markets are going to be moving on-chain as a matter of tokenization. I think that's aggressive, but I don't think it's unrealistic. What it really means is that by the end of the day, what you've built is a Wall Street for digital finance. If you look at the map of financial centers in the world, look, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. I think that's a travesty, and I think that we can do better, but I don't think we can do it by improving Wall Street. I don't think we can do it by tokenizing Wall Street. I don't think we can do it by shortening T+2 to T+0. I think we can leapfrog it. I think we can rebuild it here from scratch. And that's what tech has always done, right? It's actually very rarely changed things from the inside. It started over and built anew and built fresher. We can do it here with stake. We can do it on Solana. And when we do, we think we can end up with 3 to 5% of the UAE's GDP coming just from that kind of work. That's an enormous number. It's ambitious, but I think it's a place that we can get, and I think that's the North Star that we should be looking at. This place has the infrastructure. We are building a treasury. It already has the regulatory and legal frameworks that we need here to build it. And of course, the talent and human capital. I mean, look who it's attracted already. Victor and I, when we sat down to talk about what Rockaway X and Soulmate would look like together, well, this is what we came up with. We actually do believe we can build a brand new Wall Street, and we can do it here. We can do it better, cheaper, faster, and we can make the UAE a home for that.
Internet capital markets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco and Victor. Next up, we have a product demo. Allow me to welcome Nikki Scans, the founder of Layer 33, a brand new, first ever coalition of independent validators on Solana.
Oh, wow. Hello, Breakpoint. This is real. Well, hello. I'm Nikki Scans. I am the founder of Layer 33, the first coalition of independent validators, and I'm hoping to do them proud today. See a lot of them out in the audience and out here to represent you guys. So, who are we? We are a collective of 25 independent validators, value contributing, committed to keeping Solana decentralized, performant, and secure. Now, I'm going to be using the term indie validator, independent validator. We like indie a little bit better, a little bit more rock and roll, which is how independent should feel. So there's been some back and forth on what makes a validator independent, right? Some arguments back and forth. So what we believe is free from outside funding, free from VC, the opposite of institutional. Now, these were the original validators that were at the core of Solana at our inception, and we believe it's time for their voice to be heard. Up here on the screen now, I'm showing some of the validators that are already in Layer 33. We are so proud to have these 25 with us. There's some names that you know and love that have been contributing here for years. Oh, and apologies to Knox and the pro staking team. I submitted the slide before I put your name on it, and you guys deserve to have that shout out, so my bad there, Knox. All right, so now that we've defined independent validators, let's immediately redefine it. So the days of running a node as the only means of value creation are likely long gone. You guys have seen fees have gone down. The amount of stake you need to have to run a validator has gone way up. This is just not maintainable, and we need to find new ways to bring value to the ecosystem and lift it up. Otherwise, these indie validators are going to be long gone. So for Layer 33, the way we're going about this is we want to provide a voice. Yes, we want to educate. Yes, we want to tell stories and all that these validators are contributing to the ecosystem. But we think we can even be more than that. When I talk to our guys in our coalition, I'm like, think big. Think even bigger than that after that, right? We want to be a core infrastructure provider for indie validators by indie validators. As a group, we have plenty of stake weight, plenty of control, plenty of big names, and we know that we can do it. Now, some of the initial services we'll be offering are simple ones: RPC, gRPC, transaction landing. With Blue Shift and Greed Academy, we're going to be offering some educational services as well. But we have even more coming, and you'll hear hopefully way more about that over the next 2 to 3 months. Okay, independent validators are dying. I've been saying that quite a bit. A big point here
is it now takes 160K SOL if you're running a 0-0 validator to break even. That is not cypherpunk. That is not mom and pop. That is not what it used to be. It used to be 10, 20K SOL. You could run a validator. And this is not the way that we want to be headed. OK, over the last 12 months, we've lost over 1,000 nodes. We've gone from 2,000 down to below 800. I've seen a lot of chatter about this online. It's like, oh, it was Sybils and bad actors and bad performers. You're right. We lost a lot of those validators, which is great. But now our performant, contributing validators are starting to die. And they're not speaking up about it. They come and talk to me, but they don't tell all of you. And that's what we want to do, is help give them a voice. Decentralization is not institutions' priority. Fiduciary duty is. Now, this is an important note, because I'm hearing a lot of feedback saying, if institutions, if all the stake funnels up to them, it's OK, right? They'll run the validators, and they'll keep decentralization. Their job is to their stakeholders, right? It's on indie validators to maintain decentralization, not on them. And that's not a fair ask of them. Top 80 validators control 66% of the network. We can go through this one quick. This is OK, as long as we can continue to maintain that 33% threshold, layer 33. Solana's independent validators are being pushed out, and layer 33 is taking on this critical task. We think Solana Foundation should be focused on bringing Solana to the global economy, not having to focus on a problem that they've already solved for. Leave that to the indie validators who have already proven that they're able to accomplish this. Now, decentralization matters. Now, don't think too far into this. This isn't meant to be fear-mongering. 33% stake decentralization can halt the network. 66% we don't even need to talk about. Do I think these are happening anytime soon? Absolutely not. But we're being proactive, right? We still think that it's headed in a negative direction, and we want to get in front of it. OK, independent validators are irreplaceable. A lot of the open source tooling, core infrastructure, public goods, many of the protocols that are here now and that you know and love started as running independent operations. And we cannot just see them go. Our goal, simple, layer 33, secure 33% of Solana's stake on independent validators. Now, does layer 33 need to secure that entire 33%? Absolutely not, right? We're hoping that the teams out there copycat us and that more coalitions of validators get started, and they can help us secure that 33% together. But we are certainly going to do our part. Right now, layer 33 validators, all independent, all good operators, all lift up the ecosystem, make up 4% of the 33% already. And we've been around for a month. How can you support layer 33? Easy. Utilize our services. If you're launching a public good, reach out. If you want to join layer 33 or partner with us, reach out. Follow us on Twitter. We're not going to just be telling our stories. We're also going to be telling the stories of other independent validators that have long gone unheard. And last but not least, and we haven't announced this yet, but IndySol, our LST, is now live. So you can go right on Jupiter now and swap Sol for IndySol. It's high performant, high yield in APY, and any fees that we take from that go to supporting layer 33. And that's it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Nikki. Isn't that amazing? Just less than 5 years ago, people were just starting to hear about Solana, but now there is a coalition of independent validators. And there are so many major validators out there. So I'm here to keep you entertained while people are setting up back here, and you know something major is coming when there is this huge production. But for the next few minutes, I'm going to quickly tell you a little bit about my founder and builder journey on Solana, actually. Because this is a full circle moment for me. Last year, I was the opening MC for Breakpoint at Singapore, and this year I'm the closing MC for Breakpoint in Abu Dhabi. But actually, I've been building on Solana since May of 2021. I started as the first business hire of Orca, the DEX on Solana. And now I'm the co-founder of Chomp. Do we have any people who know Orca or Chomp in the house? Thank you. Thank you. It's not. I brought that up so we can kind of go down memory lanes a little bit, because when I first joined crypto in May, I called my friend. I said, I'm going to join something on this chain, right? It's crypto. And they said, is it a scam? And I honestly didn't know. I just joined to help a friend, Ori, the co-founder of Orca. But now when I talk about the fact that I'm building on Solana and I'm building in crypto, I get completely different answers. People will say, oh, I have a Phantom wallet, or I have something on Coinbase, or how do I buy this asset, right? How do I actually get myself involved? So to have witnessed Solana's journey in the last 4 years has been such a gratifying and proud journey for me. So, well, next, before we hear from Vidor, an old friend and the title sponsor of Solflare, he's the co-CEO, co-founder of Solflare, I actually want you guys to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes and forget everything you know about wallets today. OK, let's open them back up. It's about to be completely different. Vidor!
Wow, what a stage. How are you guys doing? OK, thank you all for being here. My name is Vidor. I'm the co-founder of Solflare. And I'm incredibly excited to make Solflare's biggest announcement to date at the biggest breakpoint to date. I hope you're ready. I want to talk about something that sounds, feels, and in many ways is magic. But not the kind of magic that hides complexity, or more the kind of a magic that removes it. When you think about crypto and open financial systems, they evolve much faster than traditional financial systems. And unlike them, we don't have the luxury of all that time to sort of wait things to settle or integrate these things. Wallets and dApps are forced to hard code flows every day, and then every other week is sort of everything changed. So it's not sustainable. Every new feature needs to become a new integration. Then every integration adds more complexity. And what we get at the end is an app that looks just bloated. So Solflare, therefore, must integrate emerging things at super high speed, but without sacrificing any of the user experience. Because if we sacrifice user experience, just users are going to leave. Try reading this sentence. Every month, buy Sol with 5% of my income and lend it for interest. This sentence is incredibly easy to say. But if you try doing this inside of a wallet, you're going to be faced with these like rigid interfaces, hard-coded flows, multiple screens, financial language that you don't really need to know. And the time from when you want to do something, so the time from intent to execution is just way too long. Imagine an even simpler example. Imagine if you want to wake up at 7 a.m. on odd days and 8 a.m. on even days. Language is beautifully simple, and things are easy to say, but in an alarm app, you would still need like 20 clicks or something. It's insane. Crypto shouldn't force you to learn a new language. And when this gets combined with the ongoing requirement of discovery, this adds like the friction compounds, and users aren't really able to discover new opportunities efficiently enough. There's this amazing stat that only 6% of Solflare users use DeFi protocols. And this is not because they don't want to or because there isn't any value there, but because discovery is overwhelming. People don't have the time or mental bandwidth to constantly research, compare, monitor everything. In this attention economy that we live in, anything that requires effort simply doesn't happen. So if this is the problem, what actually fixes this? Many people think the answer is just AI. Yes, AI is powerful, but AI alone is not the product. It only solves half of the problem. On one side, we have these probabilistic systems, LLMs, and they are incredible at understanding language, context, intent. And on the other side, we have these deterministic intent-based architectures. Because finance inherently is deterministic. It's precise, it's verifiable. And finance cannot be executed probabilistically. So if you let AI do everything, then you sort of risk to break trust. If you ignore AI completely, you break UX. what is the solution here? The real breakthrough happens when these worlds come together. When you combine them, a completely new paradigm of wallets is unlocked. Some tried letting LLMs do everything that broke finance, others stayed fully deterministic, that totally broke UX, made it super painful. And magic, as we call it right now, lives in the balance in between of these two. And this is how the idea of magic was born. So be prepared for a bold statement. In the future, we believe users won't interact with smart contracts directly. They will express intents, either orally or verbally, written, or in any other ways. Wallets will then be in charge for orchestrating everything behind the scenes. And the network of solvers will compete to fulfill those intents. The wallet, as such, becomes the distribution layer for the whole ecosystem. We already see this, and developers every day ask us to get distribution through Solflare. But unfortunately, we cannot integrate everyone manually. It's super painful. And their browsers, let's face it, broken experience. And magic changes that. With this sort of crypto changes or Solflare changes to Solflare UX changes to being everything everywhere all at once. A new wallet architecture that adapts as fast as crypto evolves. So for all the tech people, really quickly, obviously, I'm going to walk you through a high-level diagram here. It all starts with a conversational UI that in natural language accepts intent. It gets routed to this AI agent engine that is in charge for untangling and enriching these intents. Also routing. Then if we sort of recognize those intents as some of the things that Solflare already does today, we implemented some interactive plugins for sending, swapping, staking, all the usual wallet stuff. And for others that our wallet today cannot solve for, gets routed to the intent solver network, through our wallet core. And then intent solvers are essentially able to bid on fulfilling these intents. It all goes through our Solflare wallet core, and we have Solflare guards embedded inside of it, which provides runtime execution guarantees. On the way up, when the result of this intent goes back to the AI agent engine, we also use it to use AI LLMs to generate UI and to generate a unified dashboard where you can see all of your positions and everything that you ever did, or everything that's actual for you. So I'm going to play a quick video.
The next-gen wallet, now with a touch of magic.
There's no
Do
video?
you want me to spot trends, highlight top strategies, or help you automate your next trade?
There's no video.
The next-gen wallet, now with a touch of magic. Do you want me to spot trends, highlight top strategies, or help you automate your next trade? How can I help you win today? Opportunities are everywhere. Ready to catch them with me? What shall we do next? How can I help you win today? Opportunities are everywhere. Ready to catch them with me? What shall we do next?
You probably saw some wild stuff there: conditional orders, tracking market sentiment, advanced technical indicators, or like putting it to sort of a more exploratory role, like figure out where the best yield. Videos are cool, but you know what's cooler? Yeah, a demo. So let's quickly do this. I'm going to open my Solflare wallet here. I'm going to click on the Magic tab here. I have a cheat code for what I want to show you guys. So it's going to be prompt 1. So if buy 1 Sol, if its price goes up by $0.1 or drops by $0.1, I'm going to hit enter. It's going to generate all the orders for me. It's going to parse all the intent. I'm going to quickly sign that transaction. Click, click, click. It's done, approved. I'm going to, internet doesn't work, but hey, here are the repeating orders on that just happened. There's one more thing that I can also quickly show you. It's called prompt 2. So every Sunday evening, sell 1 Sol if it's above 250, buy 1 Sol if it's under 100. It creates these recurring orders that are conditioned. The dashboard is going to show you how many times they already executed. You also confirm transactions, pre-approve. This is self-custodial. It has a delegation spending, so you can see I just created 2 more recurring orders. You can create one-up orders. You can create price alerts, and that's the short demo. I know you guys love demos. Maybe back to the slides quickly. OK, so I have 3 call to actions for you guys. 1, be amazed by what Magic is today and what Magic will be in the future. 2, Magic is live today in a private alpha setting. We've let in some of the power users inside. You can get access codes. Just find our team members. We're going to let you in. And you can go to ai.solflare.com for the waitlist. And if you're a developer, dev protocol that wants to sort of get the Solflare distribution through Magic, you can go to developers.solflare.com or scan this QR code, and then we can work together on getting you inside of Magic. So that's it. Thanks, everyone.
You wait for me. Yeah. All right, how was that? So I'm back again talking to you guys, but I was backstage, and I'm actually very excited about the next 3 showcases that you're about to hear. So far, for the last hour or so, we have learned about some technical innovations, some groundbreaking stuff about crypto, about DeFi, mostly about DeFi. But blockchain can enable so much more. With money on Rails, there are a lot of other things that it can enable. Most likely, an everyday user isn't looking at markets all the time, but there are a lot of things that we can consume, own, and love. And actually, the next trio of product keynotes will be talking about things that are more close to everyday users. So the first one, allow me to welcome Austin, the co-founder of Nuco, who's telling you about a next-gen creator operating system for entertainment. Austin, let's go.
All right, how's everyone doing? Made it to the 3rd day. So I'm Austin, co-founder of Nuco, the operating system for the next generation of entertainment. And today, I'm here to discuss how our flagship IP, Gboy, has become the fastest growing brand in Web3 by burning the traditional playbooks of our space. So our success is rooted in an understanding that Web3 IP has been broken. Today, we will discuss the 3 major issues we see plaguing projects in our space. Number 1 is building in reverse. For years, projects have sold forward promises of being the next Disney by selling upfront to their communities. Yet, what we see time and time again is a failure to deliver any meaningful story to make people fall in love with these brands. Number 2 is our communities are marginalized. We aren't supporting our biggest advocates with the tooling or agency to create alongside us. Instead, the industry continually treats our holders as consumers. And number 3 is value accrual. How does it benefit holders has become a meme in our space, and for good reason. Things that are good for business never seem to find their way back to the communities who have stood by them and supported them. we think it's time for something better. Introducing Gboy, our flagship IP at Nuco. Gboy is for those who have been cast aside, those who believe the game is rigged. It's a movement where early belief and proliferation are rewarded and mercenary extraction is punished, where friction is filter and participation is always the alpha. We've tackled each major pain point head on, building story first, empowering our holders, and aligning incentives. With Gboy, we started with the story first, foregoing the traditional mint first playbook. We created immersive lore, which gamified the experience at every step. We moved quickly to identify our earliest fans and then decentralize the growth of our community through rewarding them with NFTs that served as the key to our ecosystem. Next, we empowered our holders to build alongside us. In launching gboyspecial.com, we gave the community the tools we use at Nuco to create high-quality, consistent content built on our own fine-tuned models. As a result, we've seen explosive growth as the community has created, and this is late at this point because I submitted this a few days ago, over 100,000 generations in the past 3 weeks, catapulting us to the fastest-growing meme depot in the world. And this isn't AI slop or fan fiction. The quality of the content is on par, if not better, than our internal pipeline. And if you don't believe me, every single image from this presentation was sourced by our community. Co-creation isn't a buzzword anymore. It's foundational to our success. And lastly, we're extremely focused on solving value accrual through aligned incentives. Our solution is powered by the Gboy leaderboard, where holders earn for creating content, collecting, and connecting on socials. The result has been an ability to direct reward contributions to our ecosystem. Further, while we've seen some iterations on tethering NFTs and fungible tokens, we believe there's more work to be done and are committed to iterating in this space. And one more thing. So with our strong foundation set, it's time to bring it to the next level. Gboy is now live. Like now. Like literally scan the QR code, it's live right now. Welcome to the future of entertainment. Thank you.
What happens when one of the most successful traders in the space becomes the CEO of an NFT collection? Allow us to hear from Spencer, the CEO of Moonbirds.
Hi, everyone. I'm Spencer, CEO of Orange Cap Games' parent company to Moonbirds. It's kind of a weird time in crypto right now, isn't it? And I like to go back to first principles when that happens. And so I think one thing that's meaningful to me is, as with many technological innovations, in prior cycles, we saw a lot of really rapid tech innovation. Year after year, day after day, month after month, it seemed like the tech was changing. But right now, I think we've seen that plateau in this most recent cycle. Now, this is not a bad thing. This happens with all technological innovations. When the tech plateaus, different things matter. And what matters today in crypto, I'm going to make the argument, is distribution, distribution, distribution. So I want to look at a company that I take a lot of inspiration from because it's one of the best growing companies when it comes to distribution in the Web2 space. This is PopMart. PopMart is probably much bigger than many of you think it is. As a matter of fact, PopMart is a bigger company than Hasbro, Mattel, and Sanrio. And our goal at Orange Cap Games is to be the PopMart of crypto. Now, this year, PopMart's on track to do about $4 billion in revenue. We at Orange Cap Games, and we're very proud of this, are on track to do about $8 million in revenue. Now, there's a really big gap here, right? But let's look at apples to apples. Actually, in its second year of business, PopMart only did $900,000 in revenue. And we are in our second year of operations at $8 million, so we're very proud of that. As a matter of fact, based on current commitments from our distributors, et cetera, next year we're projected to do about $20 million in revenue, which is around where PopMart was at 2 years before it IPO'd. But when you think PopMart, many of you probably think Labubu. And this is where IP comes into things. Moonbirds, or Burb, our IP, is crypto's Labubu, and that's what we have to drive and position. Now, don't just take my word for it. Let's look at some data. Earlier this year, we did $1.7 million US in sales, $25 at a time, of physical blind boxes. If you're at Breakpoint, you can come check them out at our booth. If not, you can go check them out on the internet. We're very proud of this. This was actually the largest RWA primary sale ever on Solana. Now, not only do we make this product, but much like PopMart, we make products with other people's IP. So we also make Vibes, which is the Pudgy Penguins trading card game. This product has done about $6 million in revenue in the last 12 months. Vibes is a global phenomena with thousands of players all over the world, from Singapore to Manila to Connecticut, et cetera. We've hosted championship events that have drawn over 130 players to each of them. And one of the things that I'm most proud of is the diversity of players that play in them. The top 8 of our North American championships included 2 professional Magic players, 2 professional Flesh and Blood players, 2 professional Lorcana players, and 2 people from crypto who this was their first trading card game. It's things like that that really bring us all together. Now, how do we reach all these people? You may not have heard of Vibes, you may not know about this, and this is because we spend the majority of our efforts marketing outside of the space, because that's where the marginal consumer exists. We're really proud to be distributed by many major distributors from the traditional trading card space. GTS, the largest sports card distributor in North America, distributes our products. Even, the largest Funko Pop distributor in North America, distributes our products. And Star City Games, the largest Magic the Gathering distributor in North America, also distributes our products. Not only that, but we've partnered with many of the industry titans. CGC, the second largest grading company in the world, is a partner of ours. We've also done official partnerships with PSA, who distributed our co-branded card at New York Comic Con as well as San Diego Comic Con. And we've done partnerships with eBay as well. Not only that, but we've looked outside of the collectible space. We've partnered with Haritos and Van Eck and everyone in between. On top of that, you might say, well, how big is this on the secondary market? It's actually quite large. Earlier this year, one of our cards sold for $12,200 on Golden Auctions, one of the largest auction houses in the collectible space. For context, this is kind of the same price as the first printing of Charizard, or also a Black Lotus from Unlimited. So this is quite a meaningful sale, not only in the scope of crypto, but in the scope of kind of everywhere else. Now, I just spent a while talking about a Pudgy Penguins product that we produce, but I mentioned that we are a company that owns Moonbirds. And internally, we've had this mantra, which we're starting to put out more, which is all roads lead to Burb. And I'm so excited to announce for the first time at Breakpoint that this coming year, the Burb IP will be joining the Vibes TCG product. This is a really exciting step for us forward in the physical collectible space. But also, we're at a crypto conference, right? And so let's talk a little bit more about digital distribution as well. Not only do we make physical collectibles, we also make digital collectibles. This year, almost 200,000 unique wallets have minted a Moonbirds digital collectible soulbound token into their wallet, spreading our IP across 196,000 unique wallets, which is an incredible and exciting stat for how we're spreading both inside and outside the space. Now, as many of you know, we announced in Singapore that we had a token coming to Solana soonish. So I'm excited to share that a little bit more clarity on that point, which is that ticker Burb, our native token, is coming early Q1 in 2026 as we pursue growing towards being a multi-billion-dollar company, doing billions of dollars of revenue like PopMart does, being the PopMart of Web3. We're so excited for this major development in our journey. Thank you so much for joining us on the road to Burbillions, and I hope you guys have a great rest of Breakpoint.
Our next guest is disrupting the ticketing systems of the world. Allow me to welcome Ahmed from Kid Labs.
So, first and foremost, happy Breakpoint. I have a little bit of a quiz here for everybody. You know, when we look at every industry, they pay the top dollar for those that accelerate their core engine of business. Tech giants pay their engineers and AI teams. Hedge funds invest in their quants. These are the CFOs of the world's biggest companies. If size and capital determine compensation, you would assume one of these CFOs would be the highest paid CFO on the planet, right? It's actually this guy, a former colleague of mine. His name is Joe. He is the highest paid CFO in the world. And he doesn't work at a hedge fund. He doesn't work at an AI company. He works at Ticketmaster. So, you're probably asking yourselves, why is a company that sells tickets and entertainment have the highest paid CFO on the planet? This is the truth about Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster isn't a ticketing company. It's a bank. Ticketmaster deploys $10 billion in loans every year to venues, which venues use to pay artists and to finance their deals. They charge fans what's called an interest rate. You're all familiar, right? It's the service fee. Now, you're asking, Ticketmaster owns these venues? No. They use debt to lock them into long-term deals. And they recoup this debt using ticketing products. But what about the artist? What about Taylor Swift? What about Post Malone? Well, they can't use their own ticketing company because every venue they go into is locked into these type of deals. Like, this is kind of funny when you think about the whole purpose of NFT ticketing, right? For years, we've looked at NFT ticketing, and effectively, it was collectibles sold to venues who need liquidity. What about resale? Easily bypassed. And the cost of using NFTs as an infrastructure for tickets, astronomical. It didn't make sense from a business standpoint. Artists and venues need liquidity, not collectibles. So, a little bit about myself. My name is Ahmed Amali. I'm the co-founder of a company called Kid Labs. We're the world's largest on-chain ticketing company. We service the likes of Led Zeppelin's Robert Plant, Charlie XCX, Travis Scott, Dylan Francis. 150,000 fans come across our sites every single month. And I want to say, NFT ticketing dies today. Where NFTs turn tickets into collectibles, our standard ticks turns them into RWAs. Meet Ticks Protocol, a living ticket born as a financial primitive, a programmable instrument that allows artists and venues to take loans based on their future ticket sales, all while providing lucrative yields for DeFi lenders. Capital meets culture meets yield. Well, you're probably thinking, this sounds cool. Does it exist? It's live. We have migrated all of our tickets from a compressed NFT standard to ticks today. And we'll be powering millions of tickets and tens of thousands of artists and more than 1 billion monthly active users that listen to those artists. Unlike most consumer crypto, what we see, we have distribution, and it's real today. Now, with ticks, we create a world where every ticket becomes a commodity. This is a private credit use case based on real-world cash flows. But ticks wasn't built for Kid Labs alone. It's a standard that will define ticketing. It's a standard that we developed for not only ourselves, but for Ticketmaster. I like to say today, creators don't need coins. Creators need ticket capital markets on Solana. Thank you.
Next up, we have Brian Huang, the co-founder of Glider. They're building the next automation for the future of on-chain finance, and he is coming to you with an exciting announcement. Welcome, Brian.
Hello, Breakpoint. Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Huang, and I am one of the co-founders of Glider. Glider is an early-stage startup backed by A16Z, Coinbase, Uniswap, and many others. So first question I have for you is, how many of you enjoy the process of opening up your wallet, connecting to an app, and manually transacting every single day throughout every day? Literally nobody here. And if you remember the first time that you onboarded to a wallet, oops, let's see if this is working. It is not. There we go. If you remember the first time you onboarded to a wallet, this is the process that you went through. And now this is one particular wallet. And if you've been in crypto for a while, you know that this process is actually a lot smoother than it used to be. You used to have to copy down your seed phrase, and then they would challenge you to make sure that you actually copied it down, right? And I'm not just picking on one wallet here. This is every wallet. No matter what wallet you use today, this process is at least 10 steps. And that's the big problem, right? That's your first entry point into Web3. After that, you have to fund your wallet, you have to get gas, and then you have to find applications to use, learn how to use them, and then deposit into them and track your funds. We can all agree this is never going to work for normal users, right? All along the way, what you've probably encountered too is a lot of hurdles and roadblocks through this, right? You either got to a chain, you didn't have gas, you didn't know how to use an application, or you didn't know how to bridge to the particular chain that the app was built on. These are really frustrating problems. And then we have my favorite screen of all, the transaction screen, right? So many of us have become numb to this screen. How many times have you used Jupyter or Uniswap and just scrolled to the bottom of this and clicked confirm, right? That was never the purpose of the screen. This screen was built to provide you the assurances that you're signing the right thing, when in fact, all of us just click confirm anyways. We live in a society today where we have cars that can take us from point A to point B without any human in the loop. Nobody has to drive, and it keeps you literally safe, protecting your life from point A to point B. Why don't we have this in crypto? Why can't I go from an asset on one protocol to another asset in a different lending protocol on a different chain without having to figure out how to get there, right? While we're in MapQuest era in crypto, the rest of the world is in the Waymo era. So what if your wallet could actually rebalance for you, move between yield sources, interact and save you from liquidation in the middle of the night? How many people could this have saved during the Terra Luna crash, right? And the irony of all of this is we actually have truly programmable money at this point. Why aren't we using it? Every Web2 application that you see these days is a really poor copy of something that every Web3 application you see these days is a really poor copy of something that you can do in Web2. We're not taking full advantage of the potential that you have with on-chain assets. And with that, let me introduce you to Glider. Glider is the calm, intelligent way to invest on-chain. With Glider, we can automatically rebalance your assets, move you between yield sources, protect you from liquidation, react to a price trigger, buy when somebody tweets about a token, all while keeping you not having to do things with the complexities of DeFi. No gas, no signing, no bridging, and fully non-custodial. You no longer have to stare at a screen 24/7 and ensure that you don't miss a price jump in the middle of the night. Glider works for you based on your intentions. We're focused on orchestration. Now, what does that mean exactly? That means how do I go from an on-chain stock on one protocol to have it automatically sold when it hits a price level to sell into a stablecoin that's lending on a different protocol, right? Today, that takes 20 different clicks, 20 different steps rather, and you have to have native gas on 2 different chains, maybe 2 different wallets. That's not a way to interact on chain, right? With Glider, we take you from point A to point B without you having to worry about how to get there. We figure out the how, you tell us the what, Glider automates that process. Now, this wasn't easy to build. We built a chain-agnostic system that is gas-free and declarative, right? You tell it what you want, it figures out the rest. And we did this thanks to the power of Swig, which is another anagram company. They've helped us out to build account abstraction for Solana. And now Glider, for the last 2 months, we've been live on EVM, on both Base and Plume, and we have over 50,000 active users. We have 30,000 portfolios today holding real value, and it's become a part of the daily ritual of our users. They come back and check their portfolios, just like you would check your stock portfolio every day. Our #1 goal with Glider is to grow the wealth of our users. We are here to empower people to invest without having to think about the complexities of DeFi and providing the safety and reliability that you have in your traditional investing services. And with that, let's cue the tape. Or not. Let's play the video. All right, little technical difficulties, but I'm excited to announce today, Glider is live on Solana. You can go to glider.fi and you can create any portfolio with any Solana-based asset. We are now one of the only apps to combine both the EVM and the SVM in a truly chain-agnostic way. Come and glide with us. Thank you.
The #1 liquid staking protocol on Solana is also the cutest staking protocol on Solana. Allow me to introduce FP, the co-founder of Sanctum.
Hi everybody. I thought like on a Saturday, like the last 3 talks, I thought nobody was here, but you guys are still here, so good on you. I would have checked out a long time ago. Okay, I'm FP from Sanctum. I want to talk to you guys about the most delightful way to earn yields on your soul. Okay, cool. So, so there are, crap. One sec. Okay. Oh, I have the, guys, this is the old version of the slides. I need the new version. What should I do? Okay, I guess I'll just wing it. Okay, so I believe in 3 things in terms of what Solana needs. Now, first, I think that here of us all at Breakpoint that we all believe in Solana as an asset, and I think that it's one of the best assets in the world, and everyone should hold and stake Solana. And the second thing I believe is that how we stake Solana, it really depends on the UX. And so I want to talk to you guys a little bit about how people currently hold and stake Solana today. And then I want to tell you about what we're doing at Sanctum today. So for version 1 of native staking, right, this is when your validators run. This is when you do native staking. You stake your soul to a validator. The validator runs, and you kind of earn yield from that, right? This secures the network. It's really good for the network. The problem with this is that the UX kind of sucks, right? So it's good, but you have to think about what is an epoch, right? You have to think about this activation and deactivation before you get yields on your Solana. There's all these things like splitting and merging stake accounts. It's all a bunch of stuff that really is Solana internals, and we really don't want users to really kind of think about all this stuff if they want to secure the network, right? And so liquid staking is this next evolution, right, of earning yields on Solana. It's a sort of significantly better UX, right? So tokens are it's a bunch of Significantly better UX because with a liquid staking token, it's a first-class citizen in the wallet, right? And so people understand tokens. You just buy to start earning yields and you sell to exit, right? And so the UX is fantastic, and therefore they've enjoyed sort of phenomenal success, right? Sanctum has helped Jupiter, Bybit, DeFi Dev Corp, right, and a bunch of all the others, right? So we have over sort of like $2 billion in TVL today, right? So these are some of the teams. Thank you. So these are some of the teams that we help earn yield on their SOL, right? A big shout out to them, right? And so, as I said, it's like a token, right? You get it, and then you get it in your wallet, and it sort of accrues yield over time, right? And as you can see, right, it goes up over time, right? And so, but the problem is that they're not really perfect either. So you buy at some point there, and then you end at some point there, and really what you have to do is you kind of have to do a math problem, right? It's like, oh, I bought this amount of SOL at this point, and then I sold it at this point, right? Like 11 months ago. So what's the APY? How much did I make? Right? It's not entirely clear, but nonetheless, right? It's still a really nice product. And so, like, what kind of like, if you think about going back to the drawing board, right? Like thinking about what is like the cleanest and simplest Solana staking experience, given our expertise to this field, right? We really went to go back to the drawing board. So I'm happy to introduce the Sanctum app, which is the most delightful way to earn yields on Solana. It's really cute, right? Yeah. So the app is very, very simple, but I want to talk through kind of like quickly the decisions that we made in building this app. So first of all, like we're going delight first, right? So we're giving our beloved blobs an uplift, and we're putting them pride of place in the Sanctum app. I believe that there can always be more delight in the world, and we go the extra mile to delight. So I think this is like super cute. We want people to feel loved and cared for, so we spend a lot of time and energy thinking of making a delightful experience for you, right? And then this is, one of the features, right? We have daily yields that is synchronized across the time for everyone on Solana. So everyone on Solana can have something to look forward to, right? Which I think is kind of cool, right? And then finally, of course, you can see how much you've earned over time. Now, all of this is kind of very, very simple. We're deliberately keeping the scope extremely small, but an extremely delightful experience. Now, obviously, we have a lot of things in the pipeline, but as of today, this is what I have for you today, right? And if you're interested, please join the waitlist. And also, we have a bunch of these to give out today. We don't want to bring this home to Singapore, so please come and get it from me. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
What happens when DEXs and SEXs don't hate each other? Introducing the only Solana native DEX incubated by a centralized exchange, Emily of BuyReal.
Merhaba Habibi. Good afternoon, Abu Dhabi. Yeah, I'm Emily. I'm the mother of BB Sol. The Bybit Stake Sol, which was also the first centralized exchange-backed Sol LST, which we launched last year together with our partner Sanctum. Yeah, so before anything else, yeah, a big shout out to our dear partner Sanctum. Yeah, okay, so seriously, I'm Emily, the head of sport at Bybit and also the founder of BuyReal. So yes, I am building a Solana native DEX inside the CEX. Yeah, so yesterday, I'm not sure if you heard Ben and Lily's first chat. It's our CEO and co-founder of Bybit. Yeah, so they introduced the big picture. I also feel the pressure. They had a big expectation for BuyReal. I feel a little bit like Asian parents kind of style, tough love. Yeah. So today, I'm gonna introduce you how exactly we are building this BuyReal DEX. Okay. So for years, we've been told, and we thought, and we're treating like TradFi, CFi, and DeFi are parallel lines. They will never meet. But if you look at this year, in 2025, look at this timeline. It looks a little bit crowded. That's because it is. Yeah, this year really killed us. A lot of things happened, and a lot of products shift. So in mid-June, Bybit launched TradFi products, allowing users to trade Forex, gold, stock CFDs. And that is, on the surface, you will think that is just a products offering expansion. But internally, we take it like a signal of the convergence. So global assets meet the crypto-native market. Right. And then very soon, at the end of June, 30th June, Xdocs tokens launch on Solana. And that on the same day, Burial mainnet beta went live. So that shows our commitment. I introduced what I call full house launch. So Xdocs was the first projects, the assets we list on DEX listing on Burial, and at the same time on Baby Spot. So that shows our commitment to convergence. Yeah, we want to allowing the users to trade just on like a CEX grade experience, like the on-chain tokens. Right. And also sorry, wait a minute, a little bit nervous. Yeah. Yeah, like we said, that is our commitment to the convergence. We are proving that internet capital markets starts on-chain on Solana, validated by DeFi, the DEX like Burial, and further scaled by CeFi, CEX like Bybit. So that is the full story. And then shift to August 7th, that we further break the wall. We broke the wallet wall. Like Ben mentioned yesterday, we had a very hard decision. We decided to delete the old Bybit Web3 wallet because we thought, okay, all the users on Bybit, even then they want to trade DEX or get access to the DeFi protocols, they should enjoy the same experience that they trade the other products on Bybit with one single unified trading account. So that's why we decided to delete the Web3 wallet. And inside, we list the Bybit Alpha, where the users can just trade the on-chain tokens, the SPL tokens, seamlessly with their unified trading account, not just with USDT or USDC, also with their SOL and BB SOL. So that is the start. And then at the end of September, Burial went public fully. We made the announcement at Solana Apex Singapore. Yeah, very proud of that. So we decided to focus on the RWA real-world assets and the hero projects tokens listing, right? So if we look at the performance, like where we achieved after the public launch, so according to DeFi Llama and according to Bird Eye, actually Burial is dominating the trading volume of Tether Gold on Solana chain, which means on Burial, the XAUT trading volume and the liquidity is the best. And for the major hero projects token listing, we successfully delivered 4 more full house launch projects. First was Liberty Fi, and followed by 00, Monite, Meteora token, and Humidified tokens. So which means the tokens will list on list on Burial first, and then Baby Alpha and Baby Spot, almost around the same time. So you can unlock the better liquidity and bigger trading volume. Right, let's go back to this slide. Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and more importantly, yeah, BB SOL gains the institutional custody support from Anchorage Digital. So which means, this really matters, which means the convergence is not just driven by the retails. The institutions is also very comfortable like holding Solana native CEX-backed assets on-chain. Yeah, and we are not just extracting the value from the ecosystem. Actually, by this convergence, us as a centralized exchange, we are using our infrastructure, our liquidity, our user base to further amplify what is just started on-chain right now. Yeah. And we not just stop like building the innovation features, right? So last month in November, Burial, we introduced the feature called Real Farmer, which means it's similar like a copy trading, but it's kind of like copy farming to the LPs. So all the users, everyone can provide liquidity on chain like pros. By this, we will further boost the liquidities on DeFi, and then will further amplify on the CeFi. OK. So I'll just show our secret sauce. OK, so when I mentioned there's some like full house launch tokens, you may notice, so these tokens, the LP yields is always a little bit higher barrier. That is because we're taking the orders not just from the DEX, but also from the Bybit Alpha. So this is our secret sauce. So you don't need to leave the CEX. You can just enjoy your familiar CEX environment, and you can earn the yields on-chain, on DeFi natively from Solana liquidity. I just show you the video, OK, how we build this. The speed is a little bit fast, sorry. Yeah, let's go back to that crowded timeline. So if we zoom out, yeah, this is not just about the features. I think this is about, like, we see the liquidity started moving across TradFi, CeFi, and DeFi freely. Yeah, so I think, like, if we start building a product just for the crypto natives or just for the institutions, then we are building a world like no longer exists. Right. So this is why we built Burial, and we believe, sorry, let's go back, how to go to the next slide. OK. Maybe try this. All right. Yeah. OK. So we believe the next billion transactions will fully by convergence. And also, we think the next trillion transactions will come on-chain, happen on DeFi, and then powered by TradFi. So before I go, actually, I want to get a personal moment, for a moment. This is my second breakpoint. I started and initiated Solana collaboration within Bybit since December 2023. And then attended my first breakpoint last year in Singapore. And I was shocked. I was amazed by the good energy and the Solana builder culture. So I had the idea of this Burial early this year, around like February. And we shipped to the beta launch in June, and we make the debut at Solana Apex Budapest. And then we opened to all in the end of September, and we announced it at Solana Apex Singapore. And in December, for now, I'm standing here at Breakpoint, bringing real products. And actually, we just hit 1 billion trading volume in total for Burial, just 2 days ago. Yeah, it just happened within 10 weeks after the public launch. Yeah, I feel quite excited and very proud of my tiny tiger team. Yeah, so it feels very emotional a little bit, but we always say everything moves fast in crypto. But I learned one thing by building Burial. Everything is faster on Solana. Yeah, I'm Emily. Yeah, and this is Burial. Thank you so much. Hope to see you again next year at Solana Breakpoint. Oh, this way, I think.
So here's a prediction for the future of prediction markets landscape. The players will be Polymarket, Kalshi, and prediction markets powered by Worm. Let's give it up for Nas, co-founder and CEO of Worm.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nas Diba. I'm co-founder and CEO of Worm. Worm is a prediction market protocol. What does it mean? Last year, the entire world saw how powerful prediction markets are in aggregating the wisdom of crowd and predicting the future. However, what we see with prediction markets today is just V0. It simply can't scale this way. There are two main players, centralized. They decide what markets they should be deployed, and they spin up the markets. Again, today is day 0. We can soon see there are going to be prediction markets on everything, and we need scalable solutions. And Web3 came up with that scalable solution well before. It's protocol, and that's why we are building warm, permissionless protocol on Solana. How does it work? Basically, you can't prompt the prediction market you would like to have. We have developed our very own LLM to create this prediction market with solid rules, rules that can help you to resolve the market in the right way. Then you decide if you want to deploy your own capital or inject capital, outsourcing it, crowdsourcing it, and then you just publish the prediction market, and eventually we can help you to resolve the prediction market with our AI agents. However, today I'm here, I'm very excited to announce leverage for prediction markets for the very first time. What does it mean exactly? Basically, we know there's a problem with prediction markets. The upside for them is very low. In this case, there is going to be a boxing match in a few days between Joshua and Paul, and the market thinks Joshua is going to win. There is going to be 86% for him to win. The upside for you would be 14% if you bet on Joshua. However, you can go on Worm, and you can open a 3x leverage, which means the upside of 16% can turn to 48%, which is 50% upside for a match which is going to happen in a few days. This is huge, and we believe prediction markets are new financial primitives, and like classic finance, we need all the financial primitives for them. That's why we started with leverage. Another example here would be for Fed chair, that everyone is talking who President Trump would pick as the next Fed chair. Currently, the odds for the top pick, Kevin Hassan, is about 72%. So again, the upside here is about 23%. However, if you open up a 2x leverage on Worm, the upside for it would be almost 50%. And this is extremely important for prediction markets, because when people they have high conviction on something, they shouldn't be limited on the amount of cash they have on hand. Yeah, that's what you can find on Worm. You can create a market, and you can use leverage for prediction markets on Worm. This is a QR code for the upcoming match between Joshua and Paul. You can go on Worm, open up a 3x leverage, and enjoy winning big. Thanks for your attention.
Closing time. One last call for alcohol. Just kidding. We haven't even barely started on the alcohol part yet. We're all so sober, still sitting here. But my time as your MC has come to an end for 2025 Abu Dhabi Breakpoint. And for the final, oh, thank you. You've been a wonderful crowd. Thank you for laughing at my not funny jokes. Working on those. But for the final act of today's event, allow me to introduce Dan Albert, the Executive Director of Solana Foundation. Let's give it up for Dan. Thank you.
Breakpoint. I have one word for you. Wow. Say it back. Say it back. Woo! Tremendous. This has been, what an incredible Breakpoint. This gets bigger every year. This gets better every year. This year at Breakpoint, we had over 7,000 people join us. 1,800 founders, hundreds of speakers, product launches, coming from over 100 countries all over the world. And none of this would be possible if it wasn't for all of you. So I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our gracious hosts for having us here in Abu Dhabi. It's been an incredible week, from CeFi to DeFi, culture wars to scheduler wars, every spectrum of the Solana economy, the Solana culture, the network, all of our builders, the product launchers, all gathering here to celebrate what we've built and all of the incredible things to come. So with that, I just want to say, we will see you next year in London for Breakpoint 2026. Tickets are on sale now. Feel free to scan the QR code or head over to solana.com/breakpoint at any time for discounted tickets to join us